Chapter 1268. All of Dragon Cave Mountain had always been peaceful and quiet because there weren't many cultivators living here, only a few dozen at most. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were all extremely diligent and spent most of their time in retreat. Only the cultivator who stood guard would walk around from time to time to check the situation around Dragon Cave Mountain. Today was the 3-day deadline she had agreed to meet with Yang Kai. Dai Yuan woke up from her meditation at dawn and sat down restlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yang Kai's figure. Although she knew this was probably an extravagant hope, she still held on to it. The sun had already risen and its warm rays added a touch of hazy beauty to Dragon Cave Mountain. This place was indeed a good place to cultivate one's mind and soul, not much worse than Yang Kai's Thousand Illusion Peak in Colored Glass sect. She really didn't know how these people had managed to transform an ordinary mountain range into something like this. She had heard that no one cared about this place before, but now, it had become a famous cultivation holy land in the vicinity. Many cultivators who didn't belong to any sect had come here because of its reputation, wanting to join this place and find a place to stay. However, the cultivator here did not accept outsiders, nor did they have any intention of developing and growing, simply living and cultivating on their own. This was a wise approach. After all, this place was still under the nose of Shadow Moon Hall. If they really had the intention to develop and grow, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not sit idly by. Considering all this, Dai Yuan couldn't help laughing. With Yang Kai here, with his shrewdness and means, he would definitely not dig his own grave. Dai Yuan's worries were groundless. After thinking about this for a while, her mood calmed down greatly. Looking up at the sky, the sun was already high up in the sky, but looking down again, there was no sign of the figure she was hoping to see. Dai Yuan sighed faintly, knowing that she had probably waited in vain. She didn't feel any resentment or unwillingness, just a bitter smile appearing on her face. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her expression suddenly changed and she turned back again. In an instant, Dai Yuan's eyes lit up with both surprise and joy as she stared down at the figure who had appeared at some unknown time below. Lady Dai Yuan, good morning. Yang Kai stood below and greeted her with a smile. Dai Yuan froze in place for a moment, but soon her expression returned to normal and she gently nodded to Yang Kai, junior brother Yang, good morning as well. Please wait a moment, I'll be right down. Saying so, she quickly turned around and walked down the stairs. Although her expression was calm, her slightly disorderly steps revealed her nervousness at the moment. She didn't know what answer Yang Kai would give her. If he said he would refuse her, there was no need for him to come here so early in the morning, right? Moreover, his evasiveness from a few days ago was very obvious, so even if Kai Yang rejected her, she wouldn't be surprised. But if he said he would accept her, why would he accept her? Dai Yuan's Yang to herself. With such thoughts running through her mind, Dai Yuan soon arrived on the first floor of the loft. After seeing Yang Kai, she stared straight at him, not knowing what to say for a while. Does Lady Dai Yuan have anything to pack? If not, we'll be on our way. Yang Kai said with a warm smile on his face. Huh? Dai Yuan froze up and froze in place. Yang Kai chuckled and said, what's wrong? Didn't Lady Dai Yuan want to go with you to Colored Glass sect? Could it be that the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain made Lady Dai Yuan forget to return? If that's the case, you might as well stay here for a few more days. No. Dai Yuan reacted and quickly waved her hands, her eyes filling with surprise. Although the scenery here is good, I'm not in the mood to appreciate it. It's just that Lady Dai Yuan is wondering why I agreed to go with you. Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile, revealing the doubts in her heart. Dai Yuan's expression was a little awkward. She had originally asked Yang Kai to go with her to Colored Glass sect, but now that he had agreed, she was still feeling suspicious. It's very simple. Yang Kai had already prepared an excuse and immediately said, after returning from Lu Yen Desert, I entered retreat for half a year and felt that it was time to go out and walk around. Now that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I naturally don't want to remain behind closed doors. On top of that, you should be familiar with my origins, so I am quite curious about the various great sects on Shadowed Star. Now that I have such an opportunity to get close to them, I naturally don't want to miss it and broaden my horizons." Hearing this, Dai Yuan's doubts disappeared and she smiled. "So that's how it is. However, although our colored glass sect is not weak on Shadowed Star, in terms of prestige and influence, we are inferior to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect. If Junior Brother Yang has the opportunity to visit Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, he will understand the shortcomings of our colored glass sect. However, Junior Brother Yang has actually reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Your aptitude is truly amazing." Dai Yuan's words were heartfelt. When she and Yang Kai were together in Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai was only a first-order Saint King. Although she didn't know what happened to Yang Kai after they separated that allowed him to break through to the second-order Saint King realm, the fact that he had now reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm was simply too shocking. It seems that Junior Brother Yang obtained an opportunity in Lu Yen Desert that was not small, otherwise, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly? Dai Yuan thought to herself. However, now that Yang Kai had reached a bottleneck, it was indeed time for him to walk around. Thinking so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "I don't have anything to pack, so let's set off. This place is not close to Colored Glass Sect, so even if we use the space array, it will take at least a month to arrive. It's fine, this trip is mainly for relaxation, so time isn't a problem. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm not going alone this time, Young Inflammation will also be coming with me. Is that convenient?" Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked. "Sister Yang Inflammation? There's nothing inconvenient about it." Dai Yuan heard this and immediately nodded, not hesitating in the slightest as she swept her eyes around. Sure enough, she saw Yang Yen standing not far away, wearing a black robe, like a delicate black flower. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain, "This senior sister of mine is quite interested in spirit arrays, so she insisted on coming with me to see your noble sect's spirit arrays in an attempt to learn something from them. You know, women, ahem, I can't win her over, so I can only bring her along." Yang Kai originally wanted to say that women like to pester endlessly, but as soon as these words left his mouth, he realized they were wrong and quickly swallowed them back down. Even so, Dai Yuan still shot him a reproachful look, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. For a moment, he had forgotten that Dai Yuan was also a woman. However, Yang Inflammation's identity to the outside world was Yang Kai's senior sister, something Yang Kai had mentioned to Qian Tong before. Dai Yuan readily agreed and Yang Kai did not hesitate, beckoning Yang Inflammation over. The three of them summoned their star shuttles, turned into streaks of light, and flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. Although Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had both left Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi was still in charge. With the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation in advance and the token given to Wu Yi, as long as they did not encounter too powerful an attack, Dragon Cave Mountain would remain safe. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain had no enemies now, so naturally no one would think of attacking it. Soon, the three of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City. When Dai Yuan came here before, she had flown directly from Colored Glass Sect without using the space arrays of any city, so when she said to Yang Kai 3 days ago that no one knew she had come here, it was not a lie. No one knew she had come to Dragon Cave Mountain, not even Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener, who were in retreat. It was precisely because flying from Colored Glass Sect to Heavenly Fate City took so much time that Dai Yuan had come here a month ago. Fortunately, Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Colored Glass Sect, and Dai Yuan had a certain status in Colored Glass Sect, so it was not difficult for the three of them to use Heavenly Fate City space array. After paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals, the space array was immediately opened to the three of them. After passing through the space arrays of several cities, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation on their star shuttles. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, but the journey was relatively boring. Dai Yuan was not a person who liked to communicate with others. If she had not asked Yang Kai for help, she would not have deliberately tried to befriend Yang Kai when they were in the Lu Yen Desert. Yang Inflammation also seemed to be afraid of strangers, always wearing a black robe, as if she was afraid others would see her face. As a result, besides Yang Kai saying a few words to them, the two women did not say a word and just hurried along. Seeing this, Yang Kai also fell silent and continued to refine the golden blood threads in his body while secretly urging his artifact spirit and the origin-grade artifact refining furnace to speed up the process of refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Along the way, he didn't waste any time and made full use of every bit of time he had. The more he refined his golden blood threads, the more interested he became in Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Threads secret technique. This secret technique seemed to have been tailor-made for him, but he had only managed to obtain half of it, a truly regrettable result. However, making friends with Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning had given Yang Kai a chance to obtain the remaining half of the secret technique in the future, but that would have to wait until Yang Kai became stronger before he could do so. Time flew by, and as the trio hurried along, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. The journey was uneventful and uneventful. On this day, while Yang Kai was sitting atop his star shuttle, silently refining his golden blood threads and urging his artifact refining furnace, Dai Yuan, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped her star shuttle. Seeing this, Yang Kai also withdrew his divine sense and stood side by side with Yang Inflammation, staring forward with rapt attention. However, all they could see was a series of mountain ranges in front of them, nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that Colored Glass sect should be in this mountain range. Chapter 1269. We're almost there. 1,000 kilometers ahead of us is Colored Glass sect's headquarters, please follow me closely. Dai Yuan turned around and exhorted before immediately controlling her star shuttle to fly forward again, but this time she didn't fly very fast and would change direction from time to time, seemingly trying to avoid some kind of barrier. Yang Kai was well aware of this. After all, Colored Glass sect's influence wasn't small, so it was only natural for them to set up a barrier around their sect, not to mention they had the financial resources and strength to do so. However, after looking at Yang Yen a little and noticing the disdain that flashed across her face, Yang Kai immediately understood that the barrier around this sect was extremely fragile and she didn't put it in her eyes at all. Of course, this was only true for Yang Yen. Although Yang Kai could also perceive some subtle energy fluctuations nearby, he couldn't see anything too specific. If he wanted to crack this barrier, the only thing he could do was use brute force. 1,000 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so after half a stick of incense worth of time, the trio flew into the mountain range Yang Kai had seen before. Here, Dai Yuan seemed to become much more enthusiastic, treating Yang Kai as a guest and flying side by side with him, taking the initiative to explain, this is the Grand Crystal Mountain Range controlled by our Colored Glass sect. It stretches for 100,000 kilometers and contains no less than 1,000 large and small peaks. Depending on the geographical location and world energy density of each peak, most of them are inhabited by elders and disciples of different levels of strength and status. There are also some peaks that are vacant and used for other purposes. The center of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range is where most of our Colored Glass sect's disciples gather. Many disciples choose to exchange cultivation experiences, trade items with others, or take on some tasks from the sect. Of course, there are also some who issue their own tasks. I also heard that some of these disciples will look for suitable candidates here and then travel together. It seems to be quite interesting. When Dai Yuan spoke of this, a look of longing appeared on her face. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but when he saw the strange look on her face, he immediately understood that this woman, who seemed difficult to communicate with, seemed to be envious of others who could integrate into the life of a group. On top of that, inside Colored Glass sect, she was probably extremely lonely. Yang Kai felt a little sad but didn't say anything. Dai Yuan quickly restrained the look on her face and smiled. I live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Although it's not very lively, it's quite quiet, so it's not a bad place. Although Thousand Illusion Peak isn't big, it's enough for me to live alone. The world energy aura there isn't thin, so it can be considered a mid-level peak in the sect. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he stood high up in the sky, flying forward with Dai Yuan while looking around, taking in the scenery inside Colored Glass Sect. Along the way, the large and small mountain peaks all had traces of Colored Glass Sect's disciples. Some were cultivating martial skills, some were playing around, some were exchanging pointers with their fellow sect disciples, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Throughout the mountain peaks, magnificent buildings stood proudly, some exquisite, some magnificent, some grand, some grand, some grand, some magnificent, some exquisite, some grand, some magnificent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh to himself. Worthy of one of Shadowed Star's great forces, this kind of power was not something Dragon Cave Mountain could compare with. Although Dragon Cave Mountain's world energy aura was quite good and seemed to be thriving, compared to this grand Crystal Mountain range, it seemed a little petty. If Colored Glass Sect was so magnificent, what about the other more powerful sects on Shadowed Star? Yang Kai had not been to the Shadow Moon Hall, but he estimated it wouldn't be any worse. I heard that your noble sect has a mysterious 1,000 illusion Colored Glass Mountain. May I know where it is? Yang Kai asked casually. Since he had come here for Colored Glass Mountain, naturally he had to determine its location first. While asking, Yang Kai looked around but found nothing. There was nothing particularly special about the peaks in his line of sight, so 1,000 illusion Colored Glass Mountain shouldn't be here. Junior brother Yang actually knows about our Colored Glass Mountain? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Lady Dai Yuan must be joking. Although this Yang is a newcomer, the name of your noble sect's 1,000 illusion Colored Glass Mountain is so resounding that this Yang has heard a thing or two about it. I heard that this mysterious mountain is entirely composed of 1,000 illusion colored glass. Is that true? Hearing Yang Kai ask about Colored Glass Mountain, Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with a complicated look for some reason. After pondering for a while, she gently nodded, our sect's 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain is indeed made up of 1,000 illusion colored glass, and it is a single piece. Its weight cannot be estimated. Although 1,000 illusion colored glass is extremely precious, and everyone knows that our Colored Glass sect has such a treasure mountain, it is quite laughable that we can't even utilize 1/10,000th of its full potential, nor can we collect a large amount of 1,000 illusion colored glass. Only every few decades can we use some special methods to collect a small amount. This information was basically the same as what Yang Yun had told Yang Kai before, so Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Special methods to collect? Yang Kai asked casually. Dai Yuan showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems I've asked something I shouldn't have. Sister Dai Yuan, please pretend you didn't hear me." Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. It's not that Dai Yuan doesn't want to tell you, it's just that this method is classified as one of the sect's core secrets, so no one can disclose it. Once it is disclosed, the punishment will be unimaginable. I hope junior brother Yang can forgive me. It's fine, this Yang was rude. Seemingly because of this matter, Dai Yuan felt somewhat apologetic. After thinking about it for a moment, she said, 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain isn't this way, but if we take a detour, we can take a look at it from a distance. If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we take a trip there? She was obviously trying to make up for it, something Yang Kai couldn't ask for more, but on the surface, he still showed some hesitation and said, "Is there something wrong with this? 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain is your noble sect's supreme treasure. If doing this will cause Sister Dai Yuan any trouble, then there's no need to go. In any case, I was just curious and wanted to broaden my horizons, huh?" While Yang Kai was laughing dryly, Yang Inflammation quietly stood behind him and pinched him, clearly blaming Yang Kai. How could such a small action escape Dai Yuan's notice? Turning her beautiful eyes to Yang Inflammation with a smile, she said, "There's nothing wrong with it, it's just taking a look at it from a distance. Presumably, the martial uncles responsible for guarding it won't blame us. Brother Yang, please come with me." As he said this, he immediately changed direction and flew to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at Yang Inflammation before hurriedly following. Yang Inflammation stood in place and curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. The group of three had not flown far when they were suddenly greeted by several blue streaks of light that flew straight towards them. Not long after, these blue streaks of light appeared in front of Yang Inflammation and the others. They were 3 men and 2 women, their cultivations not high, only 2 saints and 3 transcendents. This kind of cultivation was certainly second to none in Tong Xian realm, but on Shadowed Star, it was nothing. After seeing Dai Yuan's face clearly, the 5 people couldn't help showing a trace of surprise, hurriedly cupping their fists and respectfully greeting. So it is Martial Ant Dai Yuan, disciples greet Martial Ant. Martial Ant. Hearing them address her as such, Yang Kai, who was standing behind them, couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. Although Dai Yuan was a disciple of the younger generation of Colored Glass sect, that was only when compared to the top origin returning realm masters. With her cultivation and realm, she was indeed qualified to be the martial ant of these 5 people. After exchanging greetings, the one who spoke began to look at Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. When he saw Yang Inflammation, he didn't show any expression, but after seeing Yang Kai, he actually showed a look of surprise. Are the 5 of you responsible for guarding this area? Dai Yuan nodded lightly and asked indifferently. Reporting to Martial Ant, the area 50 kilometers around here is the area the 5 of us are responsible for, the leading cultivator replied. The leading cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "May I ask Martial Uncle, these 2 they are my guests, you don't need to worry about them." If the elders ask, just answer like this. Yes. The leading cultivator didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately led the other 4 out of the way. Dai Yuan didn't say a word as she led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation past them. After the figures of Dai Yuan and the others disappeared, the 5 cultivators glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of surprise and doubt. Is that Martial Ant Dai Yuan who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak? A woman in a light yellow dress who looked to be in her 20s asked. Yes, it is the one who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak. Didn't I hear that she was an outstanding beauty? How did she, show? The cultivator in the lead suddenly glared fiercely at the woman, glancing around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he shouted, "You dare comment on this kind of thing at will? Do you not want to live anymore?" The woman's face paled, as if she had just remembered something and suddenly felt a little scared. The leading cultivator sighed slightly. You guys entered the sect relatively late, so there are some things you've only heard hearsay and can't be considered true. However, don't inquire about these things rashly. Who knows if you'll violate some taboo, and in the future you'll never be able to stand out in the sect, understood? Understood, the other 4 all nodded, showing looks of enlightenment on their faces. But Martial Ant Dai Yuan actually inviting a guest back is quite strange, the leading cultivator muttered to himself as he shook his head in confusion. One had to know that the one who lived on Thousand Illusion Peak never left the sect and rarely had any contact with others, let alone any sect disciple who was close to her, especially a male. For such a person to actually bring a male friend back, it was naturally suspicious. However, this was just a random thought. This kind of thing wasn't something he could ask too much about. He was just going to wait for the elders to ask about what had just happened and tell them the truth, then everything would be fine. Thinking so, he waved his hand and continued leading the other 4 cultivators to patrol the area. Chapter 1270. In front of him was a strange hill that was more than 600 feet tall. It was completely gray and barren, without a single blade of grass or tree, as if it was completely made up of gray rocks. This mountain was located in a valley surrounded by several other taller peaks. At first glance, this mountain didn't seem to have anything special about it, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that it was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. It was as if this mountain didn't exist at all and he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Not only that, but there was also an extremely strange power coming from inside this mountain that seemed to be trying to pull at his soul, giving him a terrifying feeling of being swallowed whole. So after releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai immediately withdrew it. Now, the three of them were standing a few thousand meters away from this mountain, staring at colored glass sect's most precious treasure. This is your noble sect's thousand illusion colored glass mountain? Yang Kai asked, his eyes flashing a strange light. And, this is thousand illusion colored glass mountain. Huh, I've let brother Yang see a joke. Thousand illusion colored glass mountain's reputation is indeed resounding, but most of the time, it looks like this, very inconspicuous and not consistent with the rumors. So many guests who come here often feel that its reputation is not as good as its reputation. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and explained softly. Most of the time? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Thousand illusion colored glass itself has an unpredictable and mysterious ability. What we see now is probably just one of its forms. Yang Yen Yun, who had not spoken until now, suddenly interjected. Dai Yuan looked at her in surprise and nodded. It seems that Sister Yang Yen knows a lot about our colored glass mountain. And this inconspicuous state is indeed just one of its forms. Sometimes, it will release a myriad of lights on its own, making this mountain look like something that doesn't belong in this world. It's extremely beautiful, and sometimes it will even change its size, making it very strange. So there's such a thing. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The corners of Yang Yen Yun's mouth twitched indifferently. He didn't explain much, but casually said, "The spirit array you set up here is quite amazing. It has the effect of suppressing chalk pressure, right?" Dai Yuan heard this and gently nodded, and, it does have a suppressing effect. Although Colored Glass Mountain is located in our Colored Glass sect, we can't do anything about it, so we can only suppress it here. Otherwise, with its strange ability to transform, it might transform into something else and cause us to lose it. Saying so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "Good, we can't stay here any longer. The several martial uncles guarding Colored Glass Mountain have already discovered us. If we stay here any longer, they may come up to question us. Let's go." Yang Kai also felt it. Since the three of them arrived here, several divine senses belonging to Origin returning realm masters had swept over them from different directions, but these divine senses were only probing for a brief moment and did not take any further action. As such, Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Dai Yuan turned around and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai and Yang Yenyun following closely behind. The two exchanged a glance, Yang Yen nodding lightly while Yang Kai shot a look of understanding. It seemed that the spirit array here wouldn't be able to stop the stone mongoose's invasion. As long as they reached Dai Yuan's Thousand Illusion Peak and found an opportunity to release the stone mongoose, they could just sit back and wait for the harvest to come. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what Yang Yen wanted the Thousand Illusion colored glass to refine or what was so amazing about it, seeing how Colored Glass sect treated this strange hill so seriously, how could Yang Kai not understand its value? Along the way, they encountered many Colored Glass sect disciples, but Yang Kai found one very strange thing. When these Colored Glass sect disciples saw Dai Yuan, they all showed very complex expressions. Some were filled with dread, some were frightened, some were sympathetic, and so on. What's more, almost every Colored Glass sect disciple recognized Dai Yuan. This made Yang Kai very concerned. After all, according to Dai Yuan's personality, she rarely interacted with others, yet her name was so resounding in Colored Glass sect. Inferring from the expressions of these people, Yang Kai secretly felt that Dai Yuan had some kind of story in Colored Glass sect. Following Dai Yuan, Yang Kai flew through the Grand Crystal Mountain range for about half an hour before the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the distance. Seeing this 1,000-meter tall mountain peak in the distance, Dai Yuan's tense expression finally relaxed, as if she had just returned home. Enthusiastically pointing to the mountain peak, she introduced it to Yang Kai. "That is the 1,000 Illusion Peak I live in. It's a simple and crude place, so I hope junior brother Yang and sister Yang Yen don't mind." Sister Dai Yuan is too polite. Yang Kai laughed and flew towards the mountain peak with her. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there was no one here. It seemed that Dai Yuan was the only one living in this 1,000 Illusion Peak, not even a single maidservant. Not long after, the three of them landed on a plank road halfway up 1,000 Illusion Peak. This plank road was extremely narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Moreover, it was built close to the mountain wall and looked very unstable. As one walked on it, the plank road swayed slightly, as if it could collapse at any time. Of course, Yang Kai and Yang Yen didn't care about this and simply enjoyed the scenery as they walked. It had to be said that although this Thousand Illusion Peak was located in a remote location, the scenery was indeed quite good. Everywhere, there were birds chirping, flowers blooming, and the temperature was moderate. On top of that, the world energy here wasn't thin, even slightly better than Dragon Cave Mountain. If such a place could only be considered above average in colored glass sect, what kind of scenery would the best mountain peak be like? Yang Kai also remembered the ancient sect ruins in the fourth layer of the Lu Yen sand field. Presumably, the world energy there would be even richer, right? The plank road wasn't long, and after a short while, the three of them arrived at the end of the road. At the end of the road was a stone wall. This stone wall was smooth without the slightest bump, as if it had been carved open by some kind of sharp weapon. Arriving here, Dai Yuan stood still. Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. Yang Yen, on the other hand, seemed to notice something and whispered, "There is a spirit array here that opens the stone wall and allows us to enter. It's quite exquisite and seems to have been created by some kind of spirit array grandmaster." Yang Yen didn't deliberately lower her voice when she spoke, so Dai Yuan turned around and smiled. "Sister Yang Yen seems to be very proficient in spirit arrays. If you don't mind, feel free to study them. In any case, no one usually comes to my Thousand Illusion Peak, so they won't disturb you." Seeing that Yang Yen had taken the initiative to speak twice along the way, both times it was related to spirit arrays, so Dai Yuan naturally understood that she was interested in them. So, Dai Yuan immediately expressed goodwill to Yang Yen and sold a favor to Yang Kai. Yang Yen didn't comment nor answer, but Dai Yuan didn't show the slightest embarrassment. Suddenly, a jade pendant appeared in her hand, and after pouring her Saint Chi into it, she tossed it forward. A strange scene appeared. The jade pendant transformed into a ray of green light that shot into the smooth stone wall and disappeared. Soon after, a soft buzzing sound was emitted. A stone platform appeared in front of the smooth stone wall. Behind the stone platform was a tunnel that led to the interior of the mountain. Fluorescent light flickered within the tunnel, making it not appear dark at all. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yen, please come in." Dai Yuan smiled slightly before leaping up and landing on the stone platform. Seeing this, Yang Kai also jumped up and looked into the depths of the corridor, secretly wondering if he should ask Yang Yen to arrange a similar spirit array, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided it was unnecessary and shook his head. Just as Dai Yuan was about to lead Yang Kai and Yang Yen into the mountainous region, her figure suddenly paused and she turned her head to look towards the distant sky. Soon, her face became cold and gloomy as a look of displeasure filled her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also followed her gaze and saw a blue streak of light rapidly approaching them. It was obvious that someone was flying towards them on a star shuttle. Yang Kai's divine sense was amazing, so after a brief investigation, he was able to determine who the owner of this star shuttle was, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yen, please wait a moment, someone has come to find me." Dai Yuan smiled reluctantly and stood in place, waiting quietly. A moment later, the azure streak of light arrived directly in front of the stone platform. The person standing atop the star shuttle laughed before saying anything, her voice like a sweet silver bell. This woman was also an outstanding beauty with a graceful figure and a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed capable of sucking in one's soul, exuding an infinite charm. Coupled with her pleasant laughter, it was truly a sight to behold, causing one's eyes to light up involuntarily. In Su Dai. The person who had suddenly appeared here turned out to be the most famous disciple of colored glass sect, In Su Dai. Yang Kai had met this woman several times, so naturally recognized her. Moreover, judging from Lu Yan's trip to the desert, it seemed that she and Dai Yuan were not on good terms. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come here now. Moreover, her timing was a bit too coincidental. Dai Yuan had just returned to Thousand Illusion Peak when Yin Su Dai had rushed over. Obviously she had received some kind of news. Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes flickered, as if there were thousands of words that she wanted to say, a look that was enough to drive any man crazy. Her eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before immediately turning to Dai Yuan and saying, "Senior sister, you're back?" Dai Yuan didn't give her any good looks though, still wearing a sullen expression as she asked, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Yin Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Although this is Thousand Illusion Peak, it is also the sect's property. As the most outstanding core disciple of this generation of the sect, with the exception of a few restricted areas, I can naturally go anywhere. Moreover, when Junior Sister heard that Senior Sister had returned, Junior Sister immediately ran over to greet you, fearing that Junior Sister would be unhappy. Could it be that Senior Sister wants to blame Junior Sister? As she spoke, an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on her face. It really made people feel pity for her and their hearts ache. It was as if even if she had done something extremely wrong, it was difficult and even more unbearable to hold her accountable. Chapter 1271. Bewitching Technique. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. This was the first time he had learned that Yin Su Dai was actually using a bewitching technique, and one that seemed to be quite proficient in. No wonder every time he saw her, she would always exude an infinite charm. It turned out that this woman was actually using a bewitching technique. Hearing Yin Su Dai say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face sank as she shouted, "Did you have someone monitor me?" Yin Su Dai brushed her hair carelessly and chuckled, "Senior Sister, what are you saying? Junior Sister is simply concerned about Senior Sister. Last time, Senior Sister left without saying goodbye and no one knew where she had gone. Even Honored Master didn't know, so Junior Sister has been keeping an eye out for any news about Senior Sister. Just now, I heard a message saying that Senior Sister has returned safely. This is good news. Not only is Junior Sister happy, but Honored Master is also very happy and wants to see you." Honored Master. A complicated look flashed across Dai Yuan's face, as if she was no longer in the mood to argue with Yin Su Dai, instead saying, "Why didn't you stay on 100 Butterfly Peak and instead came here to talk about this? Then what else do you want me to say?" Yin Su Dai's expression became gloomy, but suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. "Right, there is another good thing I want to share with Senior Sister. Honored Master is currently asking Grandmaster Shao to refine an origin condensing pill, and although 2 furnaces have already been ruined, Grandmaster Shao said that the next one should be 80% successful. When that time comes, Junior Sister may enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm and won't have time to visit Senior Sister. If Senior Sister is feeling lonely, how about Junior Sister arrange for a few maids to accompany you?" Yin Su Dai smiled innocently, as if she was really thinking about Dai Yuan, her sisterly sentiments clearly showing. However, anyone could hear the slight smugness in her words. "An origin condensing pill." Dai Yuan nodded indifferently. "Then I must congratulate Junior Sister. And this is all thanks to Senior Sister finding a few stalks of emerald silk grass in Lu Yan's desert, otherwise it would have been impossible to refine an origin condensing pill. Junior Sister was not so lucky and was unable to find even a single stalk of emerald silk grass, ha." Yin Su Dai shook her head and sighed, seemingly very upset. A sneer appeared on Dai Yuan's face, not caring that the emerald silk grass she had worked so hard to find had been used on Yin Su Dai, instead saying, Junior Sister, Senior. If there's nothing else, Junior Sister, please return. Since you're preparing to break through to the origin returning stage, you naturally need to make some preparations. Otherwise, if you fail, you will have let down Master's efforts. Junior Sister, Senior, say, Senior like Senior to Senior Sister S Senior, Sue's Senior. Senior Sister has a guest to entertain, so she won't accompany you. Dai Yuan ignored the ugly look on Yin Su Dai's face and ordered her to leave. However, Yin Su Dai had no intention of leaving at all. Seeing that her attempts to bully Dai Yuan had no effect, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "This little brother looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Yang Kai's expression froze. He had not expected that he would be involved in the internal dispute between this senior sister and junior sister as soon as he arrived at Colored Glass Sect, but he didn't care and simply grinned. Senior sister Een and I have indeed met a few times, but this one has admired senior sister Een for a long time. It's just that this one is not well known, so senior sister Een may not have noticed. When Een Su Dai heard this, a bright smile bloomed on her face as she giggled, very satisfied with Yang Kai's flattery. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, frowned as she shot a strange look towards Yang Kai. As for Yang Yun, he just stood in place, not saying anything or doing anything, as if he didn't exist. I remember now. You should be with that Wei Guchang. How come you also know senior sister? Een Su Dai's voice suddenly became soft. Others who heard this didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but Yang Kai suddenly felt his blood flow accelerate and a soft whisper seemed to reach his ears, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheeks, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. I met her in Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai nodded and replied cooperatively. So that's how it is, but since senior sister was able to invite you back as a guest, it seems your relationship with senior sister isn't shallow. Een Su Dai said in a roundabout manner, but before Yang Kai could answer, she smiled again, her eyes flashing a strange light, exuding a strange charm that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings as she said, "If little brother doesn't mind, why don't you come visit my 100 Butterfly Peak sometime? Although my 100 Butterfly Peak isn't close to here, it has its own unique charm, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly glazed over as his face flushed abnormally, seemingly unconsciously nodding, Good, this one couldn't ask for more. As he spoke, saliva seemed to be dripping from the corners of his mouth as a disgusting look of lust appeared on his face. Een Su Dai. Dai Yuan suddenly shouted, knowing that Yang Kai should have been affected by her junior sister's beguiling technique. Pushing her Saint Chi madly, she wore a menacing look on her face, as if she would attack Een Su Dai if she didn't withdraw her beguiling technique. What's the matter? Een Su Dai looked at Dai Yuan innocently, her incorporeal charm surging towards Yang Kai even more fiercely. At that moment, Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out 2 hot blasts and he seemed to involuntarily rush forward, inexplicably arriving in front of Een Su Dai. Immediately, under the dumbfounded gazes of Een Su Dai and Dai Yuan, Yang Kai grabbed both of Een Su Dai's jade hands. For a moment, fiercely. It was as if Yang Kai had grasped the most important thing in his life and was unwilling to let go again. At the same time, his eyes flashed a terrifying fiery light and the temperature of his body rose significantly. Een Su Dai was stunned on the spot while Dai Yuan was also dumbfounded. The moment Yang Kai rushed over, whether it was Dai Yuan or Een Su Dai, both of them wanted to stop him, but neither of them knew why. By the time the 2 women recovered, Yang Kai had already grabbed both of Een Su Dai's hands. Feeling the sharp pain in her hands and seeing the crazed look in the eyes of this ugly man in front of her, Een Su Dai was both shocked and angered, pushing her Saint Chi fiercely, but in the next moment, she calmed down, her eyes becoming watery as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "You hurt me, ah?" Yang Kai was startled, a look of guilt filling his face, but his 2 big hands were still firmly holding onto Een Su Dai. No matter how hard she tried to pull, she was unable to break free. While feeling her delicate and soft hands, Yang Kai blushed and said, "It doesn't hurt, I have time now, how about we go to 100 Butterfly Peak now? In any case, your senior sister has nothing to do here, so there's no need to stay." Ha! Een Su Dai laughed dryly. Although she couldn't wait to slap Yang Kai away, she had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. The inexplicable light in her eyes became faster and faster as she stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes. "Didn't you just invite me to come with you? What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai began to urge her, seemingly impatient to return to 100 Butterfly Peak with her. Seeing this, Een Su Dai's expression changed and she was no longer willing to delay, pushing her Saint Chi to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yin Su Dai's figure flickered and reappeared a few dozen meters away, hiding her two small hands in her sleeves, making it impossible to see what they were like. But it was obvious that after being seduced by Yang Kai for a while, Yin Su Dai's expression was definitely not pleasant. Staring coldly at Yang Kai, who seemed to still be immersed in her seduction technique, Yin Su Dai's expression became gloomy. However, a figure flashed and Dai Yuan appeared in front of Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Junior sister, please return." Yin Su Dai grit her teeth and took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling in an exaggerated manner, showing off her enchanting curves as she snorted, "Senior sister, don't forget to pay respects to honored master, she has always been thinking about you. Junior sister will take her leave now." Saying so, Yin Su Dai's phoenix eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed across them as she stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of her soul, stomped her foot, and flew off on her star shuttle. After she was 10 kilometers away from Thousand Illusion Peak, Yin Su Dai took her hands out of her sleeves and examined them under her eyelids, her beautiful face going pale with anger. Her flawless jade-like hands were now covered in bruises. Yin Su Dai didn't know where that smelly man had obtained such brute strength, nor did he understand the concept of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. This time, she had gone for wool and come home shorn, causing Yin Su Dai's lungs to explode. Secretly hating Yang Kai in her heart, she planned to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. On the stone platform of Thousand Illusion Peak, a group of 3 stood there. Yang Inflammation and Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai's back while Yang Kai stared in the direction Yin Su Dai disappeared, a look of regret filling his face. After a while, Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head. Turning around, he saw the 2 women staring at him and asked in amazement, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? You didn't fall for her seduction technique?" If Dai Yuan still couldn't tell, she would have wasted her many years of experience. At this moment, Yang Kai's demeanor was completely different from before and his eyes were clear and bright. Seduction technique? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer, she used it on the wrong person. Then why did you? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed a complicated light as she shook her head and laughed, "Your courage is really big, actually taking advantage of her. If she had seen through it on the spot, she definitely wouldn't have let you off." "Didn't she not see through it?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Thank you." Dai Yuan suddenly showed a look of gratitude and sincerely thanked him. She knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai not being able to stand watching Yin Su Dai humiliate her, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai waved his hand and snorted, "No need, she attacked me first, I was just fighting back." The grievances of other senior sisters, Yang Kai was too lazy to intervene. This time, his main purpose for coming here was to obtain Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Helping Dai Yuan was just a pretense, but Yin Su Dai had recklessly used her seduction technique on him. If this weren't colored glass sect, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her off so easily. Chapter 1272. Dai Yuan smiled and asked meaningfully, "How does it feel?" Yang Kai's face blushed as he chuckled, not bad at all. "Worthy of being one of Shadowed Star's famous beauties, your skin is delicate and well-maintained." Seeing Yang Kai really talk about this, Dai Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and snorted lightly before no longer talking about it, leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation into the mountain corridor. After entering the corridor, Dai Yuan placed her hand on the stone wall and circulated her Saint Chi, summoning the jade pendant that had flown in before. Immediately after, the hole in the stone wall closed silently. "Please follow me," Dai Yuan beckoned from the front before leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation through the mountain corridor. After walking for about 1,000 meters, a huge cave suddenly appeared. It covered an area of about 1,000 meters and seemed to have been hollowed out from the inside of Thousand Illusion Peak. The inside of this cave was extremely empty, without the slightest trace of man-made carvings. Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that this cave was actually naturally formed, not artificially excavated. Above the cave, there were several thick and thin dark red pillars hanging upside down, like sharp cones that could fall down at any moment, making for an extremely dangerous sight. At the bottom of the karst cave, there were also many lava pillars, making the entire karst cave look like a messy stone forest, confusing and complicated. A natural spirit array. After Yang Yen swept her eyes over these molten pillars, she suddenly let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she stood there, not wanting to leave. Sure enough, I can't hide from Sister Yang Inflammation's eyes. Dai Yuan also stopped and turned back to look at Yang Inflammation with some admiration before explaining, there is indeed a natural spirit array in this cave on Thousand Illusion Peak, but it only has a somewhat hallucinatory effect and doesn't have much power. Yang Inflammation continued to look around for a while before asking, did someone change the natural spirit array here? It was one of the people who used to live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Dai Yuan thought of something and her eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued, that person had some understanding of spirit arrays, so they changed the natural spirit array here so that it not only has a hallucinatory effect but also has the ability to repel enemies. Can I go in and take a look? Yang Inflammation asked, seemingly very interested in this natural spirit array. Nonsense. Yang Kai scolded Yang Inflammation with a straight face. No matter what, this was Dai Yuan's secluded home, so how could a spirit array set up outside be casually inspected? This could easily become a taboo. Dai Yuan smiled faintly and said, Junior Brother Yang, there is no need to say that. Since Sister Yang Inflammation has dabbled in spirit arrays, it is normal for her to be interested. After all, natural spirit arrays are quite rare and difficult to create. If Sister Yang Inflammation wants to enter, of course you can, but I am not very proficient in this spirit array. Since the senior who used to live here passed away, although I have taken over this spirit array, I am unable to do anything about it. All I know is that there is a safe way in and out. If Sister Yang Inflammation can crack this spirit array, explore its essence, and teach it to me, Dai Yuan will be grateful to Sister Yang Inflammation. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. Since Dai Yuan intended to borrow the power of Yang Inflammation, he could no longer stop her, simply turning to Yang Inflammation and asking, can I? Yang Inflammation curled her lips but did not answer, instead wrapping herself in her black robe and disappearing into the lava pillars. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability, which made him very angry. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, saw Yang Inflammation's confident performance and her eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it. Let's go, don't worry about her. In any case, this place is already your territory, she will naturally come out after studying it. Yang Kai smiled helplessly at Dai Yuan. Good, Dai Yuan naturally had no objections and continued to lead Yang Kai through the lava pillars. Not long after, the two of them passed through the cave and entered another mountain tunnel. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a stone room. As soon as he entered this stone room, Yang Kai's expression shook. He found that there were many fragrances of pills and herbs here, and inside the stone room, there were 5 or 6 large and small alchemy furnaces. Only then did he remember that Dai Yuan was also an alchemist. Wei Guchang had mentioned this before in Lu Yen Sand Field. The reason why Dai Yuan knew so much about the red candle fruit was because she was an alchemist. However, since she had requested this from him, her alchemy level shouldn't be too high. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Junior Brother Yang must be joking, I'm afraid Dai Yuan's place can't even enter Junior Brother's eyes, Dai Yuan said with a smile. You're too kind, young lady has a completely different world here. It's much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai laughed. Junior Brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly called out softly, staring straight at him with her beautiful eyes. Are there really Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world? Yang Kai glanced at her and suddenly discovered that many people on Shadowed Star seemed to be interested in the outside world. He had heard similar questions being asked more than once or twice. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded and said, there are indeed Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world. Although I have never seen one, I have heard of them. There are also Origin King grade artifact refiners and Origin King realm masters. There is also the Star Master. Star Master. Dai Yuan raised her brow, the legendary powerful cultivator who can refine a star's source and become its Star Master? But there should be very few such people. I heard that refining a star's source is extremely dangerous, and even Origin King realm masters do not dare attempt it easily, otherwise, their soul may be destroyed. Is that so? Dai Yuan smiled when she heard this and immediately said cheerfully, if there is an opportunity, Dai Yuan would like to consult Junior Brother Yang about the outside world. I hope Junior Brother Yang will not refuse. Good, when the time comes, this one will definitely tell you the truth. Yang Kai agreed readily. Although he didn't know much about the star field, he was still someone who had come from the outside world, so his understanding of Shadowed Star was much deeper than the people here, so it wasn't a problem for him to talk about these things. Dai Yuan didn't ask any more questions and instead arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room before asking Yang Kai to rest for a few days while she went to pay her respects to her honored master. After all, when she left Colored Glass Sect last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now Yin Su Dai had come to inform her that her honored master wanted to see her, so she naturally couldn't keep her honored master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Dai Yuan left Thousand Illusion Peak and turned into a blue streak of light, disappearing into the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation, a light flashing across them as a sly look appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the stone mongoose, standing there and looking at Yang Kai innocently, seemingly waiting for his instructions. Do you know what you're going to do? Yang Kai asked. The stone mongoose tilted its head and thought for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll tell you the location. Remember, if there's any danger or if you're discovered, return immediately and don't alarm anyone. Yang Kai carefully exhorted before stretching out his finger and touching the stone mongoose's forehead. A green light appeared on his fingertip and entered the stone mongoose's head. This green light contained a strand of Yang Kai's divine sense and clearly contained the location of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. Since Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was the supreme treasure of Colored Glass Sect, the spirit arrays protecting it would definitely be extremely powerful. Although Yang Kai was confident in the stone mongoose's safety, there was always a possibility, which was why he had warned it so seriously. He didn't want to lose a partner like the stone mongoose just because he stole a bit of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass. Since the stone mongoose was born, it had always been conscientious and diligent, a role model for hard-working people. Where else could he find such a good assistant? After the green light containing Yang Kai's divine sense entered the stone mongoose's head, it quickly disappeared. The stone mongoose stood in place in a daze, seemingly digesting the information contained in the divine sense. After a while, its eyes rolled around and it silently shook its body, causing a small hole to appear in the ground and the stone mongoose to disappear. By the time Yang Kai noticed it, it was already 1,000 meters underground, and after pausing for a moment, it flew off in the direction of the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain at a high speed. The stone mongoose was born with a special ability, so the earth could not hinder its movements. After releasing the stone mongoose, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed out the small hole in the ground, making it impossible to see anything wrong with it from the outside. Only then did he return to meditating. Speaking of which, Yang Kai still didn't know why Dai Yuan had invited him here, but with Dai Yuan's personality, she probably wouldn't ask him to do anything too difficult. If there really was something difficult, Yang Kai could refuse. In any case, his main purpose for coming here had been achieved. All he needed to do now was wait for the stone mongoose to return. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately settled down. For 3 days, Yang Kai didn't see any trace of Dai Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation appeared like a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement, seemingly having gained a lot from studying the natural spirit array outside. Yang Kai didn't ask too much because even if he did, he wouldn't understand, so he simply ignored her. Dai Yuan still hadn't returned, so Young Inflammation went to a nearby room to rest. After waiting for another 2 days in Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai suddenly saw Dai Yuan appear. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that Dai Yuan seemed to be very tired, her expression somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously the result of crying. Even though she was forcing herself to smile, it was impossible to erase the sadness hidden in her brow. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to her that caused her to become like this, but he could imagine that it had something to do with her honored master. After all, Dai Yuan had gone to see her honored master and returned 5 days later, yet she had undergone such a drastic change. Chapter 1273. After Dai Yuan returned, the first thing she did was visit Yang Inflammation, and after receiving a token, her mood immediately improved. This was because Yang Inflammation had not only cracked the natural spirit array outside her secluded home but had also made some changes to it, making it more complete and usable. Not only had its power increased by 30%, but it had also gained several new transformations. This made Dai Yuan very happy, but at the same time, she was secretly surprised by Yang Inflammation's skill with the spirit array. After this incident, the relationship between her and Yang Inflammation seemed to have become much more harmonious, to the point where they even called each other sisters. This made Yang Kai very confused. He only felt that a woman's heart was like a needle in the sea, unpredictable and unpredictable. When the two of them were hurrying on their way, they were like taciturn gourds, not speaking for a month, but now, just because of a spirit array, they were incomparably intimate. Men were not like this. After she returned, Yang Kai naturally began to ask her what she needed his help with, but Dai Yuan still hesitated and only asked Yang Kai to wait a few more days while she made some preparations. When the time came, she would naturally tell him the truth. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai no longer forced her and simply waited quietly. A few days later, Yang Kai was meditating inside his stone room, cultivating his demon blood threads while pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace in front of him. Inside this artifact refining furnace, a crimson firebird was tumbling about, constantly spraying out pure and rich fire energy from its beak to burn the dragon bone and dragon bead inside the artifact refining furnace. Although it took a long time to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, as long as Yang Kai had time, he would actively stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the refining process. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen after the dragon bone and dragon bead were refined. Just as he was urging his Saint Qi, a knock suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his eyes, and after pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace again, he took a deep breath and calmed his Saint Qi. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and summoned the artifact refining furnace back into his body before standing up, walking over to the stone door, and opening it. Dai Yuan simply stood there, but for some reason, she seemed to be a little worried about her gains and losses. When she felt a wave of heat in the room, she looked at Yang Kai in surprise, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was refining pills, but there was no pill or medicinal fragrance in the air, which made her feel a little strange. Not caring about this, Dai Yuan asked softly, "Can I come in?" Yang Kai nodded, stepped aside, and waited for Dai Yuan to enter before closing the door and sitting down on a stone bench in the room, taking the initiative to ask, "Is everything ready?" Dai Yuan bit her red lips lightly and nodded lightly. "Then let's begin." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "But before that, shouldn't Sister Dai Yuan tell me what you want me to help you with and how I should do it?" "I'm here to tell you this." Dai Yuan glanced over at him, her eyes watery and her cheeks blushing a deep shade of red. This made Yang Kai quite surprised, wondering what kind of embarrassing matter Dai Yuan was going to say that would cause her to show such a reaction. Dai Yuan sat there, seemingly a little restless, her two small hands unconsciously twisting together. After a long silence, she grit her teeth and said, "Actually, I asked junior brother Yang to come here to detoxify my poison." "Detoxify?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Sister Dai Yuan is poisoned?" "I really can't tell what kind of poison Sister Dai Yuan is suffering from, but if it is convenient, please tell me, perhaps I will know how to refine that detoxification pill. There is no detoxification pill for my poison. Dai Yuan heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. Oh. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. When Dai Yuan had invited him to Dragon Cave Mountain, she had indeed said that her request was related to alchemy, and now that she was talking about detoxification, that was indeed the case. However, Dai Yuan saying that there was no detoxification pill for her poison meant that this poison was definitely extraordinary, so Yang Kai naturally paid some attention to it. Perhaps it was because he was an alchemist, but as long as it was related to herbs and pills, Yang Kai wanted to learn more about them. What I'm suffering from is thousand illusion-colored glass. Dai Yuan's words were shocking, her expression serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. Thousand illusion-colored glass. Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't thousand illusion-colored glass your noble sex supreme treasure? Furthermore, I've heard that it's a peculiar refining material that doesn't possess any toxicity. How did you get poisoned by this thing, and how did you get infected? Yang Kai was extremely curious because what Dai Yuan was saying was simply too incredible. Although he didn't know much about thousand illusion-colored glass, he knew that this artifact refining material wasn't poisonous. Thousand illusion-colored glass really isn't poisonous. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly after hearing this, reaching out and brushing her hair behind her ear as she asked in a low voice, "But what if I swallowed it raw?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared straight at Dai Yuan, his eyes narrowing. "Junior brother Yang doesn't need to doubt me. I really did swallow thousand illusion-colored glass raw and have been doing so for many years now. Ever since I entered the Saint Realm, I have been taking it." Dai Yuan smiled lightly. How could such a thing happen? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This woman had actually swallowed an artifact refining material. Wasn't that the same as courting death? Who in their right mind would take such a thing? Even if she didn't want to live, she wouldn't do such a thing. Naturally, there is a reason why I took it. Dai Yuan seemed to know that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, so she wasn't surprised at all, because the secret art I cultivate is called the thousand illusion-colored glass art. This secret art was created by my colored glass sect's ancestral founder based on Colored Glass Mountain. Almost every generation of Colored Glass sect's disciple must cultivate this secret art, and this generation's person is me. In order to cultivate this secret art, one must take thousand illusion-colored glass. Heh heh, such a strange secret art, it doesn't seem to be anything good, Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. But for the sect, this secret art is indispensable. Thousand Illusion Peak has always been used as a residence for those who cultivate this secret art, which is why it has such a name. The previous person who lived here also cultivated this secret art? Yang Kai was surprised. And on top of that, I grew up with her and she taught me this secret art. She can be considered my true master. And her end? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She shouldn't have had a good ending, right? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan seemed to recall something and her face immediately dimmed. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, Dai Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "That's her fate. Since she chose this path, she shouldn't complain." However, after cultivating this secret art, before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she won't be able to use the full power of this secret art. Otherwise, the poison will gradually deepen and eventually become impossible to expel. On top of that, the road to advancement is fraught with dangers. This was the experience of the previous person who sacrificed her life. If I want to break through to the origin returning realm, I must rely on junior brother Yang's strength to resolve the colored glass poison that has accumulated in my body over the years. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Yang Kai nodded lightly, understanding why Dai Yuan had come all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to beg him for help. However, Dai Yuan had said that before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she wouldn't be able to use the full power of this secret art. It seemed that the last time he saw Dai Yuan fight, she hadn't used her full strength. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and looked at Dai Yuan in surprise. the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art you cultivate wouldn't be related to the collection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, right? Colored glass sect needed someone to cultivate such a dangerous secret art in every generation, so unless it was for some particularly important reason, they certainly wouldn't do such a thing. For the most important reason for colored glass sect, Yang Kai could only associate it with the collection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. But after hearing Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan's complexion changed and she quickly waved her hand. Junior brother Yang, you can't say that. Ah, am I right? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly but didn't deny it, nodding. I cultivate the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art precisely because I need to collect 1,000 illusion-colored glass. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Since the last senior who lived here fell, no one in the sect has been able to collect 1,000 illusion-colored glass, and I can only do so after reaching the origin returning realm. This is one of the sect's biggest secrets. You can only speak of it in front of me, but you can't tell anyone else, otherwise, you will definitely be in trouble. I know. Yang Kai nodded quickly. His unintentional words had actually exposed the sect's secret, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. However, since Dai Yuan was so important to colored glass sect, why was she being neglected here? Shouldn't she be provided with the best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment, and the best guidance from a senior? It seemed that there were some other secrets he didn't know about. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The last senior who lived here was also a genius. She summarized the experiences and performances of many seniors who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art and finally came up with a very safe way to resolve colored glass poison. Once it was successful, I would no longer need to fear colored glass poison. I am deeply grateful to her for her help, but unfortunately, by the time she came up with this method, the poison had already penetrated her body and she was unable to resolve it herself, Dai Yuan explained with a gloomy expression. Is this method useful to me? Yang Kai asked. It requires the assistance of an origin-grade alchemist, and this alchemist must also be skilled and have perfect control over the fusion of various medicinal efficacies. From what I can see, the pills junior brother Yang has refined before are all the best of the best, a few of them even nearly forming pill veins. I think this requirement is absolutely not a problem for you. Chapter 1274. Although he had received Dai Yuan's praise, Yang Kai was still somewhat puzzled. Although his control of the medicinal efficacies was quite good, the 5 origin-grade alchemists from Medicine King's Valley weren't bad either. After all, they were all quite old, so why had Dai Yuan asked him for help instead of medicine pill sex alchemists? There must be some unknown reason for this. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to ask because he knew Dai Yuan would definitely tell him later. Seeing Yang Kai listening attentively, Dai Yuan smiled and continued, if it was just finding such an alchemist, it wouldn't have been difficult. The difficult part would have been gathering the materials needed for the detoxification method. Oh. What kind of materials would you need to gather? Yang Kai asked. There are many materials, but after years of searching by the previous senior who lived here, he managed to gather 90% of them. Even the Een Pond, which was the most difficult to find, was found by that senior, and after expending a great deal of effort, he was able to move it back to 1,000 Illusion Peak. The reason I asked junior brother Yang to come with me is because this Een Pond cannot be taken away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to work so hard. Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally understanding why Dai Yuan insisted that he come with her to colored glass sect. However, Een Ponds were extremely rare and would only appear in places with dense Een Qi and Ghost Qi. Although they were useless to most cultivators, for those who cultivated Een and evil secret arts, Een Ponds were their favorite treasures because the pure Een Qi in them was enough to rapidly increase the strength of any cultivator who cultivated such a secret art. Yang Kai had only heard about them and had never had a chance to see one with his own eyes. Because 1,000 illusion-colored glass is not restrained by the 5 elements. So, if one wants to expel the colored glass poison, they must have something like a Een Pond. Then, condensing the medicinal efficacies of countless herbs, fusing them into the Een Pond's water, and using the Yin Pond's water as a guide, they will have a chance to expel the colored glass poison, Dai Yuan explained softly. Yang Kai nodded as he listened. With his alchemy skills and knowledge, although he didn't understand the inner workings of this method, it should be correct. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, since that senior was able to find the Yin Pond, why didn't she take it? She even moved it back to Thousand Illusion Peak. So why didn't she detoxify it in the end? She still lacks one last thing, Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. What she lacks is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai's spirit shook. The blood-invigorating mushroom, the one that can be used to refine the blood mushroom pill? Hearing this, Yang Kai's faces. Yang Kai, of course. Yes. The invigorating mushroom, Dai Yuan gently nodding. With a flip of her hand, an exquisite wooden box suddenly appeared in her palm. She then opened the wooden box. Opening it, she took out a small piece of mushroom the size of a baby's fist. Not only did it look strange, but it was also red in color. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if there was blood flowing through it, but it also exuded a pungent smell. Yang Kai took it with a dignified expression, gently stroking it with his hand, carefully examining it for a while before nodding. Yes, this is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Its medicinal age is at least 3,000 years, and it seems to have been picked not long ago. Did you obtain this from Lu Yen Sand Field? Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from junior brother Yang, Dai Yuan smiled faintly. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. It was also thanks to junior brother Yang's blessing that this blood-invigorating mushroom was a harvest I obtained in the 4th layer of Lu Yen Sand Field. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought to himself, Dai Yuan's luck really wasn't bad. In the 4th layer, the number of precious treasures was extremely low. Yang Kai had only managed to obtain a few strings of fine purple jade fruit, but Dai Yuan was actually able to find a blood-invigorating mushroom. What's more, this was exactly what she desperately needed. It seemed that after he left, Dai Yuan had spent a lot of effort searching for this blood-invigorating mushroom, and the reason she wanted to follow him to the 4th layer was probably because she wanted to find this blood-invigorating mushroom. Finally, she was able to achieve her goal. What do you want to do with this blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai closed the lid of the box and handed it back to her before asking. Dai Yuan fell silent, gently rubbing the wooden box in her hand a few times before sighing softly. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Although this method of detoxification was created and left behind by the previous senior who lived here, she wasn't 100% certain it would succeed because the 1000 illusion-colored glass poison has already penetrated deep into my body, so if I were to try to expel it, it would inevitably cause me to lose a great deal of vitality. It is not impossible for me to die, but this blood-invigorating mushroom is the only way to preserve that slim chance of survival. Yang Kai frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to refine it into a blood mushroom pill? Blood mushroom pill. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. Since junior brother Yang is an alchemist, it's not that you don't understand the grade of the blood mushroom pill. It is an origin grade high-rank pill, not something the alchemists of Shadowed Star can refine. If this were the outside world where junior brother Yang came from, this proposal would be a good one, but unfortunately. Or rather, are you an origin grade high-rank alchemist? No. Yang Kai shook his head. He was now an origin grade low-rank alchemist, but if he really put his mind to it and wasn't afraid of ruining the herbs, there was a chance he could refine an origin grade mid-rank pill. As for an origin grade high-rank pill, it was impossible for him to refine one, so after pondering for a moment, he said, what I mean is, if you aren't in a hurry, you might as well wait a few days. Perhaps there will be a more reliable method in the future, or perhaps you can find someone to refine the blood mushroom pill. Yang Kai didn't dare say he would refine it himself. Although he felt that it wouldn't take him many years to become an origin grade high-rank alchemist, he still couldn't make any guarantees at this time. I can't wait, Dai Yuan shook her head bitterly. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I could wait, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to ask junior brother Yang for help. After cultivating the 1000 illusion-colored glass art, depending on how much 1000 illusion-colored glass one's body absorbs, one's cultivation will grow accordingly. At most, I can only delay it for half a year. After half a year, whether I am willing or not, I will have to break through to the origin returning realm. If I succeed, I will have a glimmer of hope, but if I fail, with my current cultivation, I won't be able to suppress the colored glass poison and will die. Although directly taking the blood-invigorating mushroom will greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies, which is a waste of heaven's precious treasures, this is all I can do for now. Is there no other way? Yang Kai frowned. No. Dai Yuan smiled gently. Many thanks for junior brother Yang's concern, but since I have decided to do this, I have already mentally prepared myself. Regardless of whether this time's detoxification is successful or not, at least I have tried my best. Compared to the previous senior who lived here and the previous elders who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, Dai Yuan will not complain. Yang Kai sighed softly and no longer tried to dissuade her, instead nodding and saying, "Since you've made up your mind, then so be it. If you need my help, I will do my best." Hearing this, Dai Yuan was overjoyed and thanked him gratefully. "Many thanks, junior brother Yang. Now, I will tell you how to help me detoxify. Listen carefully. Once the process begins, I may not have much energy to instruct you." And immediately, Dai Yuan began explaining the detoxification method and various other details. Of course, these methods and details were all thought up by the senior from Colored Glass sect and perfected during her lifetime, so Yang Kai didn't think there was anything wrong with them and instead felt a great deal of admiration towards this senior from Colored Glass sect. However, while explaining these details and methods, Dai Yuan's face blushed and her eyes became watery. Her voice was low and restless, and even though her appearance wasn't that great, the shyness and flirtatious look in her eyes only added to her charm. Yang Kai finally understood why Dai Yuan hadn't been willing to tell him the details before. It turned out that this detoxification method actually required some intimate physical contact. It was no wonder Dai Yuan's face was flushed red when she explained the detoxification method. Any woman facing a man and telling him when to condense the medicinal efficacies on certain parts of their body would have the same expression. After all, if they really did this, it was inevitable that some awkward situations would occur. Although Yang Kai had never met Grandmaster Shao from Colored Glass sect, he was certain that the other party should be an old man, otherwise, Dai Yuan wouldn't have said it was inconvenient. Of the 5 Grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect, 4 of them were also old men and only one was an old woman. Compared to facing these old men, Dai Yuan would definitely choose Yang Kai. Yang Kai was a heroic and extraordinary young man, so Dai Yuan's sense of rejection was slightly weaker. Of course, if she could, she would rather choose the old woman from Medicine Pill sect. After all, both of them were women, so there wasn't such a taboo. But she couldn't afford to pay such a big price. Yang Kai thought secretly, guessing the hesitation and scruples in Dai Yuan's heart. On top of that, she was an alchemist herself, so she was probably preparing for the detoxification. Unfortunately, she didn't have much time to mature in the alchemic way and was currently just a Saint King grade alchemist, so she wasn't of much use. Dai Yuan explained shyly, but Yang Kai remained indifferent, not showing any superfluous expression, simply listening attentively, not wanting to miss a single detail. Seeing Yang Kai's performance, Dai Yuan also gradually relaxed. There was a saying that doctors should not avoid suspicion, and her current relationship with Yang Kai was somewhat similar to that of a doctor and patient. Thinking so, Dai Yuan's expression gradually returned to normal. After spending the entire night explaining, Yang Kai would take the initiative to ask about some key issues, and Dai Yuan also knew that this was a matter of great importance, so she naturally explained it to him in detail. After an entire night, Dai Yuan finished her explanation, and Yang Kai also memorized the detoxification method in his heart, knowing what to do at what time. "Junior brother Yang, have you memorized everything?" Dai Yuan looked at him and asked. Although she hadn't rested all night, she didn't show the slightest signs of sleepiness and instead seemed to be in high spirits, as if she had reached the most important juncture in her life. Chapter 1275. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing at Dai Yuan thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "Your state of mind isn't very stable right now. How about this, you rest for 2 more days, then we'll begin." Although Dai Yuan couldn't wait to begin immediately, since Yang Kai had said so, she couldn't object. Nodding in agreement, she discussed a few more details with Yang Kai before leaving. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai sat down on the stone bed in his room, rubbing his chin as he pondered for a while. A moment later, he waved his hand and a large number of herbs appeared on his bed. Immediately after, he took out his alchemy furnace and released his conflagrated spiritual energy, wrapping up the various herbs and condensing the medicinal liquids contained within them. 2 days passed in a flash, and when Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and swept the room with his divine sense, he found Dai Yuan standing outside. After 2 days of recovery and adjustment, her mood and emotions had completely calmed down, and there was no trace of joy or sadness on her face. Standing outside the door, she didn't urge Yang Kai to come out, simply waiting for him to take the initiative to come out. Yang Kai smiled lightly, feeling that she had adjusted her state quite well, so he quickly got up, got off the stone bed, and opened the door. Dai Yuan heard the sound of movement and raised her eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, she smiled faintly at him. "Let's go." Yang Kai gestured, to which Dai Yuan nodded and immediately led the way. Returning to the huge stone chamber they had passed by before, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai into another corridor. This corridor seemed to lead straight into the depths of the earth and had a series of artificial steps carved out of it, so it wasn't too steep. On both sides of the corridor, there were also some strange stones used for illumination, allowing the soft light to diffuse. As Dai Yuan walked down, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but he continued to spread out his divine sense. Halfway through the journey, Kai Yang suddenly felt a chill in front of him. This chill wasn't just pure cold, it was a kind of cold that made one's hair stand on end. Strictly speaking, this was Yin Qi. Only places where Yin Qi gathered would have this kind of cold. It seemed that the so-called Yin pond was hidden below. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This kind of Yin Qi didn't cause any trouble for Yang Kai at all. He didn't even need to circulate his Saint Qi, he could easily resist it with his physical body. The same was true for Dai Yuan. Although her physique wasn't as good as Yang Kai's, her cultivation and the fact that this Yin pond had been here for so many years, presumably Dai Yuan had come down here countless times in order to prepare for detoxification, so she naturally wouldn't be affected by it. The further down she went, the stronger the chill became. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai's divine sense, and Dai Yuan SSSSST. After walking down for a long time, the scene before her suddenly opened up. There was also a huge stone room below. However, there was nothing in this stone room. If one were to look at it with the naked eye, one would see that this stone room was filled with a dense and cold aura. Strand after strand, it filled every corner of the stone room. The walls of the stone room were also covered in white frost. The temperature here was so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. In the center of the stone room, there was a small pond that covered an area of less than 10 meters. The wisps of cold Yin Qi were emitted from this small pond. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Lady Dai Yuan, is this Yin pond a 1,000-year Yin pond or a 10,000-year Yin pond?" Dai Yuan seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to ask and smiled. According to that senior, this Yin pond was formed at least 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Yang Kai frowned. For such a long time, the Yin Qi in this Yin pond is not something you can withstand. Are you sure you want to continue? Yin ponds were also divided by age. Yang Kai hadn't heard Dai Yuan mention anything about this Yin pond before, so he didn't ask too much about it, but now, this Yin pond was actually 5,000 or 6,000 years old. With such a Yin pond, it was likely Dai Yuan would immediately freeze into an ice sculpture if she were to soak in it. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. "Junior brother Yang may rest assured, before this, I made a lot of preparations and mixed a lot of fire and Yang attribute herbs into the Yin pond's water to neutralize the Yin Qi. On top of that, I am also an alchemist and have cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so as long as I am careful, there shouldn't be any problems. What's more, if I don't continue now, I can only wait for death. If junior brother Yang were in this situation, what would you choose? Yang Kai fell silent, knowing that Dai Yuan had her own difficulties and had no other choice, so he no longer tried to persuade her. Junior brother Yang may rest assured, I have left a letter in my meditation room. If an accident really happens this time and I die, you can take this letter to my honored master. The letter explains everything, she won't embarrass you after reading it. My honored master is Elder Gong Ao Fu who lives on Myriad Fathom Peak, so if you need to leave, you can go find her. Dai Yuan's appearance made it seem as if she was making arrangements for her death, causing Yang Kai to feel a little uncomfortable, but he still nodded, I understand. Dai Yuan smiled and nodded, beckoning to him, please come with me. A moment later, the two arrived at the Yin Pond. Yang Kai looked around and found that this pond wasn't very deep, only about a meter deep, but it was so clear that he could see the bottom, without the slightest impurities. The water was completely still, like a pool of stagnant water. However, if this pool of stagnant water were to be seen by a cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art, they would definitely be ecstatic and would pay any price to obtain this Yin Pond. Because this Yin Pond was simply too useful to them, it was no less valuable than some top precious treasures and precious medicines. At this moment, there were some traces of a spirit array around the Yin Pond. It should have been the senior from Colored Glass sect who had brought the Yin Pond here and used a spirit array to restrain it. Dai Yuan pointed to a spot nearby and said, Junior brother Yang, just sit here, I will cooperate with you. Good. Yang Kai nodded, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged. There's nothing else to prepare, right? Dai Yuan seemed to be talking to herself as she stared at the Yin Pond with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Junior brother Yang, no matter what, Dai Yuan must thank you this time. You are the only person who has been willing to help me in the past 20 years and the only friend I have made in the past 20 years. Saying so, she respectfully bowed to Yang Kai, her expression solemn. 20 years, Yang Kai's brow rose. It seemed that Dai Yuan's change in Colored Glass sect was not as simple as Wu Yi had previously inquired about, which was 10 years ago, but rather began more than 20 years ago. As for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, they should be friends she had made before coming here, so they didn't count. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, Sister Dai Yuan is too serious, this matter is nothing more than a slight effort for me. Right, take this bottle of medicinal liquid. Saying so, Yang Kai tossed a jade bottle to her. This is... Dai Yuan caught the jade bottle and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. This is a medicinal liquid I formulated myself. Although I can't refine the blood mushroom pill, if you take this bottle of medicinal liquid together with the blood invigorating mushroom, it should be able to stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies, which should have some effect on you. With my current level of alchemy, this is the best I can do, Yang Kai said with some regret. The blood invigorating mushroom was rare, and the blood mushroom pill was even more difficult to refine, but the value of the blood mushroom pill was definitely not below that of an Origin King grade pill, perhaps even higher. This was because the blood mushroom pill was a healing saint pill that could bring the dead back to life. For a cultivator who spent years adventuring, this was one of the most valuable pills. Unfortunately, Yang Kai couldn't refine it right now, so he could only use this method to avoid wasting too much of the blood invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. Over the past 2 days, Yang Kai had been formulating this medicinal liquid. Dai Yuan heard this and was pleasantly surprised. She gripped the jade bottle tightly, not even opening it to check its contents as she happily said, I've troubled junior brother Yang, Dai Yuan will definitely live up to your expectations. She felt that she had really found the right person to ask for Yang Kai, because even if she had asked Grandmaster Shao of her sect or the seniors of Medicine Pill sect, they might not have been able to produce this bottle of medicinal liquid that could stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. With this bottle of medicinal liquid, her chances of success would be increased by at least 10%, so how could she not be happy? Next, I'll have to trouble junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan put away the bottle of medicinal liquid and said to Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, her figure suddenly spun and her clothes flew off in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only her undergarments were left. Dai Yuan seemed to have been prepared for this moment, so her undergarments were all black. Although they accentuated her exquisite figure, they didn't allow her body to be exposed for the time being. Even so, a faint blush appeared on her face and she didn't want to remain here for a moment longer, her figure flickering as she jumped directly into the Een pond. There wasn't the slightest splash, and the moment she entered the Een pond, Dai Yuan let out a groan as a look of extreme pain appeared on her face. After the Een pond water was stimulated by the foreign object, it began to boil and a white mist appeared, spreading towards Dai Yuan as if it had a mind of its own. Kacha, asterisk with a crisp sound, a thin layer of ice immediately appeared on Dai Yuan's tender body, but Dai Yuan only needed to circulate her secret art slightly to expel this thin layer of ice from her body. However, the white mist did not relent and spread even more fiercely towards her body. Dai Yuan finally couldn't bear it and let out a pitiful cry as a dazzling light suddenly erupted from her body. This light was very unusual, as if there were tens of thousands of them. The moment this light bloomed, Yang Kai's mind suddenly froze as he felt his soul being shaken. His knowledge sea trembled slightly and he felt as if invisible shackles had suddenly been placed on his body, making his body feel heavy. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise as he stared at Dai Yuan's figure without hesitation. Although he had heard from Yang Yen that the colored glass divine light emitted by Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain had the effect of restraining one's soul, he hadn't expected it to be so strange and impossible to guard against. Chapter 1276. Fortunately, Dai Yuan wasn't deliberately targeting Yang Kai, and Yang Kai himself wasn't an ordinary person, so after a moment of shock, he immediately resisted the colored glass divine light's assault and released his conflagrated knowledge sea towards Dai Yuan. At this moment, Dai Yuan's face seemed to be distorted by severe pain, making her appearance even more unbearable to look at. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that not only did she seem to be lacking in looks, but her entire body was also like her face, covered with scars and bruises, making her look completely different from an ordinary woman's. Before, when she was wearing black undergarments, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything, but when she entered the Een pond and her undergarments were soaked in the water, Yang Kai immediately discovered this problem after using his divine sense to examine Dai Yuan. Her entire body seemed to be covered in scars and bruises, just like her face, with the exception of her two white and flawless hands, making it difficult to look straight at her. It seems that cultivating the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art is extremely harmful. Yang Kai immediately understood that the reason she was like this was definitely related to the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art. Junior brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was slightly dazed, Dai Yuan grit her teeth and called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai nodded and shouted, "Let's begin." The next moment, without hesitation, Dai Yuan opened an acupuncture point on her chest and began madly drawing the Een pond's water into her body. After the bone-chilling liquid entered her tender body, Dai Yuan shuddered uncontrollably, but she still gritted her teeth, her lips turning blue as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't say a word as his conflagrated knowledge sea also rushed into the acupuncture point and instantly engraved several alchemy spirit arrays into Dai Yuan's body. Conflagrated knowledge sea. Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, she hadn't expected this at all. Yang Kai actually possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. After all, according to her original plan, Yang Kai needed to place his hand on her chest and pour his Saint Qi into her body, using her body as a furnace. Using the various medicinal efficacies contained in the Een pond's water as materials. Then using alchemy techniques to expel the colored glass poison from her body. While they were discussing various details before, Yang Kai hadn't revealed that he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea, but seeing it at this moment, Dai Yuan wasn't surprised. Because if this was the case, there was no need for Yang Kai to have any intimate contact with her body. This made her feel both shocked and relieved. After all, no matter what, she was still an innocent woman. Having her body touched by another man was still somewhat unbearable. Just as Dai Yuan's thoughts were racing, with the acupuncture point as the center, the Yin Pond's water began to swirl rapidly. Under the control of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C, the various medicinal efficacies that Dai Yuan had integrated into the Yin Pond's water were perfectly integrated. An uncomfortable feeling spread from her chest, causing Dai Yuan's breathing to become heavy, as if something was blocking her from circulating her strength. However, as Yang Kai continued to engrave spirit arrays, under the effect of these spirit arrays, the various medicinal efficacies in the Yin Pond's water began to clash and fuse together. A strange aura exuding a strange light was forced out of Dai Yuan's chest and into the Yin Pond. However, this filament-like thing didn't dissipate and instead swam like a fish in the water, unhindered. Soon, another similar thing was forced out, and as time passed, more and more filaments poured out of Dai Yuan's body, filling the entire Yin Pond with these strange glowing things. After half an hour, Dai Yuan suddenly felt the suffocating feeling in her chest disappear and the blocked Saint Qi in her body begin to circulate. The originally unbearable chill no longer posed any threat to her. Dai Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly released her divine sense to examine her body. There was no longer any colored glass poison in the flesh with the previously opened acupoint as the center. Moreover, the skin on the surface had finally returned to its normal state. It was white with a tinge of rosy, snow-white and delicate, and no longer looked as ugly as it was before. However, because she had been soaked in the Yin Pond's water, there were still some bruises, forming a stark contrast with the rest of her body. Dai Yuan's eyes suddenly became hazy and her heart trembled, almost allowing more of the Yin Pond's water to enter her body. Guard your mind and don't think about anything else. Once everything is over, you can examine yourself properly. Yang Kai's shout suddenly rang in her ear, waking her from her pleasant surprise. Looking up at Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in front of her, urging his conflagrated knowledge C to fuse with the medicinal efficacies, Dai Yuan found that his expression was calm and did not show any signs of embarrassment. Nodding, she opened another acupuncture point and allowed the Yin Pond's water to enter her body. Yang Kai immediately cooperated with her without the slightest hesitation. Under the cover of his divine sense, although he could clearly see every part of Dai Yuan's body, essentially stripping her naked in front of him, at this moment, this was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai didn't have time to think about anything else. With a serious expression, he poured all of his energy into the Yin Pond's medicinal efficacies. Dai Yuan had already poured a large number of herbs into this Yin Pond, so it wasn't difficult to dispel the colored glass poison. The difficult part was controlling the fusion of medicinal efficacies and Dai Yuan's own tolerance. The former was fine as Dai Yuan was an alchemist herself, so when Yang Kai used his conflagrated knowledge C, she only needed to cooperate slightly to stimulate the medicinal efficacies. However, the latter was not something Yang Kai could help with. It all depended on Dai Yuan's own will. The colored glass poison had already penetrated deep into her body, and every time it was expelled, not only was it expelling the toxins, but it was also expelling some of her life essence. Once or twice wouldn't be a problem, but once it happened too many times, she might not be able to pass this hurdle. This was indeed the case. Every time it was expelled, it took at least a stick of incense worth of time. Half a day later, less than a fifth of the poison had been expelled, but Dai Yuan was already on the verge of collapse, her face as pale as paper. Fortunately, Dai Yuan had made sufficient preparations. At this time, she took out some pills from her space ring and tossed them into her mouth, restoring some color to her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also slowed down his movements, giving Dai Yuan enough time to refine the medicinal efficacies. However, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan didn't dare waste too much time. After all, soaking in the Yin Pond for so long had consumed a great deal of Dai Yuan's vitality, so after a short rest, the two of them repeated the same process again. Time passed little by little, and the colored glass poison in Dai Yuan's body was gradually removed, but Yang Kai's expression only became more and more serious. He couldn't see if Dai Yuan could pass this hurdle because up to now, Dai Yuan had already begun to overdraw her life source to barely maintain her bodily functions and cooperate with him in expelling the poison, but doing this was not a long-term solution. Once she couldn't hold on any longer, she would undoubtedly die. Even if she could persist, Dai Yuan would need to rest for a long time afterwards. But now that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Whether it was Yang Kai or Dai Yuan, both of them had to persevere until the end. Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Dai Yuan, who was struggling to hold on, suddenly opened her eyes and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "I can do it, junior brother Yang, you don't need to hold back, just do as you please." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, but after feeling her determination, he nodded lightly and didn't say anything. His conflagrated knowledge sea burst out again as he carved a series of spirit arrays into Dai Yuan's defenseless body, drawing in the medicinal efficacies of the Yin Pond to cleanse her body. Dai Yuan screamed again, sounding extremely desolate, as if she was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Another day passed by and most of Dai Yuan's body had returned to normal. Under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that she indeed had some assets that ordinary women did not have. Her skin was white and tender, and her figure was incredibly voluptuous. Even her face was no longer as unsightly as it used to be. At this moment, besides her pale complexion, there was no trace of her former appearance. Clearly, she was a stunning beauty that was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Combined with her current appearance after suffering so much torture, she appeared particularly delicate and charming. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he wasn't surprised and simply focused on his own task. At a certain moment, Yang Kai took back his conflagrated knowledge sea and suddenly shouted in a thunderous voice, "Hurry up and swallow the blood invocation mushroom." Dai Yuan didn't seem to have much consciousness left, her pair of beautiful eyes dim and lifeless. Before this, she only knew how to mechanically cooperate with Yang Kai's actions, the last trace of obsession in her heart keeping her from giving up. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Dai Yuan's lifeless eyes immediately restored a trace of clarity and she quickly took out the wooden box containing the blood invocation mushroom from her space ring, opened it, and swallowed the blood invocation mushroom in one gulp. The next moment, she took out the jade bottle Yang Kai had given her and poured the medicinal liquid inside into her mouth. Once this medicine entered her stomach, Dai Yuan's condition finally improved a little, an abnormal flush quickly appearing on her pale face as her blood began to circulate rapidly. The huge vitality contained in the blood invocation mushroom began to spread throughout her body, making up for her lost life source. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to completely refine the medicinal efficacies of the blood invocation mushroom before enveloping her with his conflagrated knowledge sea again. Success or failure would depend on this final juncture. If Dai Yuan's willpower was strong enough, she should have a 30% chance of surviving, but if she couldn't, then she could only blame herself for running out of luck and having no one else to blame. Dai Yuan understood this better than anyone else and immediately cooperated with Yang Kai. In an instant, the entire Yin Pond's water began to surge, madly pouring into Dai Yuan's body. Layers of white mist began to envelop her and thin threads of strange light were forced out of her body. Chapter 1277. 1,000 meters below Thousand Illusion Peak, next to the 10-meter Yin Pond, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed slightly as a look of contemplation appeared on his face. He was fiddling with an inconspicuous gray bead in his hand. Expelling the poison from Dai Yuan's body had been completed, and Dai Yuan's luck had been quite good. She had managed to survive the last moment and successfully remove all the colored glass poison from her body. Just before she fell unconscious, she had suddenly opened her mouth and spat out this bead, only having time to tell Yang Kai that it was a colored glass bead before fainting. Yang Kai took her out of the Yin Pond, circulated his Saint Qi to evaporate the cold Yin Qi in her body, then took off his clothes and covered her body with them before standing guard beside her. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to take her back to her room to rest, but she was only wearing her undergarments right now, so carrying her was a bit inconvenient. The bead in his hand didn't have anything special about it. Even if he threw it out, no one would be interested in it, but when Yang Kai carefully observed it, he was shocked to discover that this inconspicuous gray bead was actually exuding a dazzling light. This light was identical to the colored glass divine light and had the effect of restraining one's soul, easily penetrating his knowledge-sea defenses and shaking his soul. Yang Kai immediately understood that this bead was probably an extremely valuable treasure. Although Yang Kai had never seen thousand illusion-colored glass with his own eyes, he vaguely understood that the formation of this bead should be related to the thousand illusion-colored glass art Dai Yuan cultivated and the thousand illusion-colored glass art she had ingested. However, after examining it countless times, Yang Kai discovered a very strange thing. This bead was somewhat similar to a pill, but also somewhat similar to an artifact refining material. It was difficult to tell which was which. While fiddling with it, Yang Kai's expression changed and he held the colored glass bead in his palm before turning to look at Dai Yuan, who was lying on the ground. Over there, Dai Yuan's long eyelashes were trembling slightly and her 10 slender jade fingers seemed to be moving slightly, obviously a sign that she was about to wake up. Looking at her completely different face from before, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Before the colored glass poison was expelled, Dai Yuan's appearance was unbearable to look at, but now, she had become an outstanding beauty. Compared to Yin Su Dai, Yang Kai was slightly stronger. Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened if she had entered the Yin pond like this. Could he still be as calm as still water? Thinking about it carefully, he would probably be a little distracted. After all, he was still a man. No man would remain indifferent in the face of such a beautiful and almost naked woman. After waiting for a while, Dai Yuan opened her eyes and moved her body slightly, only to discover that she was extremely weak and couldn't help groaning. Since you're awake, you should rest for a bit. Your current condition is not very optimistic. Yang Kai's faint voice came over. Hearing this, Dai Yuan lowered her eyes and immediately saw Yang Kai sitting not far from her, looking at her with a smile. Her expression changed slightly and she wanted to say something, but no words came out. After discovering that Yang Kai wasn't wearing his robes and that there was something covering her body, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of gratitude and security before she immediately closed her eyes again and silently circulated her secret art. 2 hours later, Dai Yuan sat up, dressed herself neatly, took out a number of pre-prepared restorative medicines from her space ring, stuffed them into her mouth, and continued to meditate. Another day later, Dai Yuan let out a deep breath and opened her eyes again. Her beautiful eyes were filled with vigor, and it seemed that her cultivation had also made some progress. Although her face was still a little pale, there was nothing wrong with it. As long as she calmed down and recuperated, she would eventually recover. Standing up, Dai Yuan walked over to Yang Kai and bowed deeply. Dai Yuan thanks junior brother Yang. This time, if it weren't for junior brother's help, I'm afraid I would have already fallen. Junior brother Yang's great kindness will be engraved in Dai Yuan's heart and will never forget it. Yang Kai also stood up and waved his hand with a smile, saying indifferently, being able to break through the gates of hell was your own effort, I didn't have much to do with it. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. Junior brother Yang overestimates Dai Yuan. I know that if the one I invited this time was not junior brother Yang but instead Grandmaster Shao or one of the seniors from Medicine Pill sect, I definitely wouldn't be standing here right now. Without mentioning anything else, the bottle of medicinal liquid you gave me must have cost a lot of precious herbs, right? Without that bottle of medicinal liquid, I wouldn't have been able to hold on for the last few hours. She clearly felt that after she took the blood-invigorating mushroom and that bottle of medicinal liquid, her depleted vitality had actually been restored significantly, and as time passed, it was still slowly recovering. It was because of this that she had been able to hold on until the end, otherwise, she would have died long ago. Directly taking a blood-invigorating mushroom wouldn't have such a great effect. If it had been a blood mushroom pill, it might have been possible to cause such a change, but an unrefined blood-invigorating mushroom shouldn't have been able to achieve this, so the only explanation was that bottle of medicinal liquid. Although she didn't know how much time and effort Yang Kai had spent on that bottle of medicinal liquid, it was obviously not something ordinary. Yang Kai not mentioning it was because he was generous, so how could Dai Yuan not care? Seeing her say this, Yang Kai didn't try to deny it, nor did he admit it. What Dai Yuan didn't know was that although that bottle of medicinal liquid had cost him a lot of precious herbs, the most important reason was because he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into it. Yang Kai's golden blood contained an extremely powerful vitality, so it was the most suitable for restoring Dai Yuan's vitality at that time. In any case, Sister Dai Yuan has finally succeeded. Congratulations, congratulations. Yang Kai laughed and changed the subject. Dai Yuan also showed a charming smile as she turned her head and stared at the reflection of her peerless face in the calm waters of the Yin pond, her beautiful eyes filling with a brilliant light. Yang Kai observed her expression from the side and tactfully didn't disturb her, allowing her to enjoy the joy and excitement of regaining her lost beauty. After a while, Dai Yuan suddenly stretched out her hand and a gust of wind swept out from her sleeve, causing the clear waters of the Yin pond to ripple and shatter her beautiful face, which was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Immediately, Dai Yuan circulated her Saint Qi and, under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, her beautiful appearance once again reverted to the appearance she had when Yang Kai first saw her. Ugly, dry, and pockmarked, her appearance was unbearable to look at. Yang Kai frowned. There was no woman who didn't like to be beautiful, and Dai Yuan was no exception. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her calm when that heaven-battling Union disciple provoked her back in Lu Yen Desert, nor would she have shown such a nostalgic look just now. However, since she had done this, she must have her reasons. Yang Kai didn't ask any questions, but what made Yang Kai curious was that when he swept her with his divine sense, he couldn't find the slightest flaw on her face. Dai Yuan's face seemed to have really returned to its previous ugly appearance. This surprised him greatly. After all, he had seen Dai Yuan's true colors with his own eyes. Yang Kai didn't ask, but Dai Yuan took the initiative to explain, "I've let junior brother Yang see something embarrassing. I don't think it's a good time to disclose this matter yet, so I can only confuse outsiders for now. When I break through to the origin returning realm, it won't be too late to explain everything to honored master. Young lady's considerations are quite thorough." Yang Kai nodded in agreement before immediately changing the subject and asking, "Dare I ask young lady Dai Yuan, what is the use of this bead?" Saying so, he took out the colored glass bead. Dai Yuan looked at this colored glass bead and smiled slightly, "I was too busy spitting out this bead before to tell junior brother Yang how to use it." Dai Yuan was too careless. Let me put it this way, this bead is somewhat similar to a monster beast's monster core to me." A monster core? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Because the 1,000 illusion colored glass art was created based on a monster beast's cultivation method. Junior brother Yang should know that some monster beasts are born with the ability to swallow all kinds of minerals, extract their essence, and store it in their monster core. After I cultivated the 1,000 illusion colored glass art and consumed 1,000 illusion colored glass, this bead was born in my body. Yang Kai was surprised and quickly asked, "If that's the case, won't losing it have any effect on your body?" "There will definitely be some effect, but it won't be great. It's just an existence similar to a monster core, but it's not as important as a monster beast's monster core. As long as I have enough time and 1,000 illusion colored glass, I will be able to cultivate this kind of thing in the future." Hearing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, but also secretly sighed. The person who created the 1,000 illusion colored glass art was truly a heaven-defying genius, actually being able to produce something similar to a monster beast's monster core in a cultivator's body. No wonder when he examined it, it was similar to a pill, but it was also similar to an artifact refining material. Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Although this colored glass bead is important to me, it isn't that important, but to junior brother Yang, it is of great use." "Oh. Please enlighten me, young lady." Yang Kai's expression became solemn. He had been investigating this colored glass bead for a long time but still didn't know how to deal with it. He had wanted to ask the Yang Information Department about it, but now hearing Dai Yuan say this, it seemed she knew a way. If junior brother Yang can refine this colored glass bead, perhaps he will be able to comprehend some of its mysteries. After all, This is the condensed essence of thousand illusion-colored glass. If junior brother Yang can really comprehend the mysteries of colored glass divine light, he will have an additional means to deal with his enemies in the future. With the help of this colored glass bead, I estimate that with junior brother Yang's aptitude, there is an 80% chance he will be able to refine it. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai's expression changed. When he was helping Dai Yuan expel the poison, he had suffered a small loss from colored glass divine light, so he was naturally aware of its power. However, except for those who cultivated the thousand illusion colored glass art, no other cultivator could comprehend colored glass divine light. Now, with the help of this colored glass bead, Yang Kai could do so he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Chapter 1278. If this was really the case, then Dai Yuan's gift was not a small one. Junior brother Yang may rest assured, this colored glass bead is different from the thousand illusion colored glass I took. It is not poisonous, so as long as junior brother carefully refines it, there shouldn't be any problems. Consider this the reward Dai Yuan promised junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan has nothing on her, and all the resources she has accumulated over the years were used up in order to detoxify this poison, so I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Dai Yuan didn't tell Yang Kai that this colored glass bead was the fruit of her 20 years of hard work in cultivating the thousand illusion colored glass art. Although she had reached the minor accomplishment stage in this secret art and could still cultivate it again, it was impossible to do so without several years of accumulation. Yang Kai grinned and said, I am very satisfied with this reward. Lady Dai Yuan is quite considerate. Saying so, he put away the colored glass bead and glanced around at the Yin pond, which had lost so much of its Yin chi that it had almost been reduced to an ordinary pond. Yang Kai said, since we're done here, let's go back up. Good, after so many days of delay, I'm sure Lady Yang Inflammation is anxious. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and led Yang Kai back the way they had come. It seemed that because her appearance and body had been restored to its original state, her every move and action was filled with a myriad of emotions, completely different from before, causing Yang Kai to secretly admire her. Not long after, the two returned to their room on the upper floor. After separating, Yang Kai sat down in his room. After taking out the colored glass bead and playing with it for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something good, and a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Yang Inflammation appeared in the room, wrapped in a black robe. Is everything done? Yang Inflammation asked. It's time to go. Yang Inflammation seemed a little anxious, but she didn't ask why Dai Yuan had invited Yang Kai here. What happened? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Nothing much happened. It's just that I feel that we shouldn't stay here for too long. Xiao Xiao has already been there for 7 or 8 days. It's time for it to come back. If it's too greedy, it might cause problems. Yang Kai thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. He nodded and said, okay, we'll leave after tonight. Although he was still inside Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai could still use his divine sense to check the situation outside. It was still dark outside. It was naturally inconvenient to leave at this time. He could only wait until dawn to leave. After the discussion, Yang Yen also returned to his room to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, Yang Kai immediately bid farewell to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan very warmly invited Yang Kai to stay for a few more days. Moreover, he also had the intention to exchange alchemy knowledge with him. However, Yang Kai had a guilty conscience at this moment. How could he be in the mood to continue staying? After a while, Dai Yuan reluctantly agreed. She then personally escorted him and Yang Inflammation out of Grand Crystal Mountain Range. On the way, Dai Yuan told Yang Kai that after a few months of recovery, she would begin breaking through to the origin returning realm. Once she succeeded, she would definitely pay a visit to Dragon Cave Mountain to thank him in person. Yang Kai naturally agreed. Just as the two of them were talking, a world-shaking noise suddenly rang out from within the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. Immediately, a pillar of light that emitted a myriad of rays of light shot into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce a hole in the sky. Even though the three of them were thousands of kilometers away, they were still able to see the pillar of light clearly. Colored Glass Mountain. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at this pillar of light and exclaimed. The place where this pillar of light came from was obviously where Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was located. It seemed that for some reason, the spirit array arranged around Colored Glass Mountain had become unstable, causing Colored Glass Mountain's colored glass divine light to erupt on its own. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he exchanged a glance with Yang Inflammation, immediately thinking of many possibilities. But soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal and he asked, "Is there a problem with your noble sex Colored Glass Mountain?" I don't know what happened, but it seems some kind of barrier has been triggered. Junior brother Yang, I originally wanted to accompany you for a while longer, but that won't be possible now. I cultivate the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art, so I must hurry over. You and Sister Yang Inflammation must take care of yourselves. Since such a big thing has happened to your noble sect, Sister Dai Yuan really should make a trip there. We've already left Grand Crystal Mountain Range, so Yang Inflammation and I can travel the rest of the way on our own. Yang Kai gently nodded. Good, then we'll have a good chat when I visit Dragon Cave Mountain. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically before her tender body flickered and she turned into a stream of light, flying back the way she came at an incredible speed. After her figure disappeared, Yang Kai pulled Yang Inflammation and shouted, "Let's go." The two summoned their star shuttles at the same time and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what had happened, he guessed that it had something to do with the stone mongoose, so how could he be willing to remain here? After all, there had been an accident last night when he was retrieving the stone mongoose. Fortunately, he had left today, otherwise, if something like this had happened, it would have been extremely difficult for him and Yang Inflammation to leave Colored Glass Sect. With Dai Yuan as his guarantor, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about being harmed in Colored Glass Sect, but if he were to reveal any clues, Colored Glass Sect would never let him off. At that time, even Dai Yuan's words would be useless. At the same time, next to the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain that Yang Kai had seen before, several dozen second or third order origin returning realm masters were floating in the air around it. Among them, there were more than a dozen peak third order origin returning realm masters, all of whom were radiating powerful auras. Half of these masters were shuttling back and forth around Colored Glass Mountain, constantly pouring their pure Saint Chi into an unknown barrier in front of them. After receiving so much Saint Chi, this barrier fluctuated in size and seemed to be trying to suppress the colored glass divine light rising from the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. The other half were also secretly circulating their Saint Chi as they stared towards the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain with dignified expressions, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. What happened? A voice suddenly sounded, and immediately, a thin old man with 3 strands of long beard and silver-white hair suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away from Colored Glass Mountain. When the many origin returning realm masters saw this old man, they cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." This old man was none other than Sect Master Gong Xing He of Colored Glass Sect. Gong Xing He just waved his hand, motioning for everyone to dispense with formalities before turning his gaze to the 2 third-order origin returning realm cultivator, a man and a woman, who were flying over in a hurry. The man was middle-aged and had an imposing appearance. Although it was impossible to tell his exact age, the vicissitudes of life that appeared in the corners of his eyes indicated that he was not young. The woman was also a middle-aged beauty with a soft waist and a charming appearance. The 2 of them arrived in front of Gong Xing He and bowed together. "Elder Ma, Elder Du, the 2 of you have been guarding this place for the past few years. What happened here?" Gong Xing He looked at the 2 of them and asked with a dignified expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du exchanged a glance before the man surnamed Ma cupped his fists and replied, "Reporting to Sect Master, the situation is like this. Last night, for some reason, Elder Du suddenly felt that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was showing signs of loosening. Immediately, she sent out her mountain quarrying beast to investigate, but what the two of us did not expect was that after the mountain quarrying beast went over there, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. No matter how we tried, we were unable to contact it, and even now it has not returned. But just now, the colored glass divine light suddenly erupted. The two of us guessed that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was indeed damaged, otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. The spirit array was damaged? Gong Xing he frowned and quickly said, "This has not happened for over 100 years. Every few years, we restabilize the spirit array and spirit array, so how could it be damaged?" This. The man surnamed Ma hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer. Seeing him act like this, Gong Xing he naturally knew that he wouldn't be able to get any answers, so he turned to the beautiful woman and asked, "Elder Du, is there only one mountain quarrying beast?" The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. "There is more than one mountain quarrying beast, but the one that can withstand the colored glass divine light and approach Colored Glass Mountain spirit array is the only one. The others are not very useful. After all, this kind of thing was specially bought from the Myriad Beast sect in order to guard Colored Glass Mountain. The Myriad Beast sect did not tell us how to raise and enslave this monster beast. So, we have no way to investigate the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain now?" Gong Xing he immediately showed a displeased expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du lowered their heads and remained silent. "We also don't know why this happened?" Gong Xing he asked again. The expressions of the two Colored Glass sect elders became even more awkward. Seeing this situation, another elder nearby spoke up, "Although we don't know whether the damage to the spirit array is man-made or not, the most important thing right now is to suppress the eruption of the colored glass divine light. If this continues, the spirit array here may collapse and we may lose this treasure mountain. The second most important thing is to thoroughly investigate Colored Glass Sect and see if any outsiders have come here recently. If this is really man-made, it can only be one of these outsiders." "That's right." Someone immediately echoed. Gong Xing he pondered for a moment before turning to the elder who had just spoken and nodding, "I'll leave the matter of investigating the outsiders to you. For the outsiders who are still in Colored Glass Sect, don't let them leave for the time being, but don't make things difficult for them either. If this is really their doing, then they must have had ideas about the 1,000 illusion colored glass. I'd like to see who has such great courage to try and steal from us." "Yes." The elder accepted the order and immediately withdrew. Not far away, Yin Su Dai, who had heard the commotion and rushed over, giggled and chased after the elder, seemingly having something to report. On the other side, another young woman with a graceful figure suddenly walked up and said to Gong Xinghe, "Sect Master, please calm your anger. In fact, if we want to investigate the spirit array underground, besides the mountain quarrying beast, there is another way." Chapter 1279. Seeing this young woman speak, Gong Xinghe's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. Tell me, what is it?" The young woman smiled when she heard this. "Father, have you forgotten? There is another disciple in my sect who cultivates the 1,000 illusion colored glass art." This young woman and Gong Xinghe were father and daughter, and both of them were third-order origin returning realm masters. This situation was not unusual on Shadowed Star because the third-order origin returning realm was the limit a cultivator could reach. As such, in many great sects, there would be father and son, master and disciple cultivator with the same cultivation. From the way Gong Xinghe addressed this young woman, it was obvious she was the one Dai Yuan had mentioned to Yang Kai, the Gong Ao Fu who lived on Myriad Illusion Peak. 1,000 illusion colored glass art. When Gong Xinghe heard these words, a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes. The same was true for the other elders, all of them seemingly recalling something, their expressions becoming complicated. "Is that the junior who lives on 1,000 Illusion Peak?" Gong Xinghe quickly withdrew the strange look in his eyes and asked indifferently. Gong Ao Fu nodded lightly. "Where is she?" Gong Xinghe asked. "She seems to be on her way here, probably because she saw what happened here." As Gong Ao Fu spoke, she turned her head to the side where a blue streak of light was rapidly approaching. Everyone waited for a moment before the blue streak of light flew over and paused for a moment before revealing a graceful figure. However, when everyone saw the face of this figure, they all showed some surprise. This newcomer was naturally Dai Yuan, who had rushed here in a hurry, seemingly knowing that so many elders would be gathered here. As such, Dai Yuan did not show any panic and first bowed to Gong Xinghe in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Thousand Illusion Peak disciple Dai Yuan greets sect master. Gong Xinghe gently nodded but did not say anything. Dai Yuan then bowed to Gong Ao Fu before greeting the many elders present. Gong Ao Fu's brow furrowed slightly as she swept Dai Yuan with her divine sense, asking suspiciously, "Yuan, what have you been doing these past few days? Why do you seem to have suffered some loss of vitality?" Dai Yuan bowed her head and replied, "Disciple encountered a slight setback in her cultivation. However, it is not a serious matter. Thank you for your concern." Although this was what she said, Dai Yuan's expression remained indifferent, as if she was just following a routine. Seeing this, Gong Xinghe frowned. He didn't care about her attitude. "Your master said that you have a way to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain, is that true?" "Investigate Colored Glass Mountain?" "Yes, we suspect that one of the restrictions underground has been damaged. It's just that I don't know if it was damaged by someone or by myself, so I need you to check it out." "Are there any problems?" "The sect raised me, now that I have a use for it, Dai Yuan naturally won't refuse." Dai Yuan replied lightly. Hearing this, Gong Ao Fu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She only said, "If that's the case, then investigate and inform us of the situation." Disciple obeys. Dai Yuan did not hesitate, immediately closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. Soon, a colored glass divine light similar to the one erupting from Colored Glass Mountain burst forth from her tender body, but this colored glass divine light was less than a millionth of Colored Glass Mountains. The colored glass divine light only flickered around Dai Yuan for a moment before transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into Colored Glass Mountain. Seeing this, many of the elders who had never seen the Thousand Illusion colored glass art before showed looks of interest. Because the Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain was not restrained by the 5 elements and had the effect of restraining one's soul, even if their cultivations were far higher than Dai Yuan's, they were unable to release their divine sense or use any method to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain. But now, Dai Yuan, who was only a third-order Saint King, was able to easily accomplish this feat, causing them to be both interested and shocked. They naturally knew about the Thousand Illusion colored glass art and the dangers of cultivating this secret art, so after a moment of contemplation, they no longer paid any attention to Dai Yuan and simply waited quietly. After a long time, the ray of light that shot into Colored Glass Mountain suddenly reappeared and rushed into Dai Yuan's tender body. Seeing this, many of Colored Glass Sect's elders turned to look at Dai Yuan, waiting for her answer. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, still had her eyes closed, as if she was sensing something. After a while, she opened her eyes and bowed, reporting to Sect Master, "Honored Master, the barrier under Colored Glass Mountain is indeed damaged, and next to it, there seems to be the corpse of a monster beast. It seems that because this monster beast triggered the barrier, not only was it killed, it was also damaged." "Monster beast?" The beautiful woman surnamed Du's face changed slightly. Could it be the mountain quarrying beast? It shouldn't be. The man surnamed Ma also wore a puzzled look. Logically speaking, the mountain quarrying beast shouldn't have damaged the barrier. It has explored this place many times without making any mistakes, so why was it like this time? The beautiful woman surnamed Du looked at Dai Yuan and asked with a slight smile, "Martial niece, could it be that you made a mistake? The mountain quarrying beast was a monster beast we bought from Myriad Beast Sect specifically for use in this place. It shouldn't have damaged the barrier." "Then I don't know, but this is the situation I investigated. If Elder Du doesn't believe me, you can find another way to investigate." After Dai Yuan said these 2 words, her face became slightly pale, as if using the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art just now had exhausted her. The beautiful woman surnamed Du smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. If she had a way to investigate carefully, why would she need to rely on Dai Yuan's ability? It was just that she and Elder Ma had been guarding this place all this time, so now that something had happened to Colored Glass Mountain, they had to bear some responsibility. Since it's a problem with the mountain quarrying beast, it shouldn't be a big problem. All that's left is to repair the spirit array. Since the barrier underground is broken, we'll just have to find another way to fix it. Gong Xinghe's face flashed a thoughtful look, but he didn't ask Dai Yuan too many questions. Father. Since it's a problem with the mountain quarrying beast, should we investigate the guests who have visited during this time? When Gong Ao Fu asked this question, she glanced over at Dai Yuan, apparently having learned from Yin Su Dai that Dai Yuan had also received guests a few days ago. You can decide on this matter yourselves. Gong Xinghe waved his hand before turning around, his figure flickering and disappearing. As soon as their sect master left, many of the elders couldn't help secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du glanced at each other before the former said, although according to Marshal Niece Dai Yuan's investigation, the destruction of the barrier here has nothing to do with outsiders, I still feel that something is wrong. Elder Du has been cultivating the mountain quarrying beast for more than 30 years and has never made any mistakes, but this time it has. Perhaps there is some unknown reason for this. When everyone heard him say this, they naturally understood that he was trying to shirk responsibility. If it was an outsider, then he and the beautiful woman surnamed Du's responsibility would naturally be lighter. Immediately, everyone laughed and said that this matter would be handled by the man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du and that they wouldn't intervene. The man surnamed Ma didn't decline and naturally prepared to investigate the visitors with all their might. On the other side, Dai Yuan walked over to Gong Ao Fu with a pale face and bowed, "Honored master, disciple will also go back to rest." "Good, I've troubled you this time. Before you reach the minor accomplishment stage in the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, you generally cannot use the colored glass divine light. It seems that your loss of Yuan Qi this time is not small. Return to 1,000 illusion peak and rest for a few months. Take this bottle of 100 sifting pills, it should be able to make up for your loss of Yuan Qi." Saying so, Gong Ao Fu tossed a bottle of pills over to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan caught it, thanked her profusely, and immediately withdrew. Gong Ao Fu allowing her to rest for a few months was exactly what she wanted. She had originally planned to rest for a few months before attempting to break through to the origin returning realm. While the many elders of Colored Glass sect repaired the barrier and spirit array, Dai Yuan returned to 1,000 Illusion Peak and went straight to the room Yang Kai had lived in before. Standing inside the room and looking around, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a while, she began circulating her Saint Qi and the colored glass divine light burst out from her body again, drilling directly into the ground and disappearing. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Dai Yuan carefully examined her surroundings and after a moment, her tender body suddenly shook as a look of disbelief appeared on her face, whispering softly, "It really is you." When she was investigating Colored Glass Mountain before, she had noticed that there was a small hole at the bottom of Colored Glass Mountain that seemed to have been drilled into by something. On top of that, Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be missing a lot of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. However, when she followed a small underground passage to investigate, Dai Yuan was shocked to discover that the location this passage led to was actually her 1,000 illusion peak. Although the entire passage had been deliberately repaired, there were still some imperceptible traces left behind, and under the cover of the colored glass divine light, these traces had nowhere to hide. Surprised, Dai Yuan didn't dare to say anything because she vaguely felt that this matter might have something to do with Yang Kai. At that time, she wasn't certain and had only been careful, so she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain quarrying beast. However, the mountain quarrying beast had not been killed by the barrier and instead seemed to have been slapped to death by something. Now that she had returned to 1,000 Illusion Peak and investigated, she immediately confirmed her previous conjecture. Underneath the room where Yang Kai had lived, there was a similar passage leading to Colored Glass Mountain. Over the years, Dai Yuan had only received 2 guests, Yang Kai and Yang Yun, so it would be strange if they hadn't done something to this place. Dai Yuan didn't know what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to open up a passage to Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain from here and empty out such a large area of colored glass mountain. However, she knew that if this matter was exposed, Yang Kai would definitely be hunted down by colored glass sect. His method of harvesting Thousand Illusion-colored glass without using the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art was definitely not something the elders of the sect would be willing to let go of. Chapter 1280. Fortunately, only those who had cultivated the Thousand Illusion-colored jade scripture art would be able to know about this. Even the sect master wouldn't be able to investigate unless the entire colored glass mountain was moved. Previously, she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain quarrying beast, so presumably Yang Kai wouldn't arouse any suspicion. After a while, Dai Yuan calmed down a little and decided to bury this matter silently in her heart, not telling anyone about it. She even tried her best to cover up the traces of the small passage deep under the chalk floor of the room where Yang Kai had lived. Yang Kai had never expected that Dai Yuan would have a way to investigate this matter. He had thought that everything would be done without anyone knowing. Before leaving, he had deliberately ordered the stone mongoose to repair the passage under the chalk, but both he and Yang Yen had underestimated the mysteries of the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art and colored glass divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and Yang Yen were already 100,000 kilometers away from the Grand Crystal Mountain Range and were currently flying towards a certain location. However, Yang Kai still had a subtle feeling that something was wrong, and his expression became dignified as he constantly used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding situation. "Why do I feel like you're being a little cautious?" Yang Yen frowned and asked. When the stone mongoose came out, it encountered a very strange monster beast. Although that monster beast was only at the 6th order and was killed with a single slap, the changes in colored glass mountain must have something to do with it. I don't know if that monster beast sent some kind of message back, but if it did, we need to move faster. Xiao Xiao killed a monster beast? Yang Yen exclaimed. This was the first time she had learned of this matter. It should be a monster beast specially raised by colored glass sect. I don't know what kind it is, but I do know that it can ignore the various barriers under colored glass mountain, so it was probably placed there by someone from colored glass sect to investigate the situation. Fortunately, the stone mongoose was smart and didn't give it any time to react before killing it. Otherwise, we would have been in a lot of trouble this time. Oh. While speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he looked up towards the front, his expression changing slightly. What happened? Someone's coming this way. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yang Inflammation also looked in the direction he was looking at, but found nothing. However, she knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person, so she was not surprised. She just asked softly, "Are they coming for us?" If they were here for the two of them, they should have chased after them from behind. Why would they come from the front? It's Yin Su Dai. They really are coming for us. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yang Yen pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems that colored glass sect has a space array connected to a nearby city, otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. What should we do? What else can we do? If we avoid them now, we'll be giving ourselves away. Yang Kai shook his head. Instead, he pretended that he didn't see any traces of the people coming from the other side and went straight to meet them. Because he found that although Yin Su Dai wasn't the only one coming, there was no origin returning realm master accompanying them, so he wasn't afraid. 100 kilometers ahead, Yin Su Dai was leading 2 third-order Saint King cultivator over, her brow furrowed slightly. When she had heard that the sect master had ordered a thorough investigation of all visitors, she had been overjoyed. After all, a few days ago, she had suffered a small loss at the hands of Yang Kai when she used her beguiling technique, allowing him to take advantage of her, causing Yin Su Dai to feel quite annoyed. Without even mentioning this point, Yang Kai was Dai Yuan's guest, which was enough for Yin Su Dai to take him seriously. She had been worried about not having an opportunity to find trouble with Yang Kai, but now the opportunity had presented itself right in front of her. She really wanted to know what the relationship between Dai Yuan and Yang Kai was, and why she had brought Yang Kai back to Thousand Illusion Peak this time. How could Yin Su Dai have known that a thorough investigation of the visitors was all bark and no bite? Yin Su Dai excitedly went to report this matter to the Chong Chok old man who was in charge of this matter. When the Chong Chok old man heard that Yang Kai was just a second-order Saint King, he immediately lost interest in him and didn't even try to pursue him. However, the Chong Chok old man also knew what Yin Su Dai was thinking and didn't stop her from chasing after Yang Kai. As such, Yin Su Dai pulled in 2 strong helpers from Colored Glass Sect and used the space array in the sect to teleport to 100,000 cities, just in time to intercept Yang Kai. Of the 2 cultivators beside her, one was tall and sturdy, as strong as a bear. His 2 exposed necks were bulging with muscles. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of extraordinary strength. Between his eyebrows, there was a murderous aura surging, as if he was extremely cruel. However, when such a man looked at Yin Su Dai, his eyes were filled with tenderness and gentleness, and when he spoke to her, he deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was afraid he would offend this beautiful woman. The other person had a dignified appearance. At this moment, there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. He was looking around with a serious face, as if he was looking for something. Under his gaze, everything within a radius of 100 miles could be seen clearly. "Brother Luo, have you found him yet?" The burly man suddenly glanced at the other cultivator and asked, "You've been looking for him for so long yet haven't found a single clue. Are you not using your full strength? What are you urging for?" When the cultivator who was called Luo Shigua heard this, a displeased look appeared on his face. "They left the Grand Crystal Mountain Range long ago. Although we are in front of them, who knows which direction they will go? If Brother Ho is still worried, why don't you search for him yourself? I heard that Brother has been cultivating his soul recently, so this is a good opportunity to test the results of your recent efforts. It seems that Master gave you a bottle of spirit clarity pills, so presumably Brother's soul is much stronger than before, right?" Listening to Brother Luo's ridicule, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The secret art he cultivated didn't pay much attention to the growth of his soul. It could be said that his soul was his biggest shortcoming, and as his strength grew, this shortcoming became more and more obvious, so some time ago, he had been forced to begin cultivating his soul. Now that his junior brother Luo had brought up his sore spot, and in front of such a beautiful woman, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The 2 of them were normally fine, as brother and junior brother, there was no friction between them, but now in front of Yin Su Dai, it was inevitable that they would compete for her affections. Seeing the burly man surnamed Ho's embarrassed face, as if the anger in his heart was about to explode, Yin Su Dai quickly said, "2 brothers, please don't quarrel. This time, I invited the 2 of you to come out because I wanted to borrow your combined strength. Brother Luo's spirit eye technique is perfect for searching for someone in this situation, and after finding him, I'll have to trouble Brother Ho to capture him." 2 brothers must have seen the incident with the sect's supreme treasure, Colored Glass Mountain. The sect master and many Chong Chok elders suspect that it was caused by an outsider, but that surnamed Yang didn't leave earlier or later, but instead chose to leave at this time. There's clearly something wrong with him, so we can't let him escape. Yin Su Dai didn't show any signs of annoyance because of the 2's jealousy and instead wore a look of enjoyment on her pretty face, as if she couldn't wait for the 2 of them to quarrel as fiercely as possible. However, right now, tracking Yang Kai was more important, so she had to try to persuade them. Hearing her say this, the burly man surnamed Ho's face became gloomy as he took her words for real. "So, it really was that little brat who did this?" "I don't know," Yin Su Dai shook her head with a smile. "But this matter is of great importance, so we can't let any suspicious person go. Capture him and hand him over to the sect's Chong Chok elders, they will naturally decide what to do with him." She was using a chicken feather as an arrow to command orders, so how could she dare speak so confidently? Moreover, her words could only fool the burly man surnamed Ho, while the cultivator surnamed Luo wore a thoughtful look on his face, clearly understanding something, but he didn't say anything. For him, finding a person was just a piece of cake. Selling a favor to Yin Su Dai was the most important thing. Good, junior brother Luo, search carefully. When you find that little brat, this big brother will capture him. Daring to have ideas about our colored glass mountain, I want to see if this little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. As he spoke, he bared his white fangs, giving him a terrifying appearance. Cultivator Luo was just about to speak when suddenly his spirit shook and he shouted, "Found him." Where? Yin Su Dai also wore a happy expression and hurriedly asked. That way, they're heading towards us. Cultivator Luo pointed and nodded lightly, and, it's exactly as junior sister described, a man and a woman, the woman wrapped in a black robe, that's them. Then there's no mistake, Yin Su Dai smiled tenderly. Interesting, they actually walked right into our trap. The burly man surnamed Ho also grinned and shouted, "Big brother will head over first, junior brother Luo, protect junior sister and wait for us to capture them." Seeing this, Luo Wu knew that this burly man was trying to steal the credit. After all, he was the one who had found them, so if he wanted to capture them, he could take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy some alone time with Yin Su Dai. Turning his head slightly, Luo Wu smiled and said, "Brother Ho is quite impatient. Junior sister, let's head over slowly, presumably by the time we arrive, brother will have already finished his task." What kind of skill can a trivial second-order Saint King have? A strange light flashed across Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes, but after hearing this, she nodded nonchalantly, and, this is all thanks to brother Luo's spirit sight, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to find someone in such a large area. Junior sister is too kind. If you need Big Brother's assistance in the future, feel free to ask, Big Brother will definitely not refuse. Your Myriad Crystal Peak is not far from our Flying Bird Peak, so if junior sister has time in the future, you can come to Flying Bird Peak for a few days. Big Brother can accompany you throughout the journey. It would be an honor for this Big Brother. Brother Ho actually took the initiative to invite her, his words full of affection. Hearing this, Yin Su Dai giggled twice, but did not deny it. Although she did not get a definite answer, her beautiful face and pleasant laughter caused Cultivator Luo to become absent-minded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Immediately, his heart trembled as he realized that his junior sister had made progress in her beguiling technique. He had heard that as long as Grandmaster Shao refined an origin condensing pill, she would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. It seemed that this rumor was true. Chapter 1281. Yang Kai stared at the burly man who had flown in front of him with a strange look on his face, his expression indifferent. This burly man was naturally the cultivator surnamed Ho that Yin Su Dai had found, but Yang Kai didn't understand why he had rushed over alone while Yin Su Dai and the other cultivator seemed to be chatting and laughing behind them. The cultivator surnamed Ho swept his eyes over Yang Kai, and after determining that the aura fluctuations coming from Yang Kai were indeed only second-order Saint King realm, the corners of his mouth curled disdainfully before he turned to look at Yang Inflammation and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman in a black robe would be so beautiful. Moreover, after being stopped by him, the man and woman in front of him didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, each of them was calmer than the other. The only thing that puzzled Ho was that he couldn't see through Yang Inflammation's true cultivation. When his divine sense swept out, it was as if the other party's body didn't exist, directly passing through it without being able to detect anything. This made the burly man's expression turn cold as he subconsciously regarded Yang Inflammation as a cultivator even more powerful than Yang Kai. The cultivator surnamed Ho was mainly here to find Yang Kai, so he naturally wasn't interested in Yang Inflammation. After a brief inspection, he withdrew his gaze and stared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. "Hello, friend." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Why are you standing in front of my senior sister and junior brother?" "Why?" "Heh." The burly man surnamed Ho chuckled. "Is your surname Yang?" "Yes." "Did you just come out of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range?" Yes. Then there's no mistake, this Ho is looking for you, boy. The cultivator surnamed Ho's face became cold. He shouted in a low voice, daring to have ideas about Colored Glass Mountain and even touching its barrier. Let's see where you'll run this time. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai was really shocked. He subconsciously thought that his good deed had been exposed. But after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. If he had really been exposed, the people chasing after him wouldn't have just been these 3 Saint Kings. At the very least, several of Colored Glass Sect's elders would have been dispatched. Since it wasn't exposed, why was this guy so sure? How would Yang Kai know? The brawny man surnamed Ho simply believed Yin Su Dai's words. That was why he had such preconceived notions and took it for granted. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai chuckled. Friend must be joking, I only went to Grand Crystal Mountain Range at the invitation of your noble sex Dai Yuan. It was just a few days. Why do you have designs on Colored Glass Mountain? Dai Yuan? The brawny man surnamed Ho was taken aback. Surprised, he asked, you know Dai Yuan? She actually invited you as a guest? He had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Of course I won't lie about this kind of thing. You can go back to Grand Clarity Mountain's Thousand Illusion Peak and ask Dai Yuan. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Let me ask Dai Yuan. A trace of dread appeared on the brawny man surnamed Ho's face before he suddenly waved his hand and said unreasonably, boy, don't speak irresponsibly. In any case, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape this time. This Ho was entrusted by someone to capture you first. As for what you did, I don't care, I'm only responsible for capturing you. Listening to him say this, Kai Yang couldn't help but grin. So you're saying that friend is deliberately looking for trouble? Humph. The brawny man coldly snorted, so what if I am? As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the brawny man surnamed Ho's hand and a fierce energy fluctuation burst from his body. His figure shot up into the sky like an eagle, his right hand suddenly transforming into a cold metallic luster as it pressed down towards Yang Kai's head. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the air within 1,000-meter radius seemed to freeze. When this palm pressed down, it was as if the entire sky was collapsing and the aura it condensed made it difficult to breathe. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation let out a muffled groan as her tender body trembled slightly. However, a brilliant light flashed from her body as if nothing had happened. At the same time, she hurriedly retreated, appearing 1,000 meters away, out of the range of the brawny man surnamed Ho's attack. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Ho let out a light sigh, seemingly not having expected Yang Inflammation to be so powerful. Although he didn't know what that brilliant light just now was, he was certain it was a powerful artifact. Relying on the power of an artifact, he didn't put it in his eyes, so he only hesitated for a moment before increasing the pressure on his hand and continuing to press down on Yang Kai, shouting angrily, "Crawl down." He wanted to knock down Yang Kai with a single blow so that Yin Su Dai, who was following closely behind, could see how powerful he was. This was a rare opportunity to show off, so how could the brawny man surnamed Ho miss it? When the palm was still 100 meters or so away from Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer as he stood in place and stared at his opponent's ferocious and unreasonable display, an indifferent expression appearing on his face. As soon as his opponent attacked, Yang Kai could see that this brawny man wanted to rely on his powerful physique and powerful Saint Chi to win. If it had been any other second-order Saint King cultivator facing such an attack, they would definitely have been flustered, but how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? The dignified aura that could almost crush an ordinary cultivator to dust was not able to affect Yang Kai in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, the dignified aura in the vicinity immediately seemed to be attracted by something and became turbulent, shattering like an invisible mirror. The pervasive dignified aura suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai, who had been shrouded in his opponent's palm, blurred and disappeared. The brawny man surnamed Ho's face changed drastically. He never expected that a second-order Saint King cultivator would be able to escape from his all-out suppression. What's more, after escaping, he couldn't even find Yang Kai's position. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from the world without leaving a trace of his aura. The cultivator surnamed Ho panicked and immediately knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Just as he was searching for Yang Kai, he suddenly felt a swirling force above his head and an extremely dangerous aura pressing down on him. Not good. The cultivator surnamed Ho shouted in his heart as he looked up, only to see that Yang Kai, who had disappeared, had appeared above his head at some unknown time. Yang Kai's actions were exactly the same as before, looking down at him from above. Yang Kai's eyes were extremely cold, like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens looking down at an ant, causing the cultivator to shudder. Yang Kai also stretched out his palm and slammed it down towards the brawny man, but this palm print was expanding infinitely, covering the entire sky in an instant, giving the brawny man a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. Ho Jian did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly condensed 10% of his strength, raising his palms above his head as if he were holding up the heavens. At the same time, his body flashed with a brilliant light as a layer of metallic armor appeared around him, protecting him. At the same time, from the center of his forehead, a jet-black light flashed and spun like a sharp awl, creating a whistling sound as it shot towards the giant palm print. The brawny man's surnamed Ho was an elite disciple of Colored Glass sect, so even when the situation had suddenly changed, he was still able to make so many moves in an instant. However, his heart was still beating wildly and he didn't feel the slightest sense of security. Under his bewildered gaze, the pitch-black cone-like attack took the lead to collide with the huge palm print. When the palm print slammed down, the pitch-black cone-like attack's rotating force immediately disappeared, and the light dimmed, revealing its original appearance. It turned out to be a spinning top-like offensive artifact. As soon as this artifact came into contact with the heaven-covering hand, it was knocked to the side, seemingly having lost a great deal of its spirituality. Immediately after, the heaven-covering hand slammed into Ho Jian's body without any hindrance. Ho Jian's artifact armor, which was covered in several layers of metallic luster, instantly began to crack like a spider's web. In less than a breath of time, this artifact armor collapsed. The brawny man surnamed Ho grit his teeth and roared as he poured all of his Saint Chi into his arms, suddenly sending out countless fist shadows to meet the giant palm print. Seeing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his Saint Chi once again, increasing the power of the heaven-covering hand by 30%. The countless fist shadows rushed into the heaven-covering hand like clay oxen entering the sea, not even creating a single ripple before they were swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. The cultivator surnamed Ho's face suddenly turned pale. Although they had only fought for 3 breaths, he could tell that he was not the opponent of this man his junior sister Een was looking for. Understanding this in his heart, the cultivator surnamed Ho showed an unyielding expression on his face as his expression became more and more violent. Before he could do anything else, the heaven-covering hand had already slammed into him. With a loud bang, the cultivator surnamed Ho's body fell heavily to the ground, creating a large crater, but the heaven-covering hand did not collapse and instead continued to pursue him relentlessly. The ground trembled as a huge palm print appeared on the ground, covering an area of 1,000 meters. At the center of the palm print, the cultivator surnamed Ho was kneeling on one knee, his hands in the air as his body spasmed. His thick and solid arms were stained with blood and looked terrible. The clothes on his body were also torn, revealing his burly body. However, at this moment, his arms were bent at a strange angle. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. Even so, he stared at Yang Kai who was falling from the sky, his eyes filled with horror and resentment. A dumbstruck look flashed across Yang Kai's face, as if he hadn't expected this burly man to be able to withstand his heaven-covering hand without collapsing. It seemed that this man's burly body wasn't just for show, his physique must also be quite strong. Meeting the man's resentful gaze, Yang Kai raised his brow and landed lightly in front of the brawny man, immediately lifting his foot and gently placing it on the brawny man's shoulder as he grinned dangerously at him. The brawny man's face went pale. Although he knew what Yang Kai was going to do, at this moment, his internal organs were severely injured. Not to mention resisting, even moving was extremely difficult, so even though he knew what was going to happen, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 1282. Under the uneasy gaze of the cultivator surnamed Ho, a powerful force suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. This force was so strong that he was unable to block it. The brawny man's body shrank and he fell directly to the ground. His face and nose were covered in dust, making him look extremely embarrassed. He struggled desperately a few times, but Yang Kai's foot pressed down on his shoulder, as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for him to move. For a moment, his dusty cheeks flushed red with shame and indignation. 1,000 meters away, Yin Su Dai and the other cultivator surnamed Luo, who had just arrived, were stunned by this incredible scene. Neither of them could believe their eyes. The two of them had followed behind the cultivator surnamed Ho at a leisurely pace. Although they seemed to be chatting and laughing, they had also seen the scene of Yang Kai and the cultivator surnamed Ho fight just now. All of this could only be described as a flash of lightning. The cultivator surnamed Ho had launched an aggressive and majestic blow while shouting arrogantly for Yang Kai to crawl to the ground. Naturally, they had heard it clearly, but in the blink of an eye, the one crawling on the ground was not the Yang Kai they had imagined, but their fellow disciple who was not weak. Yin Su Dai and the cultivator surnamed Luo were naturally aware of the strength of the cultivator surnamed Ho. Among the Saint King realm cultivators in Colored Glass sect, his strength could be ranked in the top 10, but such an elite disciple had actually been beaten to the ground by Yang Kai in a single blow. No matter how he struggled, he could not get up. How could Yin Su Dai and the cultivator surnamed Luo not be shocked? No Saint King realm cultivator in Colored Glass sect could achieve this level of strength. Didn't this mean that this Yang Kai was much stronger than the elites in the sect? For a moment, the cultivator surnamed Luo's expression became gloomy as he secretly swallowed his saliva. Thinking about it, if he had been in his brother's position, he was afraid his end would not have been much better. Being defeated was not a big deal, but the key was that he had lost so much face in front of Yin Su Dai and had even boasted before. Presumably, this brother of his would no longer have the face to bother his junior sister Yin in the future. Thinking so, while the cultivator surnamed Luo was shocked, he also felt a sense of schadenfreude, secretly pleased. This was also the first time Yin Su Dai knew that Yang Kai was so strong. Although she had met Yang Kai several times before, she had never had a deep relationship with him, so how could she have known that such an unknown character could be so powerful? Even Fang Tian and Chu Dai's Yang Kai, right? Moreover, he had a relationship with senior sister. Thinking so, Yin Su Dai was not surprised. Instead, a different kind of light bloomed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Thinking quickly, she whispered to the cultivator surnamed Luo, "Brother Luo, do you see that woman in black robes over there? What orders does junior sister have?" The cultivator surnamed Luo heard this and also looked towards Yang Yun. "Can you quietly capture that woman?" Yin Su Dai smiled sweetly, as if this was a trivial matter. The cultivator surnamed Luo's face changed slightly. Although he wanted to take charge, he hesitated and said, "Junior sister, look at the current situation. Even Brother Ho couldn't withstand a single blow from him, so how can I capture that woman under his nose? Moreover, he doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. If we anger him because of this, the gains will not be worth the losses. Brother Luo, rest assured. Since junior sister has made such a proposal, she must have made arrangements." Yin Su Dai smiled. Yin Su Dai smiled lightly, "Leave him to me, senior brother Luo only needs to capture that woman." The cultivator surnamed Luo still looked hesitant and did not agree immediately. Seeing this, Yin Su Dai's pretty face sank slightly, but a light flashed across her beautiful eyes as if she had thought of something. She said, "Brother Luo, I know what you are worried about, but I only asked you to capture that woman. I didn't ask you to hurt her, so you don't have to worry about that person coming after you. What's more, Brother Luo, although you are not his opponent, with the floating light escaping shadow secret technique you cultivate, he shouldn't be able to do anything to you, right? Or is it that brother can't satisfy such a small request from junior sister?" Hearing what Yin Su Dai said, the cultivator surnamed Luo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Good, since junior sister thinks so highly of brother, then I will leave that woman to brother. But junior sister, you have to be careful. This surnamed Yang doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. You must not suffer any losses at his hands. He seemed to be very confident in his floating light escaping shadow secret technique, so even after witnessing the scene of Yang Kai beating the cultivator surnamed Ho to the ground with one move, he still agreed to Yin Su Dai's request. Yin Su Dai giggled and said, junior sister shouldn't be his opponent in 10 moves in a head-on fight, but how could I give him such a chance? The cultivator surnamed Luo turned his head and glanced at Yin Su Dai, suddenly discovering that his junior sister was emitting a faint halo. This halo was invisible, but when it appeared, it caused one's mind to sway. In the next moment, the tender body of this junior sister next to him seemed to be exuding an endless attractive force that attracted his mind, making him unwilling to look away from her. It was as if his entire being was being sucked in by her. The cultivator surnamed Luo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before his heart trembled. He bit the tip of his tongue and woke up from his daze, a look of horror appearing on his face. He no longer dared to look at Yin Su Dai. He knew that his junior sister's bewitching technique had improved greatly compared to before. Her charm was not something he could resist, so he immediately felt more confident in Yin Su Dai. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had one foot on the shoulder of the cultivator surnamed Ho, suddenly raised his head and looked at Yin Su Dai and Luo cultivator, as if he had just noticed them. He smiled and said, Sister Yin, what a coincidence to run into you here. It seems we were brought together by fate. Fate, ha! Yin Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, seemingly endlessly charming, as she said softly, there is indeed some fate between us, but this time it's not a coincidence. I deliberately used the space array in colored glass sect to come to a nearby city and then came to find you. Find me? Yang Kai raised his brow and pretended to be surprised. What's wrong? Does Sister Yin need something from me? The smile on Yin Su Dai's face disappeared and was replaced by a sad expression. It's nothing serious, but did little brother forget the agreement you made with me a few days ago? Didn't you say you would come to Myriad Crystal Peak when you had time? Why did you leave without even saying goodbye? Could it be that senior sister Dai Yuan was not a good host? If that's the case, this junior sister will apologize to her. Senior sister Dai Yuan is not good at communicating with others and does not understand the ways of the world, so I hope little brother will not bother with her. Saying so, Yin Su Dai really bowed, her every movement unconsciously revealing a myriad of amorous feelings as she stared at Yang Kai with her pair of beautiful eyes, unconsciously exuding a kind of power that seemed to draw in his soul. Yang Kai wore a flattered look and quickly waved his hand. Sister is too serious. It's not that Dai Yuan was not a good host, it's just that this one has an important matter to attend to that made it inconvenient for him to stay in colored glass sect for long, so I was in such a hurry to leave. At the same time, Yang Kai's mind raced and he felt a lot more relieved. When that cultivator surnamed Ho came over, he kept saying that he had broken the barrier of colored glass mountain, but now Yin Su Dai had not said a word about it. It seemed that the stone mongoose's actions had not been exposed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. So that's how it is. Yin Su Dai nodded lightly, raised her jade-like hand, and brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her small and delicate earlobes as she smiled sweetly. If little brother doesn't mind, can you let go of my worthless brother first? It seems that there was some misunderstanding between the two of you just now. Now that little brother has punished him, can you let him go? He's your brother? Yang Kai was surprised and a touch of apology appeared on his face. So this one is also from colored glass sect. I thought it was some blind fool who had come looking for trouble, so I didn't ask any questions and just beat him up. I'm really sorry about that, but since he is Sister Yin's brother, I'll return him to you. Saying so, Yang Kai casually kicked out, the back of his foot curling around the abdomen of the cultivator surnamed Ho. With a crisp cracking sound, the cultivator surnamed Ho, who was originally blushing from shame, suddenly turned pale and flew straight towards Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai's pretty face changed slightly. She did not expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. That kick seemed casual, but judging from the sound of it, her brother Ho's sternum and ribs were likely broken. This kind of injury was not light, but it was not serious either, but it would require at least 3 or 4 months of bed rest to fully recover. A trace of anger flashed across Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes as she secretly blamed Yang Kai for not giving her any face. Waving her jade-like hand forward, a pink cloud-like aura suddenly appeared in front of her. When the cultivator surnamed Ho's body hit the pink cloud, it caved in like cotton, but it also dissolved the force of the cultivator surnamed Ho's impact, allowing him to avoid a second injury. Yin Su Dai raised her jade-like hand again and placed it on the cultivator surnamed Ho's shoulder, spinning him around twice. When they came to a stop, the cultivator surnamed Ho was already standing firmly beside her, but his face was alternating between blue and white, as if he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Yin Su Dai did not even spare him a glance. After helping him dissolve the force of his attack, she completely ignored his existence, standing in place for a while without saying a word. On the opposite side, Yang Kai saw this scene and was secretly surprised. He had deliberately poured a bit of Saint Chi into his kick just now, but he had not expected it to be so easily dissolved by Yin Su Dai. It seemed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Since she was able to monopolize colored glass sect, she really had some skill. If Sister Yin has nothing else to say, this Yang will take his leave. Yang Kai decided not to entangle himself with this woman any longer. After all, she was the chief elite disciple of colored glass sect, so he could not kill her. If he continued to entangle himself with her, he would only suffer a loss, so he immediately said goodbye. Chapter 1283. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Yin Su Dai chuckled lightly and said, "Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I came here this time specifically to invite little brother to 10,000 Ren Peak. In fact, I am very curious about the relationship between little brother and senior sister Dai Yuan. If possible, I hope little brother can give me some face and accompany me on this trip. You also know that senior sister Dai Yuan does not communicate with others in the sect. Even as her junior sister, it is extremely difficult for me to speak a few words with her. Little brother, you are the first guest she has invited back in the past 20 years. Not only am I curious about this matter, even my honored master has inquired about it. This time, I actually came here on the orders of my honored master." "Your honored master?" Yang Kai looked at Yin Su Dai with a smile and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Many thanks to Senior Gong for thinking so highly of me, but this Yang has an important matter to attend to right now and is unable to spare any time. How about this, if I have the opportunity in the future to visit Colored Glass Sect, I will pay a visit. In the future, who knows when the future will be? Since there is no time like the present, today will be fine." Yin Su Dai insisted, making a decision for Yang Kai all of a sudden, seemingly not allowing him to refuse. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. This kind of entanglement naturally made him unhappy. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai also felt that he had been somewhat naive. Since the other party had chased him all the way here, it was naturally impossible for her to simply withdraw. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai whispered, "What if I insist on not going?" "Not going?" Yin Su Dai giggled tenderly as she looked at Yang Kai with interest, exhaling lightly as she said, "I'm afraid little brother doesn't have a choice." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Yun, who was 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai, suddenly called out. It was as if she had been ambushed. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and he quickly turned his head to look. At some point, a male cultivator with a white glow had appeared. This cultivator seemed to have wanted to capture Yang Inflammation just now, but for some reason, he failed. Instead, he was forced out by a defensive artifact on Yang Inflammation's body. At this moment, he was standing in place with a frown on his face, one of his hands grasping at the air, contending with a layer of fiery red light around Yang Inflammation's body. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized this cultivator as the cultivator who had come with Yin Su Dai. hurriedly turning his head to look behind Yin Su Dai. Where was that person? All that was left was a ray of fluorescent light that gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. Yang Kai's face instantly turned ashen. He didn't even know when the other party had left Yin Su Dai's side. The one who had attacked Yang Inflammation seemed to have cultivated an extraordinary secret technique that had deceived even him. It was easy to imagine if Yang Inflammation had not been wearing some random artifact she had refined herself. Once captured, Yang Kai would have immediately been subjected to the other party's control. At that time, even if he didn't want to, he would have no choice but to follow Yin Su Dai. After knowing that he had fallen into the other party's trap, Yang Kai flew into a rage. Ignoring the movements of Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he glared towards Yin Su Dai. Yang Inflammation had a dazzling array of artifacts on her body, and although Yang Kai didn't know how many she was wearing, he knew that it was impossible for a third-order Saint King cultivator to capture her so easily. Even an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator wouldn't necessarily be able to capture Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about Yang Inflammation's ability to protect herself. Just as the cultivator surnamed Luo attacked Yang Inflammation, Yin Su Dai also attacked Yang Kai. Accompanied by a melodious giggle, the pink fog that had appeared before once again appeared strangely, transforming into a large pink fog barrier that wrapped around Yang Kai tightly. The next moment, Yin Su Dai opened her mouth and spat out a fragrant scent into the pink fog barrier. The pink fog barrier immediately began to wriggle, as if it had come to life. As it wriggled, a burst of seductive laughter rang out from the pink fog barrier. As soon as these sounds rang out, the already wounded cultivator Ho, who was standing behind Yin Su Dai with an awkward expression, immediately blushed and his blood began to boil. A fiery light flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yin Su Dai, who was using her beguiling technique, with a look of possessiveness in his eyes. Seemingly feeling his burning gaze, Yin Su Dai frowned, turned around, and slapped cultivator Ho's forehead. Ho was startled and his eyes, which were about to be obscured, immediately regained their clarity. Pay attention to yourself, don't make such a fool of yourself. Yin Su Dai scolded with a displeased expression, causing cultivator Ho's face to become even redder, as if blood was about to drip from it. He had lost face again and again today and would likely never be able to raise his head in front of Yin Su Dai again. Originally, this beguiling technique had not been used on him, and with his strength and cultivation, it would not have been difficult for him to resist, but after being injured by Yang Kai, his Saint Chi had become unstable and his mood had fluctuated, causing him to make a fool of himself. Now that he heard Yin Su Dai's words, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine and wished he could return to Colored Glass Sect immediately and enter secluded retreat. Later, I'll need to borrow Big Brother Ho's help, you should meditate and restore your strength for the time being. Yin Su Dai saw his embarrassed expression and quickly said. Hearing this, Cultivator Ho's eyes flashed a fierce light and he quickly restrained his embarrassment. Nodding repeatedly, he sat down cross-legged, took out a few bottles of pills from his space ring, poured out one each, and swallowed it. He then took out 2 high-rank saint crystals and held them in his palms, silently restoring his secret art. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction appeared on Yin Su Dai's face and she continued to pour pink energy into the mist barrier to enhance the power of her beguiling technique. Inside the pink mist barrier, Yang Kai stood motionless and turned his head to look around. The place he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, he was in the middle of a vast wilderness, but now he was in a different place. In front of him was a huge pool with clear water and a strong wine fragrance wafting from it. When this fragrance entered his nose, he could not help but feel as if he was floating in the air. At the edge of the pool, there were more than 20 young girls, all of them dressed neatly and dancing. Each of these young girls had soft waists, graceful figures, and outstanding looks. Each of them had their own merits, but their temperaments were all very similar. Some of them had fiery eyes, some had shy looks on their faces as they stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes, their red lips trembling slightly as if they wanted to say something, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Some of them wore cold expressions and gave off an inviolable aura, as if they were goddesses standing high above the masses. Some of them wore charming expressions and took the initiative to display all kinds of beauty as they danced about. Their full peaks trembled, their elasticity was amazing, and their buttocks and breasts were a dizzying sight to behold. There were also some who wore bashful expressions, as if they were unripe fruits, causing one's appetite to swell. In the surrounding space, a gentle and lingering melody resounded. Coupled with the dance of these young girls, it actually caused one to involuntarily have the misconception of being in love under the moonlight. It caused one to involuntarily think of the person one loved in one's heart and the bits and pieces of time one spent with her. It seemed as if one was unwilling to leave this pool of wine and forest of meat and fall into it forever. Yang Kai, on the other hand, just stood in place, his expression indifferent as he observed everything around him. No matter how the young girls tried to dance, he remained indifferent. After suffering a loss last time when she used her beguiling technique to deal with Yang Kai, Yin Su Dai had not learned her lesson and actually tried it again this time. Yang Kai really did not know what she was thinking. However, this beguiling technique did have some unique characteristics. If it were an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator who fell into this trap, they would definitely lose their composure. However, Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful, and it was not the first time he had been used this beguiling technique. Looking around, the illusory scene in front of him was full of flaws, so how could it possibly shake his mind? Yin Su Dai also seemed to realize that Yang Kai had not been bewitched, and a moment later, using some unknown method, the pink mist barrier suddenly began to churn again. The expressions of the 20 or so young girls who were singing and dancing suddenly changed, becoming sad and sorrowful. At the same time, the melody in the surrounding void also lowered in pitch, filling the air with a sense of melancholy. Under the accompaniment of this melody, these young girls seemed to have become young women who had been left alone in their boudoirs, their desires dissatisfied. Their originally neatly dressed clothes suddenly became as thin as gauze, clinging to their tender bodies, revealing the beauty of their bodies. Their towering chests, their flat bellies, and the lush grass between their legs were all vaguely visible. It was as if as long as Yang Kai was willing, he could have them all at his fingertips. This kind of temptation, compared to the beautiful scene just now, immediately rose to a whole new level. Yang Kai's brow furrowed for a moment before he suddenly grinned. He, who had intended to immediately take action, actually withdrew his Saint Chi and waited for a good show to begin, waiting to see how Yin Su Dai's beguiling technique changed. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the pink mist barrier began to churn again as Yin Su Dai activated her beguiling technique for the third time. After the mist barrier stabilized, the sad young girls all became naked and began to tangle together like water snakes, exposing all of their beauty to the air. Some in pairs, some in groups of 3, some in groups, some in pairs, 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 some in groups, all of them hugging each other's tender bodies, their beautiful legs entwined together as their jade hands wandered over each other's tender bodies, touching what they should and shouldn't touch. They were actually engaging in a series of sensual acts right in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched all of this with great interest. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, and it had to be said that even though he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, this scene was still quite visually impactful. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that his body was reacting somewhat and his blood flow had accelerated significantly. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai nodded lightly, greatly satisfied. Not immediately taking action to break the other party's beguiling technique was the right thing to do. At the very least, this kind of scene was not something one could enjoy normally. A cold snort suddenly rang out, as if Yin Su Dai had become angry out of shame. In the next moment, all of the young girls who were entangled with each other overflowed with a pink aura and their expressions all changed to one of extreme resentment, as if they had transformed into poisonous women as they glared at Yang Kai, more than 20 pairs of beautiful eyes flashing coldly. Chapter 1284. The moment Yin Su Dai's cold snort rang out, the young girls with bitter eyes suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai, their soft, boneless arms dancing like snakes as they sent a pink mist towards Yang Kai. In the midst of this fog, these young girls dashed back and forth like butterflies, their figures gradually blurring until they disappeared without a trace. However, the surrounding music suddenly became like a powerful army, clanging and intertwining with each other. This music contained a thick murderous intent, madly pulling at the ruthlessness in the depths of Kai Yang's heart, attempting to destabilize Kai Yang's emotions. At the same time, the pink mist seemed to have a mind of its own and silently invaded Yang Kai's body through his pores, affecting his judgment and the circulation of his Saint Qi. Yin Su Dai saw that she was unable to confuse Yang Kai, so she immediately gave up her previous plan and prepared to take action. She didn't really expect to be able to do anything to Yang Kai, she was simply trying to stall for time so that her brother Luo could capture Yang Inflammation. Inside the pink mist, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as a mass of black flames burst out from his body, burning him fiercely. All the pink mist that approached him seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis, disappearing without a trace upon contact. However, this pink mist was seemingly endless, and even though it was being burned by the demonic flames, it continued to surge towards Yang Kai like moths to a flame. Inside this pink mist, a number of beautiful figures suddenly launched a sneak attack. These figures were none other than the young girls who had disappeared before. From strange angles, they appeared at the most difficult times to guard against, their naked bodies waving their pink ribbons and wrapping them around Yang Kai. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was tightly wrapped in these pink ribbons. What's more, these ribbons were quite strange as they remained unscathed even under the burning of the demonic flames. This aroused Yang Kai's interest, and after taking a closer look, he was able to see some clues. These pink ribbons were not formed from the mist but were instead origin-grade artifacts that Yin Su Dai had summoned at some point. It was just that the color and shape of this artifact combined with her beguiling technique was enough to fool Yang Kai's attention, so he hadn't been able to detect it. On top of that, these ribbons seemed to have the effect of restricting the circulation of Saint Qi, causing the layer of demonic flames around Yang Kai's body to weaken significantly. Giggles came from all directions, making it impossible to tell where they were coming from. Immediately after, the ribbons tightened, as if they were trying to bind Yang Kai like a rice dumpling. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed one of the ribbons wrapped around his body and pulled it towards him. In an instant, a graceful figure was dragged out of the mist by this force. Not waiting for the shadow to approach him, Kai Yang's other hand clenched into a fist and directly punched the shadow's body. A shrill scream seemed to ring out in Yang Kai's ears as a young girl's tender body burst into a flower of blood and disappeared from his sight like a bubble, blending into the surrounding mist, causing the pink color to become even thicker. Seeing that this method was effective, Yang Kai's body immediately began spinning like a top, the powerful force he exerted causing the young girls on the other end of the ribbons to cry out as they were all dragged to Yang Kai's side. Black demonic flames flew out from Yang Kai's hand and smashed into the illusory figures that weren't even alive. Screams rang out one after another as the illusory figures of these young girls all burst into a bloody mist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment these young girls were shattered, Yang Kai seemed to hear Yin Su Dai's snort. It was as if his actions just now had caused some damage to Yin Su Dai, who was using her beguiling technique. Yin Su Dai had indeed suffered a bit of backlash from her beguiling technique. She had not expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless, not showing any mercy to her at all. If it had been any other man trapped in her beguiling technique beguiling array, even if they knew these young girls were fake, they would not have acted so decisively. As long as Yin Su Dai had been given a little time, she would have been able to perform another of her beguiling array's subsequent transformations. This transformations not only had the function of trapping the enemy but also had extremely strong killing power. Yin Su Dai had thought that using this transformations to delay Yang Kai for the time it would take to drink a cup of tea should be possible. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai simply disregarded the young girls formed by her beguiling technique as if they were nothing and dealt with them cleanly. Yin Su Dai was unable to withdraw her beguiling technique in time and immediately suffered a bit of backlash. Ing Rant's backlash wasn't too strong and wouldn't affect her next battle, but Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes still flashed a fierce light as she shouted, "Brother Ho." "Got it." Cultivator Ho, who had been meditating behind Yin Su Dai, heard this and immediately got up, his figure flickering as he disappeared into the pink mist. At the same time, Yin Su Dai's divine sense moved and a number of graceful figures once again appeared from the mist surrounding Yang Kai, but this time, these figures were different from before. All of them were holding different weapons that exuded strong energy fluctuations, and some of them were even wearing glowing artifact armor. Yang Kai could not help but be taken aback when he saw this. Although he looked down on Yin Su Dai for repeatedly trying to use her beguiling technique to deal with him, he knew that this woman would not be stupid enough to repeat the same mistake. He had clearly shattered these figures with ease just now, so why would she summon more of them now? But what puzzled Kai Yang the most were the weapons in the hands of these new Shinpengs. Just as he was wondering, one of the young girls to the side suddenly waved a small fan in her hand and gently fanned Yang Kai. This small fan didn't look very eye-catching and was embroidered with some patterns of birds and beasts. But as soon as this fan was fanned, the roars of beasts immediately rang out and black streaks of light suddenly flew out from the face of the small fan. With a twist, these streaks of light transformed into monster beasts of various sizes. These monster beasts were exactly the same as the patterns on the small fan before. After the monster beasts appeared, the face of the small fan became empty. There were more than 30 of these monster beasts, some as big as buildings while some as small as snakes. As soon as they appeared, they directly rushed towards Yang Kai. An illusion? Yang Kai frowned, his expression suddenly becoming solemn as a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a sword wave that filled the sky. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out as some of the 30 or so monster beasts were unable to dodge in time and were split in half by this sword wave, while others were extremely agile and easily dodged it before continuing to charge towards Yang Kai. As for the monster beasts that were split in half, their bodies transformed into black chi and reassembled, twisting and distorting before reappearing, as if they had not suffered any damage at all. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the color of these monster beasts' bodies was slightly dimmer than before, indicating that they were not completely unharmed. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by more than a dozen monster beasts that had rushed to his side. Among them, a monster beast the size of a building raised its huge claws and pressed them down towards Yang Kai. Before the claws had even landed, an endless pressure pressed down, as if it wanted to crush Yang Kai into a meat patty. Yang Kai did not dodge and, in order to verify his guess, threw a punch upwards. His fist wrapped in demonic flames collided with the huge monster beast's foot. The monster beast was sent flying while Yang Kai's body also shook and he could not help but retreat a few steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other monster beasts pounced on Yang Kai, drowning him in an instant. Outside, Yin Su Dai saw this and couldn't help showing a smug smile, but just as this smile bloomed, it immediately stiffened. Inside the pink mist, among the monster beasts that had drowned Yang Kai, a black light suddenly erupted and all the monster beasts whimpered, as if they had been sent flying by a great force. It's not an illusion. Good, Colored Glass Sect's chief disciple really has some skill. Yang Kai shouted. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that the small fan and these monster beasts were not illusions. The small fan was an artifact, and the monster beasts were the manifestation of that artifact's power. Both were real. Not only the small fan, but the weapons in the hands of the young girls were also real artifacts. In this pink mist, only the young girls were illusions created by Yang Kai's bewitching technique, existences that existed between reality and illusion. Little brother, don't struggle, just come with me obediently. Yin Su Dai saw that Yang Kai was being so difficult to deal with and her pretty face went cold as she shouted. You want me to go with you? Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai sneered again and again, his figure flickering as he disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, a long whip flashing with lightning lashed out at the place where he had been standing, causing a series of thunderclaps to ring out. However, as soon as Yang Kai's figure appeared, another streak of light flashed in front of him and stabbed towards his face. Although this streak of light was extremely fast, Yang Kai was still able to see it clearly. It was a dagger-like artifact that had been thrown out by one of the young girls and landed right in front of him, making it seem as if he had thrown it himself. Yang Kai was furious and stretched out his big hand, releasing a blazing demonic flame aura as he grabbed the dagger. Immediately after, Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his Saint Chi, causing his demonic flame to completely envelop the dagger. At a glance, it was obvious that this Saint King grade high-rank dagger was quickly melting like a snowflake under the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, this dagger had turned into a puddle of molten iron that fell from Yang Kai's fingertips. Now that he had determined that these artifacts were real, Yang Kai naturally knew what to do. This Yin Su Dai's constant harassment had annoyed Yang Kai greatly, so he had decided to use this opportunity to teach her a lesson and let her know the consequences of provoking him. Seeing a Saint King grade artifact being destroyed so easily, the remaining girls all wore dumbfounded expressions. It was unknown if it was because they were connected to Yin Su Dai's soul that they were able to see her expression at this moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai grinned fiercely and pounced towards these young girls. In an instant, cries of alarm rang out as the young girls swiftly scattered, pushing the power of the artifacts in their hands and sending a barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai. Chapter 1285. It had to be said that the beguiling technique Yin Su Dai cultivated was ingenious and its power was not small. With this strange secret art, she could easily defeat cultivators in the same realm without even having to face them head-on. Unfortunately, using this beguiling technique to deal with Yang Kai was slightly inadequate. Firstly, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than a cultivator in the same realm, so he would not be confused by her. Secondly, Yang Kai cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so he had a natural resistance to beguiling techniques. Amidst a burst of screams, the young girls inside the pink mist barrier were slaughtered by Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't target these phantoms themselves. In any case, these phantoms were all Yin Su Dai's illusions and couldn't be killed. What Yang Kai targeted were the artifacts on their hands or bodies. These artifacts were all Saint King grade high-rank artifacts, more than 20 of them in total. Yin Su Dai being able to collect so many artifacts and even use their power was quite surprising. Even with the help of these young girl phantoms, Yin Su Dai herself had to first refine these artifacts before she could use them. Refining more than 20 artifacts must have taken a lot of time, so if they were destroyed, Yin Su Dai would definitely feel distressed. Sure enough, seeing the Saint King grade artifacts she had painstakingly refined being melted into molten iron by Yang Kai's demonic flames and 5 or 6 of them being destroyed in the blink of an eye, Yin Su Dai was both shocked and angered. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "If you destroy any more of my artifacts, I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing her exasperated shout, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became much better and he turned around. He stared at a young girl standing next to the wine pool. The young girl was holding a long whip with lightning flashing in her hand. Every time she swung it, there would be a crackling sound. The lightning power was extraordinary. Among the 20 or so secret treasures, in terms of power and preciousness, it could be ranked in the top 3. The value of such an artifact would definitely not be low. If it was destroyed, Yin Su Dai's mood would only worsen. Yang Kai immediately rushed towards the young girl. His figure swayed a few times. Appearing in front of Yin Su Dai, this young girl was connected to Yin Su Dai's soul, so naturally, she immediately noticed Yang Kai's sudden attack, causing her pretty face to pale. Then, she shook the whip in her hand, creating countless whip shadows that enveloped Yang Kai. Streaks of cyan lightning shot out from the whip. Yang Kai snorted. With a wave of his large hands, the pitch-black devil flames immediately appeared in front of him like a curtain. All of the incoming lightning bolts came into contact with the devil flames. He immediately disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai reached out with his other hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. The sky full of whip shadows condensed and the long whip was immediately caught in Yang Kai's hand. The devil flames surged again, and the long whip, which seemed to be refined from some unknown material, suddenly dimmed in color and lost much of its spirituality. It seemed that in a moment, it would be destroyed just like the other artifacts. At that moment, a dreamy whisper sounded in Yang Kai's ear. This whisper contained an infinite charm that rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body paused, and the devil flames in his hand also weakened significantly. The moment the murmuring sound rang out, a burly figure suddenly leapt out of the pool. This figure was abnormally tall, with muscles as firm as iron plates. His eyes were like those of a fierce beast as he stared fixedly at Kai Yang. In his hand was a blade that looked like a broken blade. This blade had not injured Kai Yang, but had instead cut his hand. But what was strange was that not a single drop of blood flowed out from the wound. Instead, the blood seeped into the blade and dyed the 3-foot-long blade red. The smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it feel like vomiting. This burly man turned out to be the cultivator surnamed Ho, who had been injured by Yang Kai before. At some point, he had sneaked into the pink mist barrier and hidden himself in the wine pool. With Yin Su Dai cooperating with him, even Yang Kai had not been able to discover any flaws. While Yang Kai's attention was attracted by the long whip artifact, Ho took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly launched an attack. With a shake of the blade in his hand, a blood-red light shot out from the blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's waist. Ho's face was filled with ruthlessness as his murderous intent surged like a tide, a cold grin appearing on his face. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai before and knew how powerful Yang Kai was, but since he dared to rush out at this time, naturally he had full confidence in himself. The broken blade in his hand was an origin-grade high-rank artifact he had obtained when he went out for life experience. What's more, it was an extremely evil artifact that was 20 to 30% more powerful than ordinary artifacts. Originally, with his cultivation, Ho did not dare to use such an artifact casually. After all, if he used it too many times, it was very likely that the evil aura of this artifact would affect his temperament. But today, he had been humiliated again and again, so all he wanted to do was regain face in front of Yin Su Dai, so how could he care about such things at this moment? Immediately summoning this artifact, he prepared to deal a fatal blow to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's timing was perfect, precisely when Yang Kai was distracted by Yin Su Dai's whisper and was trying to destroy the long whip artifact. Yang Kai knew that no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to avoid this saber wave. If he was hit by the saber light, he would definitely die. Before Yang Kai could leave, he tied him up tightly. At the same time, the whip flashed with lightning, and the power of the artifact was instantly activated. Streaks of lightning swam around Yang Kai's body, crackling and exploding continuously, attacking his body. Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold and fierce. Raging flames burst out from his body, burning towards the long whip. In an instant, the long whip was destroyed, broken into countless pieces, and fell to the ground, but in this moment of delay, the blood-red saber wave had already arrived in front of Yang Kai, leaving him with no way to avoid it. Facing this saber wave that was so close and about to hit his body, Yang Kai calmly took out a purple shield and poured his Saint Chi into it, causing a purple halo to swirl around it. A huge rune suddenly appeared on the shield, and immediately after, this rune rushed out of the shield and burst open, the resulting explosion transforming into an even larger shield that blocked in front of Yang Kai. Kong, with a loud bang, the blood-red saber wave slammed into the shield, causing it to collapse. At the same time, the blood-red saber wave also disappeared. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Ho was dumbfounded. It seemed that he had not expected Yang Kai to have such an excellent defensive artifact, one that could even block his killing blow head-on. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's heritage. When the purple shield was first refined, it was only an origin-grade low-rank artifact, but after being refined by Yang Inflammation, it was upgraded to origin-grade mid-rank. Later, in the Lu Yen sand field, Yang Kai used the purple shield to fight the artifact spirit, causing it to lose a great deal of its spirituality. After bringing it back and undergoing a second refinement by Yang Information, the purple shield was now an origin grade high-rank artifact. Compared to its previous defense, it was even more outstanding. Since it was also an origin grade high-rank artifact, the purple shield was of the same grade as the broken blade, so naturally it was able to block its attack. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have taken it out so confidently. After blocking the blood-red saber wave, Yang Kai put away the purple shield and stared at the brawny man surnamed Ho coldly, a sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. The other party's attack just now contained a strong murderous intent. How could he not feel it? This person already had the intention to kill him. If they had only wanted to bring him back to Colored Glass Sect before, Yang Kai wouldn't have killed them, but now, with a flick of his hand, a picture scroll appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as a series of mountain phantoms suddenly rushed out from the picture scroll. As soon as these phantoms rushed out, they immediately grew in size, blotting out the sky as they smashed down towards Ho Jian with great momentum. The face of the cultivator surnamed Ho changed drastically and he no longer cared about anything else, hurriedly pushing the power of the broken blade artifact in his hand, madly pouring his blood into it and sending out a series of blood-red saber waves. The blood-red saber waves rushed forward and smashed into the bottom of the mountain phantoms, causing the first few mountain phantoms to sway and fall to the ground, creating a series of giant craters. But this time, Yang Kai had summoned more than a dozen mountain phantoms, each one bigger than the last. How could the cultivator surnamed Ho defend himself? After holding on for less than 3 breaths of time, he was powerless to continue. Seeing a mountain about to fall on him, the cultivator surnamed Ho's face turned ashen and his eyes became lifeless. He could see that he would die here in the next moment. For a moment, it was too late for regrets, feeling that he shouldn't have come out with Yin Su Dai. At that moment, the surrounding pink mist and the wine pool suddenly distorted and disappeared. Yin Su Dai's figure appeared in front of the cultivator surnamed Ho like a ghost, a dignified look on her charming face as she held a white bead in her hands. This bead exuded a soft light that spread wildly in all directions. Being illuminated by the light of this bead, Yang Kai suddenly felt the murderous intent in his heart lessen a lot. He became calm and even hesitated about whether he should kill the cultivator surnamed Ho. But in an instant, Yang Kai dispelled the hesitation in his mind and stared coldly at Yin Su Dai. He knew that the reason why he was in such a situation was definitely related to the bead in the other party's hand. At this moment, Yin Su Dai was staring at the bead in her hand, as if she was looking for something. In the next moment, her face lit up with joy as she looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes and asked softly, "Do you really want to do this? Won't you regret it?" When she asked these 2 questions, she stood in front of the cultivator surnamed Ho, ignoring the mountain phantoms that were smashing down on her as if they were nothing, as if she wasn't afraid of death. Chapter 1286. After Yin Su Dai asked these 2 questions, she didn't make any move to resist, her tender body so weak that it seemed like it would be blown away by the wind. However, when Yang Kai saw her face, his expression changed drastically and he immediately waved his hand, retrieving all the mountain phantoms that were flying towards them while the 100 Mountains picture reappeared in his hand. He stared in the direction of Yin Su Dai with a look of disbelief, his eyes filled with tenderness as his mouth twitched a few times and he called out, "Su Yan?" At this moment, the woman standing in front of Ho Jian was no longer Yin Su Dai. She was clearly the beautiful figure that Yang Kai had hidden in the depths of his heart, the woman he dreamed of every night. His expression immediately froze as he stared blankly at the face he yearned for day and night, the tenderness in his eyes almost able to melt stone. On the opposite side, Su Yan also stared back at him, returning his gaze with infinite tenderness, but imperceptibly, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if hearing this unfamiliar name caused her to feel somewhat strange. Just when she thought that Yang Kai had been bewitched by her, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became extremely cold and the tenderness in his eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by a thick sense of disgust and coldness. As soon as she saw Yang Kai's expression change, Yin Su Dai realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Letting out a soft cry, she grabbed Ho Jian, who was now pale and on the verge of collapsing, and prepared to flee. However, Yang Kai's low voice suddenly sounded, "Blossoming Lotus." Yin Su Dai, who was staring at Yang Kai, suddenly went stiff as she vaguely saw a budding lotus phantom in his eyes. This phantom was extremely beautiful and exuded a seven-colored brilliance, attracting all of her attention and making her involuntarily want to observe it more carefully. At that moment, the lotus phantom suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's eyes and strangely appeared in her knowledge sea. A divine sense attack. Yin Su Dai's face changed drastically as she immediately understood what was happening. Just as she was about to defend herself though, she noticed that the spiritual energy in her knowledge sea was madly gathering towards a certain place, as if a huge vortex had appeared and was drawing in her spiritual energy. The source of this attraction was none other than the lotus bud that was about to bloom. Yin Su Dai let out a muffled groan as she fell limply from midair. Using her inner vision, she saw that the seven-colored flower bud was slowly blooming, and every time it bloomed, a great deal of her spiritual energy would be consumed, as if its blooming required her spiritual energy as its source. Yin Su Dai was shocked and hurriedly circulated several soul defensive secret techniques, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her spiritual energy from being devoured. In just the blink of an eye, more than half of his sea of consciousness had dried up. However, the flower bud had only just bloomed a little. Just a little bit had already consumed so much of his spiritual energy. If he released it all, wouldn't it drain his knowledge sea dry? At that time, even if he didn't die, his soul would be damaged. This kind of damage was not something that could be healed in a day or two. Thinking so, Yin Su Dai's face suddenly turned pale. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really dare to try and kill her. For a moment, her beautiful eyes flashed with an infinite desire to live, causing her to become even more pitiful. Pang, Yin Su Dai fell to the ground, her tender body covered in dust. Where was her previous charm? At this moment, her face was pale and she seemed to have a splitting headache, groaning constantly as large drops of sweat seeped out of her tender body, drenching her clothes in the blink of an eye. Even if she wanted to beg for mercy, she couldn't. The pain of her soul being drained was more unbearable than any pain she had ever suffered before, so she could only grit her teeth and hold on to the last trace of clarity in her knowledge sea. Even so, she knew that once the seven-colored lotus fully bloomed, she would really be finished. Sha, the sound of light footsteps approached from afar and Yin Su Dai reluctantly turned her head to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Yang Kai's face gloomy as he walked up to her and looked down at her indifferently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes. Yin Su Dai opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. With a crack, Yang Kai snapped his fingers. The seven-colored lotus flower that was slowly blooming in Yin Su Dai's mind suddenly stopped blooming and immediately turned into specks of fluorescent light that disappeared. Seeing this, Yin Su Dai's face filled with joy as she quickly examined the situation of her knowledge sea. At first glance, she was both shocked and horrified. Her knowledge sea had almost dried up. If Yang Kai hadn't stopped that strange secret technique at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, if she wanted to fully recover, she would have to pay a huge price and spend a very long time. From the time Yang Kai suddenly displayed the blossoming lotus secret technique until now, only 3 breaths had passed. During these 3 breaths, the brawny man who was being protected by Yin Su Dai didn't understand what had happened, but he knew that the 3 of them had really kicked an iron plate this time. Seeing that Yang Kai's attention wasn't on him, he glanced over at the distressed Yin Su Dai and steeled his heart, grit his teeth, and pushed his Saint Chi to escape. He didn't even have time to care about Yin Su Dai. But just as his body moved, a figure flashed in front of him and the indifferent Yang Kai blocked his path. The brawny man's surnamed Ho's lips went dry as he stared at the figure in front of him, his eyes filled with horror, not daring to move. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a jet of demonic flame, directly punching a hole in the brawny man's left chest. The brawny man didn't even have time to think about resisting as he let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps while clutching his chest, a look of disbelief filling his face as the light in his eyes quickly dissipated and he fell from the sky, his body engulfed in demonic flame mid-air and incinerated. After doing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he returned to Yin Su Dai's side. Yin Su Dai was still clutching her head with both hands as she gasped for breath. It seemed that the blossoming lotus secret technique just now had caused great damage to her, leaving her without even the strength to escape. Beside her, a white bead had fallen to the ground. Yang Kai looked at this bead for a moment before stretching out his hand and pulling it over. Although he didn't know what this bead was, Yin Su Dai had just used it to spy on the beautiful figure in the depths of Yang Kai's mind and then used her bewitching technique to give Yang Kai the illusion that Su Yan was standing in front of him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai released a burst of demonic flame from his hand and the bead quickly melted and disappeared from this world. Regardless of what this bead was or how precious it was, Yang Kai didn't want to leave it behind. After burning the bead, Yang Kai stared at Yin Su Dai coldly and said indifferently, "Did you think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Yin Su Dai's eyes were filled with horror as she didn't dare to answer. She had clearly seen the scene of Yang Kai killing the cultivator surnamed Ho, so she knew that her actions just now had touched her opponent's psychological bottom line. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to kill. As early as the first time the cultivator surnamed Ho came to find him, he could have killed him. The woman named Su Yan seemed to be very important to him, otherwise, how could such a thing have happened? Thinking quickly, Yin Su Dai regretted her actions. If she had known that Yang Kai was so tyrannical, how could she have come here to look for trouble? "Did you think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Yang Kai asked again. "You can't kill me." Yin Su Dai struggled to maintain her composure and whispered, gasping for breath, "My senior brother should have already succeeded. You should also consider the safety of your companions." Succeeded? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up as he suddenly waved his hand and sent out a golden ray of light. This golden ray of light was extremely thin, as if it was nothing more than a golden thread, and in a flash, it disappeared into the void. A moment later, a male cultivator's panicked scream rang out as a layer of fluorescent light suddenly appeared in the originally empty space. After the light shattered, a figure appeared. It was none other than the cultivator surnamed Luo. After Yin Su Dai inexplicably fell from the sky and the cultivator surnamed Ho was killed, he seemed to have realized that the situation here was not good and actually used his flickering light-escaping shadow secret technique to escape, but under the pursuit of the golden thread, he was forced to use it. The golden thread seemed to have a life of its own, and no matter how he tried to resist, he couldn't stop it from invading and entangling him. In just a moment, he was tied up by the golden thread. This golden thread was naturally the golden blood thread secret technique that Yang Kai had been cultivating for a long time. It was similar to an artifact. The golden blood thread secret technique was derived from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai also wanted to test the power of the golden blood thread secret technique, so he used it. Now, seeing that the cultivator surnamed Luo was so easily bound by the golden blood thread and unable to break free, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With another wave of his hand, the golden blood thread that bound the cultivator surnamed Luo was immediately pulled back to Yang Kai's side. When Yin Su Dai saw this, she was so angry that her nose became crooked. Just now, she and Yang Kai were locked in a fierce battle, and she was very confident in her brother, so she didn't pay attention to the situation between him and Yang Inflammation, instinctively thinking that Yang Inflammation had been captured. But now, she immediately knew that she had been too naive. When the cultivator surnamed Luo was captured, the black-robed Yang Inflammation also walked over. Looking at her appearance, besides being a little frightened, she was unscathed. Even her black robe was not wrinkled. It was unknown how she had been able to resist the cultivator surnamed Luo for so long. "Did you succeed? Have you not woken up yet?" Kai Yang sneered. Yin Su Dai's face alternated between green and red, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. At the same time, she stared coldly at the cultivator surnamed Luo, secretly blaming him for being useless. The cultivator surnamed Luo was also full of bitterness. He didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have so many artifacts, and each one of them was very powerful. During his attempt to capture Yang Inflammation, the other party didn't fight back, only passively defending. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through that defense. At this moment, being captured by Yang Kai, he really didn't dare to look at Yin Su Dai. Seeing that Yin Su Dai was unwilling to talk, Yang Kai coldly snorted and opened his hand, sending a huge palm print towards the cultivator surnamed Luo. Under his horrified gaze, the cultivator was directly slapped to the ground. The sound of bones breaking rang out. This blow alone had caused the cultivator to suffer heavy injuries. But what made him feel lucky was that the other party didn't seem to have killed him. Chapter 1287. She and her senior brother and junior sister had chased after Yang Kai and thought that bringing him back to Colored Glass Sect would be a simple matter, but none of them had expected that one of them would be buried here while the other two would be seriously injured. Looking at Yang Kai's indifferent face, Yin Su Dai suddenly realized that she had done something wrong. Even if I wanted to overturn this world, she would only support me from behind, not stand in front of me and ask me if I regret it. Yang Kai suddenly said something that Yin Su Dai found somewhat inexplicable, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. A woman like you dares to transform into her appearance? You really don't know the difference between life and death. As soon as these words fell, a jet of black energy shot out and directly into Yin Su Dai's tender body. Yin Su Dai's beautiful face went pale as she thought she was doomed this time, 2 drops of tears involuntarily falling from her eyes. Just now, this jet-black demonic flame had easily burned Brother Ho's body to ashes, so now that it had entered her body, how could she possibly survive? But to her surprise, this demonic flame was not as hot as she had imagined, but instead extremely cold. As soon as it entered her body, Yin Su Dai couldn't help shivering, as if her Saint Chi had been frozen, unable to circulate properly, a layer of white frost quickly covering her body. I won't kill you this time. Next time, if you dare to run into me again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yang Kai coldly snorted before waving his hand and sending the golden thread binding cultivator Luo Yang back into his body. Immediately after, under Yin Su Dai's complicated gaze, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation and left. A long time after Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation's figures disappeared, Yin Su Dai and cultivator Luo dared to move. Although both of them had suffered serious injuries, they were not fatal. Cultivator Luo only had many broken bones in his body, but he wasn't seriously injured. Yin Su Dai's injuries were slightly more serious. Her soul had been damaged, and the cold chi in her body was constantly roaming through her meridians, making her feel very uncomfortable. Junior sister Yin. Are you alright? The cultivator surnamed Luo forced himself to stand up and asked with concern. When he asked, he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to help Yin Su Dai up. Do I look fine to you? Yin Su Dai's pretty face was a little distorted, and she unceremoniously slapped the hand of cultivator Luo to the side before standing up unsteadily. Her hair was a mess, and her hairpin was in disarray. Where was her previous graceful image? The cultivator surnamed Luo knew that she was blaming him for his incompetence, so even though he was angry, he did not dare to say anything. But then again, if he had known that this surnamed Yang was so powerful, he would not have run here with Yin Su Dai to intercept him. Wasn't that just courting death? Fortunately, that guy surnamed Yang didn't try to kill him in the end, otherwise, he would have died together with Brother Ho. Until now, he still didn't understand why Yang Kai only killed Brother Ho. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Junior sister, do you want to find a place to rest? This place is not too far from Myriad Beast Mountain, and there will often be disciples from Myriad Beast Mountain coming here. If they see us, it will definitely cause some trouble. The cultivator surnamed Luo took advantage of the time when Yin Su Dai was tidying up her clothes and asked softly. Although Yin Su Dai did not give him a good look just now, he did not dare to ignore her. If he really did that, he would definitely suffer when he returned. Hearing this, Yin Su Dai's face relaxed a little and she nodded, let's find a place to heal first. Also, we need to discuss how to report this matter to the elders of the sect when we return. The cultivator surnamed Luo was startled, but he immediately nodded, as junior sister says. At that moment, the two of them forced themselves to stay alert, dragged their injured bodies, and found a secluded place nearby to meditate and heal their injuries. Somewhere a few thousand kilometers away, Yang Yen followed behind Yang Kai without saying a word, controlling her star shuttle to fly in a certain direction. She looked at Yang Kai's back and for some reason, suddenly felt that there seemed to be a sense of loneliness in his back. Since separating from Yin Su Dai and the others, Yang Yen noticed that Yang Kai's mood had changed a little. He had been hurrying along, as if he was still thinking about something. She didn't go forward to disturb him and just quietly followed behind him. She knew that Yang Kai's current state should be related to the secret technique Yin Su Dai had used at the last moment and the name of a woman he had called out. After a full day and night, Yang Kai, who had been hurrying along, suddenly turned around and landed on a nearby hill. At this moment, the sense of loneliness that had appeared in his back suddenly disappeared. Yang Yen controlled her star shuttle and landed beside Yang Kai, glancing sideways at him and seeing that he had really returned to normal. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Who is Su Yen?" "Why do you ask?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "Just asking." Yang Yen curled her lips, immediately knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, so she didn't try to get to the bottom of it. However, even if Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could guess that this Su Yen must be the most important woman in his life. She didn't ask, but Yang Kai suddenly became interested in talking and smiled. "She is my real senior sister, unlike you, a fake senior sister." "You?" Yang Yen grinned, as if he had just discovered something incredible, his smile intriguing. Yang Kai nodded calmly, "But I don't know where she is in star territory now." "She's not on Shadowed Star?" Yang Yen was surprised. "She's not. Me coming here was an accident. She entered star territory earlier than I did, but I don't know where exactly she is." "Is that so? You're worried about her, aren't you?" Yang Yen asked softly. "I'm worried, so I want to find her as soon as possible, but I don't even know when I'll be able to leave Shadowed Star." Yang Kai sighed sadly. "Right now, I can only cultivate and wait until I'm strong enough to leave Shadowed Star and explore the outside world." Yang Yan's eyes darted around, seemingly wanting to say something, but after thinking about it carefully, she swallowed her words and waved her hand. "Let's not talk about that, you seem quite sad." "Let me ask you, why didn't you kill those two as well? Could it be that you couldn't kill her because she was a woman?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "If I could, of course I would want to kill them all, but Yin Su Dai's identity in Colored Glass Sect is different. If I really killed her, Colored Glass Sect would definitely not let me off. On top of that, when they came out this time, others must have known. If not for this reason, I wouldn't have minded silencing them." "If that's the case, then you shouldn't have killed one of them." Yang Yen frowned. Yang Yen frowned secretly. She had seen the battle between Yang Kai, Ho Jian, and Yin Su Dai before and had felt that either she didn't kill them or she had to kill them all. Now that she had only killed one of them, it was obviously not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled. "I killed him because he wanted to kill me, that's all." As for whether Colored Glass Sect would target him or not, Yang Kai didn't care. It was impossible to say that he wouldn't become enemies with Colored Glass Sect. After all, one of their disciples had died at his hands. However, the identity of Cultivator Ho was obviously not as good as Yin Su Dai, so even if there was some trouble, he wouldn't be targeted by all the elders of Colored Glass Sect. Even if someone came to find trouble with him, it would only be a few. With the current defensive strength of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. In any case, the Xia family was already targeting him, so adding one or two more enemies didn't matter. What's more, which great sect's disciples didn't have accidents every year? If these sects were always looking for trouble with others because of the deaths of their disciples, there would be no need for them to develop. As such, Yang Kai really didn't care about killing Cultivator Ho. In this battle, Yang Kai not only tested the power of his golden blood threads but also the power of the soul skill he had derived from his seven-colored soul-warming lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique was the soul skill Yang Kai comprehended after his seven-colored soul-warming lotus had finished evolving. After testing it out, Yin Su Dai had been unable to withstand a single blow. However, although the blossoming lotus secret technique was powerful, the burden it placed on Yang Kai was not small, and it consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy. Yang Kai considered the gains and losses and secretly felt that this soul skill should be used when he was least expecting it. Now that he had the Space Blade, blossoming lotus secret technique, golden blood threads, demon eye of annihilation, demonic flame, and a variety of other secret techniques, as well as the 100 Mountains picture, the purple shield, the Origin King Grade artifact refining furnace, and the artifact spirit, Yang Kai was confident he could compete with an ordinary Origin returning realm master even though he was just a second-order Saint King cultivator. As for whether he could win or not, that would depend on his opponent's cultivation. However, Yang Kai wasn't sure he could kill Ling Qing from Star Emperor Mountain and Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley, especially the former, who gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, one that wasn't inferior to his own. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be proven. After all, the two of them had never fought before. With some messy thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Where are we now?" "Now you know how to ask." Yang Yen pouted, "Why didn't you think about it when we were hurrying along yesterday?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. He had been affected by Yin Su Dai's secret technique yesterday, and although he didn't feel anything strange at the time, he still couldn't help recalling some things afterwards. However, after a day of adjustment, his mood had now returned to normal. Yang Yen chuckled lightly, "Fortunately, we haven't strayed too far from our original goal. If we go now, we'll only need to take a slight detour, so we won't be delayed for more than 3 days." "That's good," Yang Kai nodded lightly. On this trip, he and Yang Yen weren't just going to visit Colored Glass Sect, there was also another thing they needed to do, otherwise, Yang Yen wouldn't have followed them here. "But before that, shouldn't you release Xiao Xiao and let me see how much 1,000 illusion colored glass it has swallowed?" Yang Yen suddenly proposed excitedly. Although Yang Kai had summoned the stone mongoose back last night, for the sake of safety, neither of them dared to investigate. Now that they finally had the time and opportunity, Yang Yen naturally couldn't wait to find out. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and released his divine sense to investigate the surrounding area. After confirming that there was no one else within a few dozen kilometers, he waved his hand and summoned the stone mongoose. Chapter 1288. Above a huge mountain valley that covered an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Yang Kai and Yang Yen stood high up in the air. Looking down at the extremely thick yin and cold qi, both of them couldn't help frowning. Even if he hadn't ventured too deep, Kai Yang could see that this yin qi wasn't easy to resist. Moreover, from time to time, he could faintly hear a ghastly wail and howl of the wind, causing him to shudder. "Are you sure this is the place?" Yang Kai observed for a while before turning to look at Yang Yen. "Yes, although I don't know the specific location, if these two map fragments are pieced together, they should point to this place." Yang Yen looked at the two map fragments in her hand and said confidently. "That's a bit troublesome," Yang Kai frowned. The reason he had brought Yang Yen with him on this trip was precisely because of these two map fragments. One of them was something Yang Yen already possessed, but Yang Kai had never asked her where she had obtained it. The other map fragment was the one that had appeared at the auction in Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai had obtained it by killing an imperial sect disciple named Meng Hongliang in Luyen Desert. When these two map fragments were pieced together, although it was still impossible to obtain a precise clue, it was still possible to see some clues. At a glance, it was obvious that these map fragments had a long history, so there should be some secrets hidden within them. Once this map fragment was found, Yang Kai may be able to obtain great benefits. Now that Dragon Cave Mountain was in a financial crisis and Yang Kai had forbidden Yang Yen from continuing to auction artifacts, Yang Yan had taken advantage of this trip to Colored Glass sect to follow Yang Kai and search for the location indicated on the map fragment to see if their luck was good enough to solve the current awkward situation. After checking the amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass the stone mongoose had swallowed, the two of them had rushed over without stopping, spending a full 10 days before finally arriving above a huge mountain valley. It was called a mountain valley because there were indeed some mountain ranges on the edge of this place, but this was the first time Yang Kai had seen such a huge mountain valley. At first glance, it looked as if some powerful master had forcefully sunk the ground into this place, and the cold yin qi emanating from it was very uncomfortable. If even the periphery was like this, it was easy to imagine how dangerous this place was. Do you know what kind of place this is? Yang Kai asked again. If he was alone, he wouldn't be worried at all, but now that Yang Yan was with him, although her self-preservation ability was outstanding, if they really encountered some kind of great danger and Yang Kai couldn't save her, it would be a bit worrying. I don't know, Shadowed Star is too big, how could I possibly know all the places? However, seeing that there is no one within 1,000,000 kilometers of this place, it doesn't seem to be a good place. Yang Yan shook her head. Yang Kai felt helpless. Whether this place was a good place or not could be seen at a glance, so why would Yang Yan need to explain? It was impossible to find someone to ask about the situation now, as the two of them hadn't seen anyone since passing through a small city 5 or 6 days ago. Since we're already here, we might as well go in and take a look. Whether or not we can find the final location of the map fragments is still uncertain. I just don't want to waste these 2 map fragments. Yang Yan saw Yang Kai's hesitant look and couldn't help urging him. Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before nodding. Good. But you have to follow me closely, don't stray more than 10 meters from me. Got it. Yang Yan spat out her tongue before wrapping her black robes tighter around her body. The two of them no longer hesitated and headed deeper into the mountain valley. As soon as she entered the mountain valley, a rich frigid aura assaulted her from all directions, causing Yang Yan to shiver involuntarily. However, in the next moment, Yang Yan's fire attribute Saint Qi burst out from her body and dispelled this frigid aura, restoring her to normal. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this cold yin qi. His physical strength was more than enough to resist this kind of attack. As far as the eye could see, this place was dilapidated and desolate. It was difficult to see any trees in sight. Occasionally, there would be some grass growing here, but all of them exuded a gloomy aura and were dark and ugly. The howling of the wind that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves grew louder and louder by their ears. The fierce wind blew in from afar, sweeping past their bodies and strangely bringing with it a chill. This chill seemed to directly affect their souls, making it impossible to guard against. Let's go. Yang Kai called out, leading Yang Yan deeper into the mountain valley. Along the way, besides the extremely uncomfortable environment, there were only gusts of wind that blew from time to time. They didn't encounter any kind of danger, which surprised Yang Kai greatly, but he was also quite happy about it. A day later, the two of them had already entered within 3,000 miles of the mountain valley. At this moment, they were standing in front of a collapsed wall, somewhat absent-minded. There should have been a building here, but they didn't know when it had collapsed. The merciless flowing time Great Emperor had passed, leaving only some ruins behind. The edges of the broken wall had been smoothed out by the wind, and the gravel had become as smooth as a mirror. Yang Yan suddenly seemed to have discovered something and rushed a few steps forward, running to the front of the broken wall and circling around it. Yang Kai didn't stop her. Under the investigation of his divine sense, there were no traces of danger around. After a while, Yang Yan returned with a thoughtful look on her face. What did you find? Barriers. Yang Yan said in a deep voice, it seems that this used to be the site of a sect. There are traces of barriers here, but they have been destroyed long ago. It seems that we have to be careful in the future. Generally, the barriers of a sect are gradually strengthened from the outside to the inside. We haven't encountered them before, maybe because we haven't entered the range of this sect yet. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately nodded and asked, which way are we going now? Yang Yen took out the two map fragments and looked carefully, then pointed to a direction, this way. Yang Kai immediately continued to lead the way. Along the way, the two of them did encounter some remaining barriers and arrays, but these barriers and arrays were not worth mentioning in the eyes of Yang Yen. Under her reminder, Yang Kai avoided all the barriers that could be avoided, and the ones that couldn't be avoided were broken by Yang Yen. None of these barriers and arrays could last more than 30 breaths of time under the hands of Yang Yen. However, Yang Kai didn't show any joy. Instead, her expression became much more dignified. Since this was the ruins of a sect, and from the looks of it, it was something that had happened many years ago. Even after such a long time had passed, the restrictions and arrays were still in effect. It was easy to imagine how powerful this sect used to be. And for such a sect, the restrictions and arrays set up inside should be extraordinary. Whenever Yang Yen broke those barriers and arrays, Yang Kai would stand guard, waiting for her to break them and then lead the way. The two of them divided the work and cooperated seamlessly. At this moment, Yang Yen broke a small illusion barrier and clapped her hands happily. Just as she was about to say something to Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold. His figure flickered and he rushed in front of Yang Yen, grabbing her shoulder with one hand and dragging her behind him. At the same time, his other hand gently pushed forward. A scorching black flame burst out from his palm. His palm struck the void, but strangely, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. This scream contained some kind of incredible divine might, sending out a kind of soul skill attack towards Yang Kai and Yang Yan's knowledge seas. However, this attack wasn't strong and couldn't break through the defenses of the two's knowledge seas, so it was blocked outside. Even so, Yang Yan's face turned pale. She hadn't noticed any danger at all before being attacked, so naturally she was frightened. After looking over at Yang Kai with rapt attention, he suddenly discovered that an illusory, almost invisible figure was being held tightly in Yang Kai's hand. As the demonic flames surged, the blurry face of this figure showed an expression of extreme pain before it was burned to ashes. Yin soul. Yang Kai and Yang Yen blurted out almost at the same time, then glanced at each other, feeling a chill run down their spines. Yin souls were a very special kind of existence. After the death of a living being, their soul would not dissipate and would condense into a kind of existence similar to a living being. Generally speaking, after the death of any living being's physical body, their soul would not exist for long. Without a physical body as a carrier, their soul would quickly dissipate from the world and become a part of the world energy. However, if they were preserved with a suitable artifact or found a suitable physical body in a short time, they could preserve their soul and prevent it from disappearing. However, how could it be so easy to refine an artifact that could store a soul? Possession was even more dangerous. If one was not careful, they could be swallowed by the soul of the physical body's owner. For example, when the old demon wanted to possess Yang Kai's body, the result was that he was controlled by Yang Kai instead. In the end, he had no choice but to obey Yang Kai's orders. However, there was another situation that could prevent a soul from dissipating, and that was a very suitable environment. For example, this mountain valley was a very suitable place. The yin qi here was extremely rich, so if a soul was here, the speed at which it dissipated would be greatly reduced. If an opportunity came, it would not dissipate all year round and would instead become a yin soul. Of course, after transforming into a yin soul, this wisp of soul would also lose its sentience and become an evil spirit that could only act on instinct. The yin souls formed in this situation were very aggressive. Any living being or living being with a physical body was an enemy in front of them. They existed between reality and illusion, and if one did not have a suitable secret technique or artifact, it would be very difficult to truly destroy them. After Yang Kai's demonic flames transformed into a scorching hot attribute, it was the nemesis of these yin souls, so it could be killed with a single grab. If it were any other cultivator, it would not have been so easy. Chapter 1289. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had indeed dealt with this kind of thing before. Many years ago, when he was training in the evil cavern in the ash-gray cloud evil land, the evil spirits he encountered were similar to Ian's souls. At that time, he had collected a lot of evil spirit essences, but unfortunately, after the Ian's souls here dissipated, there was no such thing. After entering this mountain valley, Yang Kai had some doubts about whether there were Ian's souls here, but since he hadn't found any along the way, he hadn't paid much attention to them, but now he had encountered one. What made Yang Kai's expression even more ugly was that since one Ian's soul had appeared here, it meant there would be a second, third, or even more. Looking at Yang Inflammation's complexion, she obviously also thought of this and her expression became gloomy. As if to verify the two's conjecture, after the first Ian's soul was destroyed, wisps of Ian Chi visible to the naked eye suddenly emerged from the ground in all directions, as if they had been awakened by the Ian soul's screams. These Ian Chi were either thick or thin, some almost imperceptible while others were thick like smoke. No matter what form they took, they only needed to twist and distort for a moment before transforming into humanoid Ian souls. Without exception, none of these Ian souls had clear facial features, and some of them didn't even have a complete set of limbs, giving them an extremely strange appearance. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation immediately activated her artifact armor and in an instant, a fiery red stream of light wrapped around her body. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he flicked his 10 fingers and sent out a jet of demonic flame that accurately pierced through the bodies of these Ian souls. Although there were many of these Ian souls and they seemed to be densely packed together, some of them couldn't even withstand a single blow. After a round of attacks, none of these Ian souls were able to resist and were all engulfed by the demonic flame, turned to ashes, and dissipated. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation seemed to have calmed down greatly. Her eyes darting around, she took out a disc-shaped artifact and poured her Saint Chi into it, activating its power. The next moment, a blazing red light centered on the disc-shaped artifact suddenly spread out in all directions, dispersing all the Ian Chi in the surrounding area. The Ian souls that had been condensed were unable to resist the power of this light and burst apart amidst shrill screams. The scorching red ring of fire continued to extend for a distance of 300 meters before it gradually lost its might and disappeared. As far as the eye could see, the originally densely packed Ian souls had already vanished without a trace. They had actually been completely annihilated by the ring of fire. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked at Yang Inflammation in astonishment. My newly refined artifact, isn't it good? Yang Inflammation smiled proudly at Yang Kai. It's suitable for the current situation, but if it's used against a single person, it's slightly inadequate. Yang Kai's vision was quite good and he immediately saw through the shortcomings of this artifact. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Yang Inflammation curled her lips and said, I have other artifacts that can be used to deal with a single person, but I'm too lazy to fight with others. It seemed that she was very unhappy that Yang Kai had spoken the truth. Yang Kai touched his nose and said lightly, let's go. Although these Ian souls are vulnerable, there may be other evil spirits among them. We can't be careless. The two immediately continued on their way. This sect ruins was indeed quite strange. Not only were there many remnant barriers, but there were also so many Ian souls. Along the way, the pair encountered several more Ian soul attacks and barriers, but these were all easily resolved by Yang Kai and Yang Yen with little effort. Nothing too dangerous happened. After exploring this mountain valley for several days, as time passed, Yang Inflammation spent more and more time examining the map fragment. It seemed that the closer they got to their goal, the more difficult it was for her to determine the correct location. One day, while Yang Inflammation was examining the map fragment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he released his divine sense. A moment later, his expression became strange as he frowned and said, there are still people here. Who? Yang Inflammation was surprised and asked. I don't know, but there are only 4 people, 2 third-order Saint Kings and 2 second-order Saint Kings. They seem to be trapped in some kind of barrier. Do you want to go take a look? We can ask where this place is, Yang Inflammation proposed. According to Yang Kai's original idea, since the two of them were here to seek treasure this time, of course, they didn't want to complicate matters. No matter who these people were or what kind of danger they encountered, he didn't want to meddle in their affairs. However, under the probing of his divine sense, the auras of two of these people felt familiar, as if he had encountered them somewhere before. This made him curious, so after listening to Young Inflammation's suggestion, he nodded and said, "Good, let's go take a look quietly, but don't expose our tracks." Young Inflammation naturally had no objection. The two immediately rushed over. Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful, so as long as he restrained his aura and wrapped his divine sense around himself, he wouldn't need to worry about being discovered by any other cultivator in the same realm. Young Inflammation, on the other hand, urged the power of the necklace artifact she was wearing, and soon, a thin layer of energy covered her body. This thin layer of energy seemed to be flowing with water, and in the blink of an eye, she seemed to have disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision, leaving behind only a faint figure. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate, he couldn't detect any trace of her aura. Unless someone stood close to her and looked at her with their naked eyes, she wouldn't be exposed. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The four people weren't close to where the two of them were, at least 30 kilometers away. Only Yang Kai dared to release his divine sense to investigate in such a place. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai and Young Inflammation came to the bottom of a mound and peered over. Not far away, in an open space, there was a semicircular energy curtain that covered an area of about 300 meters. Inside this energy curtain, there were 4 cultivator figures, each with a dignified expression on their faces. The 4 of them were surrounded by brilliant light as their Saint Chi surged. Each of them was holding a different type of artifact, and 2 of them were constantly urging the power of their artifacts to bombard the semicircular light curtain. Every time they attacked, the light screen would shake a little, but for some unknown reason, the light screen not only trapped the 4 of them inside, but also reflected their attacks back at them. After their companions attacked, the remaining 2 had to use their defensive artifacts to block the energy that bounced back to prevent their companions from being injured. The cooperation of the 4 cultivators was extremely skilled, and it was obvious at first glance that they were familiar with each other, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the semicircular energy curtain in a short time. Moreover, it was unknown how long they had been trapped here, but the Saint Chi fluctuations in each of their bodies were fluctuating, clearly having consumed a great deal of their Saint Chi. Oh, it's actually a spirit array that can reflect one's strength. Interesting. Yang Yan's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested in this semicircular barrier. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned as he stared at a young woman with a pair of expressive peach blossom eyes among the 4 cultivators, a strange expression appearing on his face as he muttered, "It's her." He had felt that the auras of 2 people here were somewhat familiar, so he had come to investigate, but he hadn't expected it to be this woman. This young woman was none other than Chen Shirtao of Clear Sky Sect. Speaking of which, Yang Kai didn't have a deep friendship with this woman, having only met her a few times in Lu Yan's desert, but this woman seemed to have determined that he was a person of great destiny and had intended to rope him in to act together with her. But before Yang Kai could refuse, they encountered Chang Chi, who was chasing after the dragon soul. As a result, her luck was quite good and she followed Yang Kai into an underground Saint Crystal lode. Later, Yang Kai left the underground Saint Crystal lode ahead of time, leaving behind only the people from Clear Sky Sect and Chang Chi to mine for Saint Crystals. Yang Kai didn't know what their final harvest was. However, looking at Chang Chi's harvest, it was obvious that their harvest was not small either. Added together, they should have at least collected hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals without taking any risks. What's more, Yang Kai was able to obtain the dragon bone, dragon bead, and 9-branched jade crystal tree from the underground Saint Crystal lode, so Chen Shirtao and the others may have had other opportunities and obtained other precious treasures. From a certain point of view, Chen Shirtao had indeed taken advantage of Yang Kai's luck to obtain such a great harvest. It was just that Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet Chen Shirtao in this kind of place. One of the familiar auras he had sensed before was her, while the other was a beautiful woman he had met at that time. This woman was a second-order Saint King, and at this moment, she was one of the people in charge of defense. "Do you know them?" Yang Yan tilted his head and asked softly. "Barely," Yang Kai nodded. Do you want to help them? No need, Yang Kai decisively shook his head. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. This woman is a bit troublesome, it's best not to be discovered by them. This barrier doesn't seem too dangerous and should only be able to trap them for a day or two. When the time comes, they will naturally come out. But I want to study it. Yang Yen didn't finish his words before his beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared towards a spot not far away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sensed something at that moment and turned his head, his expression becoming ugly. Because not far away, there were several Yin souls flying towards them, seemingly attracted by the movement over there. Looking at their route, it was obvious they would pass by the hill where he and Yang Yen were hiding. Yang Kai was annoyed and quietly gestured to Yang Yen to retreat. Unexpectedly, just as they moved, the few ghosts seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Soon after, they let out shrill howls and pounced over fiercely. Although Yang Kai and Yang Yen's concealment was perfect and they wouldn't be discovered by a Saint King realm cultivator, these Yin souls could still sense them as long as they were alive. Seeing this, a cold murderous intent flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he stretched out his hand and pinched towards the nearest Yin soul, while at the same time releasing a few demonic flames from his other hand. Chapter 1290. These Yin souls weren't very strong, so after being attacked by Yang Kai, they all disappeared in an instant. However, with this attack, Yang Kai's figure was naturally exposed, and the four people on the other side were able to detect him. The four people were all startled and stared over with dignified expressions, only to see Yang Kai standing there helplessly and awkwardly. Among the four people, the two men's expressions were naturally ugly because while they were trapped inside the barrier, there was someone on the outside who was sneaking around, so naturally they had some suspicions, thinking that Yang Kai was acting nearby with some ulterior motive, so they immediately stopped what they were doing and turned around to stare at Yang Kai vigilantly. After the two women saw Yang Kai, they were stunned, but soon, Qin Shi Tao and the other delicate woman remembered Yang Kai's appearance. Although it had been almost 2 years since they parted ways, how could Qin Shi Tao forget this man who had brought her so many benefits? Immediately showing a joyful look, she raised her jade hand and greeted, "So it's you." The delicate woman also smiled at Yang Kai, her smile extremely sweet. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, but he had to pretend to be surprised and ask, "You are?" Qin Shi Tao covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes flashing seductively. "What's wrong, little brother Yang doesn't recognize me?" "This mistress is Clear Sky Sex Qin Shi Tao. We met in Lu Yen Sand Field." Lu Yen Sand Field? When the two men beside Qin Shi Tao heard this, they couldn't help staring at Yang Kai in shock. After all, those who could come out of Lu Yen Sand Field alive were generally not to be underestimated. At that time, the two of them had missed the opportunity to enter Lu Yen Sand Field due to various reasons, so they regretted it even more when they learned that Qin Shi Tao and the others had obtained great benefits from it. However, their understanding of Lu Yen Sand Field was only based on Qin Shi Tao's description, so now that they saw a cultivator who had safely returned from Lu Yen Sand Field, they naturally paid more attention to him. However, after realizing that Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, one of the two men couldn't help curling his lips and no longer paid him any more attention, seemingly thinking that Yang Kai being able to return alive was only because he had entered the first layer. The other man, who had a lower cultivation but was full of vigor and vitality, became even more interested in Yang Kai. His cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, both second-order Saint Kings, so naturally he felt some desire to compare. Seeing Qin Shi Tao act like she was very familiar with him, Yang Kai felt even more troubled. When he met this woman last time, Yang Kai knew that she was troublesome, but it seemed he had underestimated how familiar she was with him. Seeing her acting so cordially, Yang Kai could only smile and say, "So it's you, I remember now. You finally remember me. I thought little brother Yang was really a person with a short memory and didn't put me in his eyes, hee hee." Qin Shi Tao seemed to be very happy, giggling even though she was trapped inside the barrier, much to the surprise of the other three. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai could only laugh and play along. After laughing for a while, Qin Shi Tao suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai and asked, "Right, little brother Yang, how did you end up here?" "I accidentally stumbled into this place and felt there was something strange about it, so I decided to come in and take a look, but I didn't expect to hear some movement here, so I didn't show myself before. I hope you don't blame me." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. "Accidentally stumbled into this place." Qin Shi Tao smiled as she stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. Although she didn't really believe Yang Kai's words, she didn't ask any more questions, simply turning her eyes and asking, "This mistress is presumptuous, but can I ask little brother Yang for a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he immediately knew he was in trouble. "Can you and your companion attack this barrier from the outside? It has the property of reflecting attacks, so we really can't move freely inside, but I estimate that if we attack from the outside, there shouldn't be any problems." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before turning his head to look at Yang Inflammation, the latter gently nodding to him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course." Qin Shi Tao's pretty face lit up as she quickly said, "Many thanks, little brother Yang. After we escape, we'll come back to thank you in person. It's just a small matter, Sister Qin doesn't need to worry." Yang Kai waved his hand and motioned for the four of them to stand back before taking out the 100 Mountains picture and sending out a series of illusory mountain peaks towards the barrier. Yang Kai didn't use his Saint Chi mainly because he didn't want to expose himself too much in front of outsiders. The 100 Mountains picture was just an artifact, so others wouldn't be able to see anything from it. The illusory mountain peaks rumbled and smashed down with great momentum. Sure enough, as Qin Shi Tao had expected, the rebound barrier only targeted those trapped inside, so attacking from the outside wouldn't affect it. Under Yang Kai's attack, the semicircular energy barrier soon began to crumble and its color gradually faded. It would likely break in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. Seeing this, Qin Shi Tao and the delicate young woman couldn't help rejoicing. After all, the four of them had already been trapped here for 2 days, and although they would have been able to forcibly break out of this barrier in another day or two, it was naturally best to have someone help them out now so they wouldn't have to stay in this damned place for too long. The male third-order Saint King cultivator suddenly asked in a low voice, "Sister Qin, are you familiar with this person?" Qin Shi Tao heard this and hesitated for a moment before shaking her head honestly. "I'm not familiar with him, I've only seen him twice in the Lu Yen sand field, but this person is very interesting." "Very interesting?" The male cultivator was taken aback, not understanding what Qin Shi Tao's evaluation meant. Just as he was about to ask for more details, the other man who seemed to be in high spirits said, "Sister Tao, you said he also entered the Lu Yen sand field before?" I met him in the Lu Yen sand field." "Oh, he's actually a second-order Saint King. When he entered last time, he was only a first-order Saint King." It seems he really did have some kind of opportunity. Qin Shi Tao's beautiful eyes lit up, seemingly having discovered something amazing. A first-order Saint King actually daring to enter the Lu Yen sand field. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The male cultivator who spoke before suddenly snorted coldly, a look of disdain flashing across his face. This person being able to come out alive is really quite lucky. I'm afraid he was only active in the first layer's periphery at that time. For some reason, this person seemed to look down on Yang Kai very much. Although they had only met for the first time, he was trying his best to belittle him in front of Qin Shi Tao. Qin Shi Tao smiled and shook her head. He wasn't active in the first layer's periphery, he passed through the first layer. I met him in the second layer. He was able to pass through the first layer? The male cultivator looked surprised. After all, he had heard before that although the flame area of the Lu Yen sand field's first layer wasn't very difficult to pass, it was still somewhat dangerous. Many second-order Saint King cultivator with impure Saint Chi and insufficient preparation had been blocked, so what kind of ability did this first-order Saint King have to pass through? He wore a look of disbelief. Of course, junior sister Lu Ying was also present at that time. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her," Qin Shi Tao said as she pointed to the beautiful woman standing next to her. The beautiful woman called Lu Ying nodded repeatedly, indicating that what Qin Shi Tao said was true. But, Brother Wang, you're right about one thing, his luck is really good, Qin Shi Tao smiled meaningfully. Luck? Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Wang slowly shook his head. Luck is not strength. Junior apprentice Sister Qin, haven't you heard of the saying, the greatest fortune never comes? If we rely on luck for everything, then we don't need to cultivate. Qin Shi Tao showed a look of disapproval. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Wang turned to the other man and asked, Junior Brother Qin, do you think brother's words make sense? Brother's words make sense. The man who had the same surname as Qin Shi Tao and even looked somewhat similar nodded heavily without hesitation, but he still looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked Qin Shi Tao, Elder Sister Tao, is this guy the one you mentioned last time? Yes. Qin Shi Tao gently nodded. So it's him. If that's the case, I'll have to make friends with him. He had clearly received information about Yang Kai from Qin Shi Tao a long time ago, so just like Qin Shi Tao, he was very interested in Yang Kai. Seeing the two of them like this, the cultivator surnamed Wang snorted softly and no longer said anything. Outside, Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly, his expression indifferent. Although the voices of the people inside were very low, with his powerful divine sense, how could he not hear them? He had heard every single word of their conversation, and immediately complained in his heart. He really shouldn't have been so curious that he had come all the way here. Now, not only was he being ordered around like a coolie, he had also attracted the attention of another person. However, for these four people to appear here, it was likely that they had other important matters to attend to. Otherwise, they would not appear in such a strange place. At that time, they might not be entangled with him. Perhaps they could not wait for him to leave as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately relaxed a lot and continued to push the power of the 100 Mountains picture to smash the barrier. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the barrier trapping Qin Shi Tao's group of four finally reached its limit and began to crack. Seeing this, Yang Kai collected the illusory mountain peaks and the 100 Mountains picture into his body before standing in place and waiting. Qin Shi Tao's group of four walked out of the place where they were trapped with smiles on their faces and walked towards Yang Kai to greet him. When they approached, a fragrant scent wafted into their nostrils, making them feel quite happy. Qin Shi Tao smiled and said, Little brother Yang, this mistress is truly grateful for your help. Sister Qin is too polite, it's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand and was about to exchange some pleasantries with them before immediately leaving when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang Yun rush out silently, seemingly searching for something near the original barrier. Chapter 1291. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly, knowing that Yang Yun wanted to study this barrier, so his plan had fallen through. He could only smile and talk to Qin Shi Tao while waiting for Yang Yun to finish. During the conversation, Qin Shi Tao naturally introduced her companion to Yang Kai with great enthusiasm. The delicate and pretty woman Yang Kai had met before was the Clear Sky sect disciple who had followed Qin Shi Tao into the Lu Yen sand field, Lu Ying. Of the other two men, the one with the lower cultivation but with bright eyes was called Qin Fan Lei, and he was actually one of Qin Shi Tao's younger brothers. After hearing her introduction, Yang Kai suddenly understood why the two of them had some subtle similarities. It turned out they were related by blood. The last Third Order Saint King cultivator was called Wang Yuhan. To Yang Kai's surprise, this Wang Yuhan and Qin Fan Lei were not disciples of Clear Sky sect. Instead, the two of them came from a different sect called Extreme Path sect, a different sect from Qin Shi Tao and Lu Ying. However, it was common for cultivator to travel together, even if they didn't belong to the same sect, so Yang Kai didn't show much surprise after learning this information. It was just that this Extreme Path sect sounded familiar to him, as if he had heard of it somewhere before. After a brief introduction, Qin Shi Tao smiled and asked, Little brother Yang, why have you come to this grand burial valley? Her voice was sweet and soft, and coupled with her mature temperament, she was even more attractive than Yin Su Dai's beguiling technique. Yang Kai noticed that the man named Wang Yuhan seemed to have some special feelings towards Qin Shi Tao. However, upon hearing the words Grand Burial Valley, Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he couldn't help calling out, "This is Grand Burial Valley?" Qin Shi Tao was surprised but immediately covered her mouth and giggled, asking in surprise, "Little brother Yang, you shouldn't have really stumbled into this place by accident, right? You don't even know where this is?" When Yang Kai explained this to her before, Qin Shi Tao naturally didn't believe him. After all, this place was several days away from the outermost perimeter, so even if one had no intention of venturing so deep, it was impossible for them to reach this far. But now, seeing Yang Kai's reaction and expression, Qin Shi Tao couldn't help wondering if Yang Kai wasn't lying to her. Hee. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "I really don't know where this is." After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Is this the Grand Burial Valley left behind after the ancient Yang sect was destroyed?" Qin Shi Tao nodded lightly, pursing her lips into a smile. "It seems you're not completely ignorant about this." "Yes, I've heard some rumors about this place before." The reason Yang Kai knew about Grand Burial Valley was because he had heard about it from Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. At that time, when the red candle fruit was about to mature, Yang Kai had asked Dai Yuan about the disciple of Star Emperor sect, which had led to this topic. According to Dai Yuan, this Grand Burial Valley was originally a huge force called the Ancient Yang sect that was not inferior to Thunder Typhoon sect or Heaven Battling Union, but more than 2,000 years ago, a member of this Ancient Yang sect accidentally killed a Star Emperor sect disciple who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain for life experience. As a result, the Ancient Yang sect was destroyed a month later and this strange place became Grand Burial Valley. Moreover, Dai Yuan also said that since then, many cultivators like to come here in groups in search of opportunities because there were rumors that although the Ancient Yang sect had been destroyed, there was still a hidden secret cave left behind that contained the countless years of accumulated treasures of the Ancient Yang sect, so with the word prophet in front of everyone, it was only natural that many cultivators would come here. However, this place was heavily guarded and the Yin Qi was extremely rich. Many people came here, but many died, and the hidden secret cave had never been found. Over time, not many people cared about it. As for whether the destruction of the Ancient Yang sect and Star Emperor sect was true or not, there was no way to verify. Dai Yuan herself had come here in person but gained nothing. Instead, she had been entangled by a wisp of cold qi that took her a long time to dissolve after returning to Colored Glass sect. Yang Kai recalled what Dai Yuan had said at that time and his expression became gloomy. If this place was really Grand Burial Valley, he would have to be careful. In the past, not only had Saint Kings come here, but even Origin returning realm masters had fallen here. Yang Kai knew that even if he was strong, he did not dare act carelessly. Could the two map fragments in Yang Yan's hands point to the hidden secret cave of the ancient Yang sect? Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he could not help feeling excited. If this was the case, it could really solve the current embarrassing situation of Dragon Cave Mountain. After all, the wealth of a great forces sect was quite astonishing. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai maintained a calm expression on his face. Qin Shi Tao and the others seemed to be able to see that Yang Kai was contemplating something, so they did not interrupt him. After a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists to Qin Shi Tao. "Many thanks, Sister Qin. If we had not run into you this time, I'm afraid my companion and I would not have known where we were." Qin Shi Tao giggled. "You're really careless. Didn't you ask around before coming here? Fortunately, your luck has always been good, otherwise, even if you have an origin returning realm cultivation, you would not have been able to return." She put on a reproachful look, as if she was blaming Yang Kai for not cherishing his own life at all. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Qin Shi Tao, on the other hand, seemed to think of something and enthusiastically explained to Yang Kai, "Little brother Yang, don't think you're in any danger right now, but if this is really the ancient Yang sect's ruins, then this place is only the periphery. The barriers and spirit arrays on the periphery are not too strong, but if you go deeper, the barriers and spirit arrays you encounter will not be as peaceful as the ones that trapped the four of us before. You must be careful. Sister Chen. Wang Yuhan suddenly interjected, this friend only accidentally stumbled into this place. How could he continue to go deeper? It's useless to tell him this. Chen Shitao's brow furrowed, but she did not answer and instead turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, since I know this is Grand Burial Valley, I naturally won't go any deeper. I'm afraid all of you have other important matters to attend to, so this Yang won't disturb you any further and will take his leave. Brother Yang, take care. When Wang Yuhan heard this, he actually smiled and greeted Yang Kai, as if he couldn't wait for him to leave. Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, beckoning to Yang Yen before turning back to where they came from, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Looking at his back, Chen Shitao opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After Yang Kai's back disappeared, she sighed softly. This brother Yang is really interesting. Wang Yuhan gently nodded and sneered, without any preparation, he actually rushed into Grand Burial Valley. Fortunately, he met Sister Chen, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Brother, you don't seem to like this person very much, Chen Fanlei asked with a simple and honest expression. Wang Yuhan chuckled, it's not that I don't like him, it's just that I look down on people who only rely on luck to survive. Brother, as I said before, luck will always run out, next time he won't be so lucky. Saying so, he glanced over at Chen Shitao intentionally or unintentionally, as if he wanted to persuade her, but Chen Shitao obviously showed some displeasure, making him feel helpless. Chen Shitao was naturally unhappy. It was rare for her to meet a person with such great luck like Yang Kai. She had originally wanted to invite Yang Kai to accompany her, after all, although the four of them had come to Grand Burial Valley this time for some reason, accidents were bound to happen. With Yang Kai accompanying them, perhaps they could rely on his luck to minimize the risks involved. But how could she have known that as soon as Yang Kai said goodbye, before she could even persuade him to stay, Wang Yuhan had already taken over. Aya, Senior Sister Chen. Lu Ying, who had not spoken until now, suddenly called out, you forgot to ask where he came from again. When Chen Shitao heard this, her nose became crooked in anger as her full and soft breasts heaved up and down. Last time, she had intended to inquire about Yang Kai's origins so that she could get to know him better in the future, but after she collected enough Saint crystals, she found that Yang Kai had already disappeared. When she asked Chang Qi about this, Chang Qi was also vague, not daring to disclose Yang Kai's origins too clearly. This was something Chen Shitao had always regretted. This time, she had a rare opportunity to meet him again, and if it weren't for Wang Yuhan's interference, she definitely wouldn't have forgotten about this matter. At the very least, she would have inquired about his origins so it would be easier for her to visit him in the future. Next time she went out on an adventure, she could also invite him to accompany her. Compared to traveling with others, she was much more willing to travel with Yang Kai, who had great luck. It was this Wang Yuhan who had repeatedly interrupted her conversation with Yang Kai, causing her to completely forget about it. Thinking so, Chen Shitao glared at Wang Yuhan unceremoniously, only to meet his somewhat flattering gaze. The latter was stunned, but before he could figure out what was going on, Chen Shitao waved her hand dismissively and said, let's go, we need to find that Thunder Pond as soon as possible and help Fan Lei break through his current bottleneck. Saying so, she immediately led the way. Lu Ying knew why Chen Shitao had become like this, so she naturally shot Wang Yuhan a glare before following after her senior sister. Chen Fan Lei, on the other hand, seemed to be naturally slow-witted and didn't notice this at all, simply following after them. Wang Yuhan, who was at the end of the group, glanced in the direction Yang Kai left with a gloomy expression. Although the extreme path sect he and Chen Fan Lei came from wasn't a small sect, it still couldn't be compared to Clear Sky sect, so he had long been interested in his junior brother's sister. Chen Shitao's appearance and figure were both outstanding, especially her pair of natural peach blossom eyes that seemed capable of seducing one's soul. Every time Chen Fan Lei returned to his family, Wang Yuhan would find an excuse to follow him in order to see Chen Shitao. He had always wanted to impress her in front of her in order to win her heart. Chapter 1292. If he could really win this beautiful woman's heart, not only would Wang Yuhan have a beautiful companion in the future, he might even be able to enter Clear Sky Sect, killing two birds with one stone. How could he not be enthusiastic? However, after meeting her several times, Wang Yuhan had openly and secretly expressed his admiration for her, but Chen Shitao showed no interest in him at all. Over time, Wang Yuhan gave up and no longer intended to pester Chen Shitao, only to annoy her. However, the last time he was chatting with his junior brother Chen Fanlei, Wang Yuhan accidentally heard some shocking news from him. That news was that Chen Shitao now had a net worth of 1,000,000 saint crystals and several powerful origin grade high-rank artifacts in her possession. This wealth seemed to have been obtained by her from Luyen Sand Field. According to Chen Fanlei, his sister's luck was quite good. She had found a saint crystal lode in the Luyen Sand Field and collected a large number of saint crystals. Later, when she returned to the sect, although she turned over most of her harvest to the sect, she had still kept a small part of it. Moreover, the elders of Clear Sky Sect had given her countless artifacts and pills. Those powerful origin grade high-rank artifacts were the rewards from the elders of Clear Sky Sect. Chen Fanlei wasn't a scheming person, it was as if he was born to be so carefree. His relationship with Wang Yuhan was very good, so naturally, he didn't hold back when talking about such matters. However, even though he spoke unintentionally, the listener was more interested, and Wang Yuhan, who had originally given up on Chen Shitao, was once again tempted. This time, Chen Fanlei wanted to use a hidden thunder pond to cultivate his secret technique in order to break through his current bottleneck, so Wang Yuhan immediately proposed that he invite Chen Shitao along. The process was naturally extremely smooth. Since her younger brother was about to break through his bottleneck, as his older sister, Chen Shitao naturally felt obligated to protect him. Immediately, she brought Luing out of Clear Sky Sect and met up with the two of them outside Grand Burial Valley before entering this place together. At first, everything went smoothly, but 2 days ago, they accidentally touched a barrier and were trapped inside. Then, a little brat named Yang Kai appeared, and seeing that Chen Shitao was particularly interested in him, Wang Yuhan naturally became vigilant, so he decided to target him. But now, it seemed that his approach had made Chen Shitao unhappy. Wang Yuhan stood in place with a gloomy expression and thought for a moment before helplessly shaking his head and following the other three towards the thunder pond. At the same time, he was secretly considering what method he could use to win Chen Shitao's heart. Now that he thought about it, he really thought of a good idea. He immediately smiled and prepared to find an opportunity to carry out his plan. On the other side, after separating from Chen Shitao and the others, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation back the way they came. After walking a few dozen kilometers, the two of them stopped. This is the Grand Burial Valley? After listening to Yang Kai's description of the situation here, not only was Yang Yen not surprised, she instead showed a look of joy and eagerness. What do you want to do? Yang Kai asked with a frown, suddenly having a bad feeling. It's nothing, it's just that if this is really the ruins of a great sect, it must be full of barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. Yang Kai could see a look of excitement in them. Gently rubbing his forehead, Yang Kai said, "Since we've already come here, I have no intention of backing down, but where are the two map fragments pointing us to? If it's not too deep, there's no need for us to complicate matters." "Hee, I'll have to disappoint you, the map fragments are really too deep. Don't worry, there's no restriction or formation in this world that I can't break. We won't run into any trouble here. If the people here were still alive, I can't guarantee anything. But now, the restrictions and formations left behind are all dead. There's no one controlling them at all, so they can't unleash their full power. How can they be a problem for me?" She looked full of confidence. Seeing this, Yang Kai also shook his head and nodded. "Good, since you say so, we'll continue to explore and see if the place the map fragments point us to is the ancient Yang sect's secret cave. If it is, you can purchase materials for artifact refining and spirit arrays as you wish in the future. Yang Inflammation's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to urge Yang Kai to hurry up. Immediately, the two of them took a large detour to avoid bumping into Chen Shitao and the others again before continuing deeper into the sect. Chen Shitao was right. In the periphery, the barriers and spirit arrays they encountered weren't too powerful. There were a few like the one that had trapped them before, but none of them were able to stop Yang Inflammation from breaking through. After a dozen breaths to a stick of incense worth of time, all of these barriers were completely broken. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation walked together without any hindrance. 5 days later, the two of them seemed to have entered the inner circle of the ancient Yang sect, because here, they could see ruins everywhere. It seemed that there were originally many buildings here that had all been destroyed. The barriers and spirit arrays they encountered here were much stronger than before, so Yang Inflammation had to be careful in breaking them. These barriers and spirit arrays had existed for too long, and some of them were very unstable. When Yang Yen tried to crack them, it was inevitable that some unexpected situations would occur, so Yang Kai was responsible for ensuring her safety. Yang Kai originally wanted to search through these ruins to see if there was anything of value, but soon he gave up on this unrealistic idea. Grand Burial Valley had existed here for more than 2,000 years, and over the years, countless cultivators had rushed here. Even though this was the inner circle, there were still many masters who had set foot here, so even if there was anything good here, it would have already fallen into the hands of others. On this day, Yang Yen stared at a huge open space in front of her and suddenly waved her hands, summoning a series of strange artifacts. These artifacts flickered and disappeared into the void. Yang Kai wasn't surprised and simply stood behind Yang Inflammation, secretly condensing his Saint Qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Yang Inflammation closed her eyes for a while and suddenly smiled, turning back to Yang Kai and saying, "There's a large spirit array here, I'm afraid it'll take some time to crack it. Can you bypass it?" "No." Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, "Although I can bypass it, it's rare for such a spirit array to exist, so I have to break it. I told you before that as long as I keep studying spirit arrays and artifact refining, more and more information about the territory of these two territories will appear in my mind. This is a good opportunity. Cracking this spirit array will be no less beneficial to my growth than refining my own artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays. It'll also save me a lot of money on materials." Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and asked, "Is there any danger?" "Absolutely not." Yang Inflammation shook her head vigorously. "All right, how long will it take you to crack it?" Yang Kai asked. 2 to 3 days, you can do whatever you want to do to pass the time." Yang Inflammation spat out her tongue before immediately ignoring Yang Kai and focusing her attention on the large spirit array in front of her. Yang Kai didn't disturb her and instead thought about it for a moment before waving his hand and summoning the Origin King Grade High Rank Artifact Refining Furnace. As its surface flashed, it rapidly expanded until it was about 10 meters in diameter. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and with a single thought, a high-pitched cry rang out from the artifact refining furnace and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out, circled around the artifact refining furnace a few times before diving back in and spraying out pure fire attribute energy from its mouth to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead inside. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, taking the initiative to pour his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace to enhance its power while at the same time continuing to cultivate his golden blood thread. Passing the time was quite easy. Whether it was cultivating the golden blood thread or refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, both were time-consuming activities, and for Yang Kai, doing so was not a waste of time. As such, he didn't object to Yang Inflammation cracking the spirit array here. If he couldn't do anything else, why would he waste his time here? Time flew by, but Yang Kai didn't feel anything and was immersed in comprehending the golden blood thread's secret technique when suddenly, a slight noise came from in front of him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a large area in front of him flickering with light and the world energy in a chaotic manner while Yang Inflammation stood to the side with a grin on her face, taking back the things she had shot out before. A moment later, all the lights suddenly dimmed and Yang Kai felt that the open space in front of him seemed to be missing something. He immediately understood that the spirit array arranged here had been broken by yang inflammation. His brow furrowing, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace and artifact spirit before getting up and asking, "Are you done? And, let's keep going. I'm beginning to like this kind of place more and more. Last time, I should have entered the Lu Yen sand field with you. I heard there were many barriers there. If you had followed me in, I'm afraid you would have been disappointed. Although there were barriers there weren't many of them. However, I did see the ruins of an ancient sect there, and they seemed to be well preserved. Presumably, they would meet your requirements." Yang Inflammation sighed, "Unfortunately, you won't have a chance. I don't know how many years it will be before the Lu Yen sand field opens again." The two continued to talk as they continued on their way. Along the way, the barriers and spirit arrays they encountered became much fiercer. Every time Yang Inflammation cracked one, it took him a lot of time and effort. Even so, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Although these barriers had been flowing Great Emperor for a long time, they were still the internal barriers of a great sect, yet they were easily broken by Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what the person who arranged these barriers and spirit arrays would think if they were to learn of this. Yang Kai, on the other hand, noticed that every time Yang Yen cracked a spirit seal, she would smile, obviously having gained a lot. This alone made this trip worthwhile. After all, Yang Inflammation had also gained a lot by cracking these barriers, saving Dragon Cave Mountain a lot of money. Although Yang Kai didn't gain anything, he also didn't lose anything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could do his own thing, killing several birds with one stone. Yang Kai even thought to himself that if he didn't have enough financial resources to buy materials for her in the future, he should look for a place similar to this one and have Yang Inflammation crack it. Yang Kai believed that with Shadowed Star being so large, there should be many places similar to Grand Burial Valley. Chapter 1293. Inside Grand Burial Valley, Yang Yen stood in place as she stared at the two map fragments in her hand, her expression flickering because the two map fragments had led her to this point and there was no more to follow. Yang Yen being able to reach this point with just two map fragments was quite impressive, but now she couldn't determine where the final location the map fragments led her to, only knowing that it was within 1,000 kilometers of this place. 1,000 kilometers wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either, so it would take a lot of time to find a secluded place. After reaching this point, the spirit arrays and barriers didn't hinder her, but the extremely rich Yin Qi here was constantly consuming her Saint Qi. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a massive reserve of Saint Qi in his body, allowing him to take care of her at all times. Otherwise, the two of them would have had to retreat long ago. What should we do? Yang Yen turned to look at Yang Kai. Since they had already come this far, she naturally didn't want to give up. Perhaps as long as they worked hard, they would be able to find the final location the map fragments led them to, but that would depend on Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Although they hadn't encountered much danger along the way, the Yin souls the two of them had encountered over the past 2 days were equivalent to Saint King Realm cultivators. Some of these Yin souls were nourished by the Yin Qi all year round and had even developed some sentience, making them extremely difficult to deal with. As soon as they sensed something was wrong, they would immediately retreat, recuperate for a while before rushing back. Fortunately, Yang Kai had many means to deal with them, otherwise, it would have been impossible to completely eliminate them in this place. Yang Kai faintly felt that he wasn't the only one who saw danger in this Grand Burial Valley, otherwise, there wouldn't be rumors about Origin returning realm masters dying here. After a while, Yang Kai quickly said, "If I say we should go back now, would you be unwilling?" Yang Yen nodded honestly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'm not willing either. Since that's the case, let's continue searching. In any case, it's only 1,000 kilometers, at worst we'll just turn this place upside down." Hearing his words, Yang Yen immediately perked up, and the two of them immediately began to search the area within 1,000 miles. One day later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked around in surprise. When Yang Yen saw this, he naturally knew that he had found something and immediately waited quietly. After a while, a strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he slowly asked, "Do you smell something strange?" "Yes, it smells like something rotten," Yang Inflammation replied. She had obviously noticed this as well. "Sure enough, it wasn't my imagination." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as a pitch-black fireball suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as the fireball appeared, the surrounding space was warped and distorted. The scorching heat it contained seemed to be able to burn even space itself. Immediately, Yang Kai waved his hand and threw the black fireball towards a nearby withered tree. The speed of the fireball was not fast. However, just as the black fireball was about to come into contact with the unremarkable-looking withered tree, a low roar was suddenly emitted from within the tree. This low roar was like the roar of a ferocious beast that had been trapped in a cage. It was unusually low and deep. Soon after, a baleful aura that soared to the heavens erupted from within. With a loud bang, the withered tree burst into powder under the great force that erupted from inside, and an abnormally tall figure suddenly appeared there. The figure stretched out his large hand, and a pale yellow aura instantly enveloped his hand. He didn't even try to dodge as he reached out to grab the black fireball. The moment the pale yellow aura came into contact with the black fireball, it was as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil. There was a huge reaction, and the pale yellow aura quickly faded, but Yang Kai's demonic flame also weakened a lot. A moment later, the pale yellow aura and the black fireball disappeared at the same time, and the abnormally tall figure's true appearance was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. After seeing this person's appearance, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Inflammation, however, cried out in alarm, "Corpse soldier! Corpse soldier!" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The abnormally tall figure in front of him was clearly not a living person. His face was dry, as if there wasn't the slightest trace of moisture in it. His skin was all skin and bones, and his eyes were sunken deep into his skull. His two green eyes were like will-o'-the-wisps, and although his figure was abnormally tall, just like his face, he was all skin and bones. His appearance was extremely terrifying, causing anyone who looked at him to shudder. From his body, Yang Kai couldn't feel any vitality, only a strong death chi and corpse chi. If it weren't for the aura fluctuations from his body not being inferior to that of a third-order Saint King, Yang Kai really would have thought he was a corpse. However, it was precisely this thing that seemed to be a corpse in front of him that had dispersed his demonic flame fireball with a single blow, causing his attack to fail in the slightest. The putrid aura that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had smelled before had come from this corpse, but because it was blocked by the withered tree, it wasn't very clear. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "You can think of him as a kind of living creature." "Living creature?" Yang Kai's face changed, and just as he was about to ask something, the corpse soldier opposite him suddenly showed a strange expression. It seemed to be grinning, but because its face was dry, it looked particularly strange and ferocious. Immediately, a hoarse voice came from its throat. "Good, good, good, 2 more great tonics, especially this little girl. Her flesh is so tender, she'll definitely taste good." Hearing this, Yang Inflammation couldn't help shivering and quickly hid behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai's look of surprise quickly converged. Since Yang Inflammation said that this corpse soldier was a living creature, it wasn't surprising that it had sentience and could speak. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a strange creature, but after thinking about it for a moment, since there were souls, it wasn't surprising that there would be a corpse soldier. Grinning, Yang Kai looked at him and said, "You want to eat my companion? You have a problem with that?" The corpse soldier coldly looked at Yang Kai, its green eyes flashing with a dangerous aura. "Don't worry, you can't escape, you'll all become my food." "You want to eat me?" Yang Kai seemed to have heard something funny, his face cold as he shouted, "Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" As soon as his voice fell, his hand shook, and a black sword appeared in his hand. He immediately slashed forward, and a jet black sword cut through the void, flying towards the corpse soldier with an imposing momentum. The corpse soldier wasn't afraid at all. He let out a strange laugh and didn't dodge. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the faint yellow aura that had appeared once before instantly filled his body. Just like that, he charged towards the sword rays. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, but he didn't do anything else and just coldly observed his opponent. He saw that the sword light that he had slashed out had accurately struck the other party's arms, but the other party's figure was only slightly shaken by the strong impact. His arms were unscathed amidst the tumbling light yellow aura, and only a series of crisp sounds of metal clashing could be heard. A corpse soldier's body is extremely strong, not something a cultivator of the same rank can compare to. It's no worse than a defensive artifact of the same rank. Yang Yan's reminder came from behind. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded. Little girl, you seem to know a lot about us. Heh, you'll be the first to be enjoyed later. The corpse soldier grinned again and rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant, stretching out a big withered hand, its long black fingernails glowing with a cold light as it grabbed towards Yang Kai. Before the corpse soldier could reach him, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly, as if it wanted to twist Yang Kai's head off. Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out a punch to meet the corpse soldier's open hand. You overestimate yourself. The corpse soldier saw that Yang Kai wanted to face him head-on and sneered. His 5 fingers tightened around Yang Kai's fist, and at the same time, he exerted force with his fingertips, wanting to crush Yang Kai's fist into dust. Unexpectedly, when he clenched his fist, his opponent's fleshy and seemingly fragile fist was actually extremely sturdy. Even if he used 70% of his strength, he couldn't tear through even a layer of his opponent's skin. On the contrary, the huge force coming from his opponent's fist made his green eyes twitch. With a strange cry, the corpse soldier's body flew out like a kite, his eyes full of shock. Yang Kai's body also shook and he hurriedly stepped back a few steps. He felt a cold chill on his fist. Looking down, he saw 5 dark fingerprints on the back of his hand, exuding a thick black chi. The black chi seemed to be alive, wriggling and struggling on the back of his hand, trying to invade his body. Be careful of his corpse chi. This kind of thing is extremely insidious. Once it invades, it is very difficult to get rid of. Yang Yun's timely reminder sounded. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and the demon flame came out of his body, turning into a scorching hot existence. The wriggling black chi seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis, and after a burst of almost undetectable howls, it flew out from the back of Yang Kai's hand and dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Yang Yun's heart relaxed. The most difficult thing to deal with corpse soldiers was their strong physique and strange corpse chi. Since Yang Kai wasn't afraid of either, she had nothing to worry about. Sure enough, seeing Yang Kai easily dispel his corpse chi, the corpse soldier who had fallen to the ground rolled his eyes, showing some hesitation. Originally, he thought that Yang Kai, a second-order Saint King, and Yang Yun would not be his opponent at all. He would be able to deal with these two quickly and devour their physique essence to enhance his own strength. He had done this kind of thing more than once or twice before, but now, he found that this second-order Saint King cultivator was somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. This made him wonder if he should continue to fight. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai had no intention of letting him go. With a flick of his finger, an imperceptible golden thread immediately flew out. This golden thread was silent, and it wasn't until it reached the corpse soldier that he noticed it. With a low roar, the corpse soldier opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, and spat out a thick corpse chi towards the golden thread. Chapter 1294. In an instant, a thick corpse chi enveloped the golden thread, but to the corpse soldier's horror, his corpse chi, which had always worked so well, was completely ineffective against this golden thread. The golden thread also seemed to have a spiritual nature as it shook slightly, releasing astonishing vitality and vitality fluctuations from within, instantly dispersing the corpse soldier's corpse. Immediately after, the golden thread reached his chest and pierced through his abnormally tough body like it was made of tofu. The golden thread coiled around him a few times before firmly binding him. The corpse soldier was greatly shocked, but before he could make any other moves, Yang Kai shot out a pitch-black blade-like attack. This attack did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, but the green ghost fire in the corpse soldier's eyes flickered wildly as he felt great danger from this attack. Hurriedly twisting his body, the corpse soldier narrowly avoided being hit in a vital position, allowing the pitch-black blade-like attack to cut into his arm. An extremely strange scene appeared. Without a sound, his arm actually fell off from his body. Moreover, the place where it was cut off was actually missing a part. It did not match his wound at all. Naturally, Yang Kai's space blade was the only one capable of this. Although the corpse soldier's body was extremely tough, the space blade's power was also boundless. Cutting through the void was enough to swallow a part of his opponent's arm and banish it there forever. However, Yang Kai could only see some light green liquid flowing out of the corpse soldier's wound without the slightest trace of blood, making it look extremely strange. Even so, the corpse soldier seemed to have suffered some kind of serious injury and issued a mournful howl before his entire body was wrapped in thick corpse chi. Yang Kai was just about to kill him when his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly waved his hand, summoning the golden thread binding the corpse soldier back. In an instant, the corpse soldier regained his freedom. Wrapped in corpse chi, the corpse soldier glared fiercely at Yang Kai before grabbing the broken arm that had fallen to the ground and turning into a yellow streak of light, fleeing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai stood in place with a gloomy face. He looked down at his golden thread and found that it was stained with a lot of black gas. After all, he hadn't cultivated the golden silk secret skill for a long time, so he still couldn't display its full power. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. Tied up, no matter how strong the corpse soldier was, Yang Kai could deal with him in a short time. With a flick of his hand, Yang Kai took the golden thread back into his body before pushing his Saint Chi to expel the corpse chi from it. At the same time, he grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder and chased after the corpse soldier. The fight between Yang Kai and the corpse soldier was just a flash of lightning. Yang Inflammation didn't even have time to react before the corpse soldier, which she regarded as a great enemy, fled in panic. It wasn't until now that she suddenly remembered something and explained the origin of the corpse soldier to Yang Kai. Through her explanation, Yang Kai understood that the corpse soldier was actually just a name, a classification of this kind of creature. Just like how Yin souls could be born, these corpse soldiers were also born when the Yin chi was extremely dense. When living creatures died here, by chance, their souls and bodies would not disappear. Instead, they would become another kind of existence. These were the corpse soldiers. Of course, some corpse soldiers were not formed in this way. Instead, they were Yin souls that forcibly occupied other bodies and transformed into corpse soldiers through a method similar to possession. There were also corpse soldiers that were artificially created using some kind of secret technique. On Shadowed Star, there was no lack of such secret techniques in many evil sects. However, in general, the formation of corpse soldiers was much more difficult than that of Yin souls. As long as the conditions were right, Yin souls could be formed without their soul dissipating, but corpse soldiers were different. Corpse soldiers required both a soul and a physical body to exist and needed to be fused together, so the difficulty was naturally higher. This kind of creature could generally be divided into 3 grades: 100-year corpse soldiers, 1,000-year corpse generals, and 10,000-year corpse kings. Needless to say, the cultivation of a 100-year corpse soldier was extremely difficult for such creatures to cultivate because they were inanimate objects. Their bodies could not easily absorb world energy like living creatures, so their cultivation speed was countless times slower than any living creature. Perhaps a corpse soldier that had cultivated for hundreds of years would not even be able to compare to a Saint King realm cultivator in terms of cultivation. The difference in strength between corpse soldiers was also huge, ranging from the insignificant initial element realm to the powerful Saint King realm. For example, the one Yang Kai had just encountered was a peak Saint King realm existence. It was estimated that it had cultivated for at least 700 to 800 years to achieve such achievements. Once a corpse soldier was promoted to a 1,000-year corpse general, it would have strength no less than an origin returning realm master. As for the legendary 10,000-year corpse kings, they had the qualifications to compete with origin king realm masters. It could even be said that a 10,000-year corpse king was much stronger than an ordinary origin king realm master. A 10,000-year corpse king that had cultivated for 10,000 years had a body that was almost indestructible. Yang Yun's detailed explanation caused Yang Kai to be secretly shocked. He had never come into contact with this kind of creature before, nor had he ever heard of it, so he had never expected such a strange thing to exist in this world. However, Yang Kai was not an ordinary person. He had seen many strange creatures before, so he was only slightly interested in the indestructible body of the 10,000-year corpse king and did not show too much surprise. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange method the corpse soldier used, but it suddenly disappeared in a place 50 miles away. Yang Kai released his divine sense but was unable to find any clues. However, the faint corpse chi emanating from the corpse soldier's body still left some traces behind. Following this corpse chi, Yang Kai and Yang Yun chased after it until they arrived in front of a collapsed ruin. Looking around, for a radius of more than a dozen kilometers, this place was obviously the core of this sect, otherwise, there would not have been so many buildings. There are traces of a spirit array. Yang Yun's beautiful eyes stared at a certain place that looked like a square and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's just an illusion array, it won't be difficult to crack. Yang Kai gently nodded, motioning her to go forward and crack it. Yang Yun once again took out some strange artifacts, poured his Saint Chi into them, and threw them into the void, disappearing. After waiting for a stick of incense worth of time, the scene in front of them suddenly shook and changed. Soon, after a series of earth-shattering changes, the square suddenly disappeared and was replaced by another set of ruins. Before Yang Yun could relax, a mysterious energy attack suddenly shot out from all directions towards Yang Kai and Yang Yen with astonishing momentum. Array within an array. Yang Yun called out. Yang Kai reacted quickly and pulled Yang Yun behind him while summoning his purple shield and madly pouring his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, a sandstorm was kicked up and a cloud of yellow dust appeared out of thin air, enveloping both Yang Kai and Yang Yun. This was the power of the sandstorm contained in the purple shield. The energy attacks hit the sandstorm but were blocked by the wind and sand. Although they did not completely disappear, their power was greatly reduced and they were no longer as fierce as before. Yang Kai waved his hands and sent out a series of black fireballs, blocking the remaining energy attacks. Seeing this, Yang Yun relaxed and quickly scanned her surroundings. She had not expected that there would be a spirit array within an array here. After all, this kind of arrangement was extremely demanding and required a huge amount of materials, so even some of the great sects would not arrange such a spirit array lightly. However, one had actually appeared here. While she was greatly surprised, she also secretly became vigilant. The attacks from the second spirit array were endless, and although they weren't enough to destroy the heavens and earth, Yang Kai was still struggling to defend himself. If this continued, he would have to use other means to defend himself in a short while. At that moment, Yang Yun suddenly pointed to the bronze door that had fallen to the ground and shouted, "Hit that!" Hearing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate and sent out a space blade. In the blink of an eye, the space blade cut through the bronze door and split it in half. A buzzing sound came from the surrounding void and all the attacks quickly subsided. After waiting for a while and seeing that no more attacks were coming, Yang Kai put away his purple shield and looked around with rapt attention. He thought that the corpse soldier who had escaped before would be hiding here, but there was nothing as far as the eye could see, causing him to feel quite confused. It doesn't make sense. Even I have trouble breaking this spirit array, so why did that corpse soldier disappear as soon as he came in? It's impossible for him to be proficient in spirit arrays. Yang Yanyan frowned, obviously unable to understand what was going on. Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look on his face before suddenly asking, what if he knew the safe route in and out of this spirit array? That's impossible. Yang Yanyan shook his head decisively. Unless he was an array grandmaster when he was alive, no matter how strong he was, it would be impossible for him to do such a thing. Of course, if he was a disciple of this sect when he was alive and mastered the spirit array here, that would make sense, but he's just a corpse soldier who has only cultivated for a few hundred years. The ancient Yang sect was destroyed 2,000 years ago, so he definitely wasn't a disciple of the ancient Yang sect when he was alive. In any case, he's definitely still here. Yang Kai grinned, this place is so well hidden, and there's even a spirit array within a spirit array. Don't you think this is most likely the place we're looking for? You mean, as long as we find where he's hiding, we'll be done? Yang Yanyan also thought of something and asked excitedly. Maybe, Yang Kai nodded. The two exchanged a glance before no longer hesitating and immediately began searching the surrounding area. Half an hour later, the two stood above some ruins and stared at a certain place in front of them. At first glance, this place looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would find that there was something different about it, as if the space around it was somewhat distorted. It was another extremely well-hidden barrier, but this one only had a small concealment effect and didn't have any offensive capabilities. If it weren't for Yang Yanyan's deep understanding of spirit arrays, he likely wouldn't have been able to discover it. Chapter 1295. The more hidden this barrier was, the more certain Yang Kai was of his previous guess. After staring at the barrier for a long time, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he stretched out his hand to summon the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. Pointing his finger, he shouted, "Let's go in and take a look." Accompanied by a soft cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out of the artifact refining furnace and plunged into the spirit array without hesitation. As soon as the artifact spirit touched the spirit array, the surrounding space suddenly shook and the artifact spirit disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai frowned, but after noticing that the connection between him and the artifact spirit still existed, he relaxed. Standing in place and carefully accepting the information transmitted by the artifact spirit, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. After a while, he said, "It seems this is the place. There is a completely different world inside, and the world energy aura is astonishing. It is very likely the place we are looking for." Really? Yang Yanyan was overjoyed. But, there is still a lot of corpse chi inside. It seems that there is more than one corpse soldier living here, Yang Kai said solemnly. Yang Yanyan was stunned and his expression became hesitant. If there was only one corpse soldier, Yang Kai wouldn't need to be afraid, but if there were too many of them, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to compete with them. Whether or not to continue exploring would require careful consideration. After a while, Yang Yanyan said, "Since this is the ruins of the ancient Yang sect, it means that these corpse soldiers appeared after the ancient Yang sect was destroyed. It is likely that many of them were originally disciples of the ancient Yang sect, but because of some kind of opportunity, they became like this after their deaths. In other words, they are the most powerful. They are just corpse generals that have cultivated for 2,000 years, at best equivalent to a second-order origin returning realm master, perhaps even slightly weaker." Second-order origin returning realm, Yang Kai murmured to himself with a thoughtful look. If that was all, he didn't need to be afraid. He might not be able to defeat a corpse general with such strength, but escaping with Yang Yanyan would not be a problem. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a decision. He nodded lightly and said, "Then let's go in." If Yang Kai had only sensed the corpse energy inside, he would have turned around and left. Although he was not afraid of the 1,000-year corpse generals. However, unnecessary fights were still avoided as much as possible. However, other than the corpse chi, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside was also extremely dense. It was obvious that something good was hidden inside. He and Yang Yen had come all the way here. Now, the target was within reach. Naturally, he didn't want to shrink back at the last moment. After saying so, Yang Kai released his Saint Chi. He wrapped Yang Inflammation in it and led her to take a step forward. With a stomp of his foot, heaven and earth began to spin. Soon after, the scene in front of them was very different. The two of them were actually in a cave-like place. The humming sound of the wind came from far away. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, making people shudder. Around the cavern, there was an unknown fluorescent substance that gave off a green hue, like a ghost fire. However, inside this cavern, there was an extremely rich world energy aura. Yang Kai even smelled some subtle medicinal fragrances, causing his heart to tremble. He knew that he and Yang Inflammation had really found the right place. The location the two map fragments had pointed to was most likely the ancient Yang sect's secret cave. Although the light inside the cavern wasn't too bright, with Yang Kai's cultivation, after pouring his Saint Chi into his eyes, he was still able to see everything clearly. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered that this cavern had traces of human activity. It seemed that this cavern had originally existed 1,000 meters underground but had later been excavated to make it even more spacious. In the depths of this cavern, there were many passages leading to unknown places. Yang Kai followed a wisp of his divine sense all the way down, and it wasn't until he reached a depth of 30 kilometers that his expression changed to one of shock. "What did you find?" Yang Inflammation asked softly. "Shoo." Yang Kai quickly raised a finger while quietly withdrawing his divine sense and sending a message to Yang Inflammation. "Corpse soldiers. There are many, many corpse soldiers." Yang Inflammation's beautiful face paled. Yang Kai added, "But they all seem to be sleeping and haven't awakened yet. We just need to be careful not to disturb them." "How many?" Yang Inflammation's small face went pale as she asked nervously. "I don't know. At the bottom of the passage I investigated, there were 7 or 8. There are at least a few hundred passages here. If every passage is like this, then this place, could this be a corpse cave?" Yang Inflammation seemed to have thought of something. "Corpse cave?" Yang Kai frowned. Rumor has it that some special places are more likely to give birth to corpse soldiers, and if corpse soldiers sleep and cultivate in such places, they can easily fuse their souls with their physical bodies and gain sentience. If this is really a corpse cave, it's too dangerous. Whether this is a corpse cave or not, I don't know, but the corpse chi in the depths of the passage is indeed very rich and the cold yin chi is quite strong. Those sleeping corpse soldiers are indeed breathing in the cold yin chi. Then this is a corpse cave. Yang Inflammation was taken aback and muttered, "With so many corpse soldiers, it's very likely that some of them were former disciples of the ancient Yang sect while others were cultivators who later died here. It seems we've entered an extraordinary place. Since we're already here, what's the point of saying such things?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, with a single thought. A ball of fire in the distance quietly flew back and immediately drilled into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. This was the artifact spirit that Yang Kai had released to explore the way before. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation grit her teeth and once again urged the power of her necklace. This time, the necklace not only released a halo of light that wrapped around her, but also wrapped around Yang Kai. In an instant, the two's auras were isolated. The two of them looked at each other and quietly moved forward. Since the corpse soldiers were sleeping, there was nothing to worry about. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was that the Peak St. King Realm corpse soldier he had injured before was hiding somewhere. Yang Kai didn't dare to investigate too presumptuously, so he couldn't find any trace of this corpse soldier. Along the way, the pair passed through some deep forks and could clearly detect a strong corpse chi coming from the depths of these forks. However, these movements were extremely regular and it was obvious that if there was no external force, these corpse soldiers wouldn't wake up for a while. Whenever they passed through these forks, Yang Inflammation couldn't help moving closer to Yang Kai, as if she was subconsciously looking for a sense of security. Fortunately, Yang Inflammation's artifact was excellent and the two of them were well prepared, so they didn't expose their auras as they went deeper. While the two of them were going deeper, in the depths of one of the forks, in a dark cave, 3 skinny corpse soldiers sat cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown what kind of secret art they were circulating, but as they breathed in and out, they were absorbing the surrounding white qi into their lungs to enhance their strength. These 3 corpse soldiers all exuded the aura of peak Saint King realm. At the end of the passage, a figure flashed and another corpse soldier appeared, this one in a sorry state. One of his arms was broken at the elbow and his 2 fangs were exposed, making him look extremely hideous. As soon as he appeared, he was noticed by the other 3 corpse soldiers. The 3 corpse soldiers all opened their eyes and looked at him. In an instant, in the dark cave, 6 green eyes that looked like the wisps jumped about. "Hey, Brother Nya, how did you become like this?" One of the corpse soldiers glanced at his companion's severed arm and asked in surprise, "Did you encounter some kind of danger outside?" The corpse soldier's eyes flashed fiercely as he grit his teeth and said, "I did encounter some danger. I was careless and lost one of my arms." Such a thing actually happened. The corpse soldier who had spoken earlier was shocked. Hasn't there been no origin returning realm cultivator entering Grand Burial Valley since many years ago? Could another origin returning realm cultivator have appeared? It wasn't an origin returning realm cultivator, just a second-order Saint King. The corpse soldier seemed a little ashamed. This Nya was careless and suffered such a serious injury. "Huh, Brother Nya must be joking. If you and I were still in our human forms, this kind of severed arm injury would indeed be difficult to heal, but now that you've become like this, such an injury is nothing to be worried about. With just a bit of corpse chi, you'll be fine. I'm afraid Brother Nya's injury won't be able to heal completely." The other corpse soldier with long hair seemed to have discovered something and said in a pleasant voice. This corpse soldier turned out to be a woman. Although her full appearance could not be seen clearly, it was easy to imagine that she must have been a beautiful woman when she was alive. "What do you mean?" The corpse soldier who spoke earlier asked in surprise. "If I'm not mistaken, Brother Nya's severed arm is missing, right?" The female corpse soldier's eyes flashed. Hearing what she said, the other 2 carefully observed it. At first glance, they found that it was indeed the case. The severed arm brought back by the zombie soldier was indeed missing a part, and the incision was unusually neat, as if it had been cut twice. A second-order Saint King is so powerful? Brother Nya, aren't you underestimating him too much? The female corpse soldier said with some blame. It's not that this Nya underestimated him, it's just that his strength is too strange. I've never encountered such an attack before. The severed arm corpse soldier recalled the pitch-black blade-like attack, and even though he was already a corpse, his face twitched slightly as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. At that time, if he had not reacted quickly, he would have died again. After dying last time, he was brought back by the corpse soldiers here and raised in the corpse cave for over 100 years. It was not easy for him to cultivate sentience, and after countless more years, he gradually gained his current strength. If he were to die again this time, he would really disappear. What kind of power was that? The other 3 corpse soldiers were surprised and quickly asked. Chapter 1296. The broken-armed corpse soldier quickly recounted everything that had happened to him in great detail, even the details of his fight with Yang Kai. After hearing this, the female corpse soldier's body shook slightly, and she said in surprise and bewilderment, "You're saying that he can slash out pitch-black attacks that are like blades? And that attack didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation, and even your corpse couldn't resist it?" "Yes, after that attack, I lost a part of my arm, and I don't know where it went." The broken-armed corpse soldier nodded heavily, turning his green eyes towards the female corpse soldier as he asked, "Do you know something?" The female corpse soldier hesitated for a moment before replying, "From what you're saying, it sounds like the other party used Space Force." "What?" The other 3 corpse soldiers were shocked. "Space Force? You're not joking, right?" The female corpse soldier coldly snorted, have you forgotten where I came from? The broken-armed corpse soldier was startled for a moment before suddenly seeming to remember something. So that's how it is. The female corpse soldier nodded lightly and whispered, among the elders of Heaven Battling Union, there has always been one who cultivates Space Force. I was fortunate enough to see Elder Mo Shaoxing display this divine technique once, so I know more about Space Force than you. It's just that. Just what? It's just that if what Brother Nye said is true, then this intruder's attainments in the Tao of space are simply too high. Back then, Elder Mo was unable to form a blade out of space and easily cut off his corpse, so how could a mere second-order Saint King achieve such a feat? That's why I said he used Space Force, but I wasn't too certain. That's right, that's right. I've heard of Mo Shaoxing's name before. But, it's been a few hundred years. I don't know if he's still alive. If that brat can really use space as a blade, it's a bit too terrifying. What's the use of saying such things now? Have you forgotten what kind of existences we are? Sister Lan, I know you have some kind of relationship with Elder Mo, but if you appear in front of him like this now, do you think he will let you go? Upon hearing this, the ghost fire in the eyes of the female zombie soldier, who had been changed to Miss Lan, suddenly jumped even faster, as if her emotions were unstable. By the way, Brother Nye, you didn't leave any traces behind when you came back, right? The corpse soldier who spoke first asked warily. Naturally not, and even if that person had found this place, he wouldn't have been able to break this barrier. This is a spirit array set up by the ancient Yang sect. If we hadn't learned how to enter and leave from them, even if we were at our peak, it would have been impossible for us to break this spirit array. How could a trivial second-order Saint King have such ability? That makes sense. The corpse soldier nodded, seemingly thinking of something and suddenly sighing. I really don't know whether I should thank those ancient Yang sect bastards or hate them. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have died, but if it weren't for them, I'm afraid I would have long since vanished. Now that I've fallen to such a state, the taste, heh. As soon as this remark came out, the other 3 corpse soldiers fell silent, obviously feeling the same way. After a long silence in the depths of the cave, the female corpse soldier said, forget it, let's not think about these things for now. These 10 years, it's been our turn to guard this place, so just in case, let's go out and take a look, lest that master awakens and questions us. Very well. Lady Lan and I will go take a look. Brother Nye, you should quickly use the Yin Qi here to reattach your severed arm. Although it's missing a chunk, it's better than nothing. As he spoke, the corpse soldier also stood up and walked out with the female corpse soldier. At the same time, in another huge secret cave, Yang Kai and Yang Yen both snuck in and saw the rows of empty wooden shelves in front of them and the various boxes scattered on the ground. Yang Kai's face became gloomy and he almost couldn't help cursing out loud. He and Yang Yen followed the faint medicinal fragrance all the way to this place, and after a careful investigation, determined that there were no traces of a sleeping corpse soldier, they rushed in. How could they have known that they would see such a scene? This used to be the place where the ancient Yang sect stored spirit grasses and spirit medicines. There were at least 100 wooden shelves here, each of which had 3 floors and each floor could hold 5 or 6 boxes. But now, all of these boxes were scattered on the ground, as if they had been abandoned by the ancient Yang sect. All the boxes had been opened and the things that were originally stored inside had disappeared. After finally finding this place and just when they were about to reap a great harvest, such a scene suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's mood could be imagined. There was no need to guess that these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had definitely been eaten by the sleeping corpse soldiers. Although this method of eating was somewhat wasteful, the corpse soldiers couldn't perform alchemy, so they could only consume spirit grasses and spirit medicines to strengthen themselves. This was the cultivation method of the corpse soldiers, just like the monster beast. However, after a careful search, Yang Kai still found some remnants of fire and Yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines from the opened boxes. These herbs were no different from the most ferocious poisons to the corpse soldiers, so they naturally wouldn't swallow them. Unfortunately, all the boxes had been opened and after such a long time, the medicinal properties and auras of these herbs had all been exhausted, making them unusable. This made Yang Kai's eyes pop out of their sockets, and he wished he could rush into the depths of the cave and chop all the corpse soldiers to pieces to vent his anger. After a gloomy investigation, Yang Kai and Yang Yen both sighed. The spirit medicine reserves of a great sect had been completely destroyed. Anyone who saw this would feel extremely distressed. Fortunately, in addition to this secret cave, there was a deeper place, so the two of them didn't hesitate and continued to explore. Shortly after the two left, the female corpse soldier and her companion also appeared here like ghosts. The two corpse soldiers sniffed the air gently before exchanging a glance with each other, their eyes flashing. "There are the auras of living people," the male corpse soldier whispered. The female corpse soldier nodded lightly, "And there are two of them. It seems that the people Brother Nya encountered really broke into this place." The male corpse soldier glanced in the direction Yang Kai and Yang Yen disappeared, and his expression changed as he whispered, "Damn it, that place is where the ores and artifacts are stored, and there's also that thing that will be useful to the master's future plans." The female corpse soldier's eyes flashed fiercely as she said, "Let's follow them first. If you and I can deal with them together, there's no need to alarm the master. Otherwise, if someone breaks into this place, we won't be able to avoid punishment no matter what." Hearing what she said, the male corpse soldier's expression changed slightly, as if he was quite frightened, but he quickly nodded, "Good." Immediately, the two corpse soldiers circulated their strength, converged their auras, and quietly followed. Deeper into the secret cave, Yang Kai and Yang Yen shuttled through some wooden shelves, the two of them waving their hands and causing the ancient books on them to disappear. What was stored here were the ancient Yang sect's secret arts and secret records. Yang Kai didn't have time to examine them carefully, so naturally he had to collect them first. However, when he glanced at a book called Corpse Refining Technique, he immediately understood why there were so many corpse soldiers here. The ancient Yang sect was a great sect not inferior to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, so it was normal for it to have such a secret record. Presumably, some of the disciples of the ancient Yang sect had cultivated such a secret record, which was why so many corpse soldiers had appeared here 2,000 years later. There were many secret arts and secret records, but after being collected by Yang Kai and Yang Yen, they were all quickly collected. After confirming that there was nothing left behind, the two of them continued to explore. A moment later, the two entered another secret cave. Looking at the dazzling array of artifacts in front of him, even Yang Kai, who was quite wealthy, couldn't help but be moved. There were at least 1,000 artifacts stored here, and they all came in different shapes and sizes. Sword-type artifacts accounted for less than 10% of the total, while the rest were discs, beads, various types of jewelry, flags, and other rare artifacts. There were also countless artifact armors. At the bottom of this secret cave, there was a huge spirit array in operation that seemed to be absorbing world energy to maintain these artifacts. The effect was quite good. Although more than 2,000 years had passed, most of the artifacts still gave off a faint glow. At a glance, it was obvious that they had not lost their spirituality. There were also some artifacts that, although not radiating any brilliance, were still very well preserved and could be used after being repaired. Most of these artifacts were Saint King grade, with 20% of them being Origin grade. Such a large number of artifacts really gave Yang Kai a pleasant surprise. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yen, the two of them split up without any trace of politeness. In less than half a stick of incense worth of time, this place had become empty. There's another secret cave. After Yang Kai finished collecting these artifacts, he turned his gaze towards a deeper passage, his eyes flashing with surprise. Previously, he and Yang Yen had passed through the ancient Yang sect secret cave where spirit grasses, spirit medicines, secret arts, and artifacts were stored. Now there was another one, but they didn't know what was inside, but since it was set up at the back, its value was definitely not low. With a trace of surprise, Yang Kai and Yang Yen continued to explore deeper. The two corpse soldiers who had been following them quietly appeared after they left, staring towards the other side with gloomy eyes. "What do we do?" "They went in there, that's a place even Master can't enter," the male corpse soldier asked. "What else can we do?" The female corpse soldier sighed lightly, since Master can't enter, we naturally can't either, so we can only wait here. However, it is said that the ancient Yang sect's hallowed treasure, Sun's true essence, is stored there. It has a strong restraining effect on corpses like us, otherwise, Master wouldn't have been unable to enter. I've also heard of this. It is said that this true essence is extracted from the core of one of the sun's stars. I wonder who possessed such a heavenly method and how it fell into the hands of the ancient Yang sect. Chapter 1297. There's no need for us to worry about such things. Although they've entered, with their cultivation, whether or not they can take away the sun's true essence is another matter. There's no need to worry about such things, the female corpse soldier sneered. The male corpse soldier also chuckled, the sun's true essence isn't so easy to obtain. Perhaps those two will suffer a big loss and fall here without us even needing to take action. All we need to do is watch the show. Thinking so, the mood of the two corpse soldiers brightened. After concealing their figures, they quietly hid and waited for something good to happen. Inside the cave, Yang Kai looked at the scene in front of him and almost couldn't help laughing. Inside this cave was a collection of saint crystals and all kinds of rare ores. These pieces of saint crystal were all high rank and were piled up into several small hills, each of which was more than 100 meters high. At a glance, each of these hills contained at least 3 million to 4 million saint crystals. In other words, there were tens of millions of saint crystals stored here. Previously, Yang Kai had been praying that this trip could really solve the current awkward situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, but now, his wish had been granted so easily. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yan, the two of them saw a deep sense of surprise in each other's eyes. Not in a hurry to collect the small mountain of saint crystals, the pair's eyes were instead attracted by a jade platform. This jade platform was snow-white in color and exuded a frigid aura, making the entire secret cave appear extremely cold. At first glance, it was obvious this jade platform was an extraordinary treasure. On top of the jade pedestal were 4 space rings and a strange ore shrouded in a layer of energy. Walking over to this jade platform and carefully examining it, Yang Yan let out a low cry. It's actually 10,000-year ice jade. 10,000-year ice jade. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he asked anxiously, "Are you sure? This is indeed 10,000-year ice jade, I can't be wrong." Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai naturally believed in her eyesight and for a moment, his eyes filled with both surprise and amazement. Ice jade was extremely rare, and 10,000-year ice jade was even rarer. If one used this 10,000-year ice jade to make a personal artifact and carried it around, it would allow a cultivator who cultivated the ice attribute to better convert world energy into ice world energy, enhancing their cultivation efficiency. However, 10,000-year ice jade didn't just have this function. When refining an ice attribute artifact, if some 10,000-year ice jade was mixed in, it could increase the artifact's power by 30% and even release ice jade's cold chi. This kind of cold chi was beneficial to both the physical body and the soul. The 10,000-year-old ice jade was also known as one of the 3 great mysterious jades. A piece the size of a fist was already a priceless treasure. Now that there was such a large piece of 10,000-year ice jade in front of him, how could Yang Kai not be surprised? What shocked him the most was that this 10,000-year ice jade was actually made into a jade platform on which 4 space rings and a piece of ore were placed. The 4 space rings were probably just casually placed here, but that head-sized, inconspicuous piece of ore was definitely something special, otherwise, it wouldn't have been protected by a barrier. Yang Kai glanced over at Yang Inflammation quietly and found that she was indeed observing the ore with a dignified expression, but had yet to speak. It was as if even she wasn't sure what this ore was, which made Yang Kai even more surprised. Let's take a look at these 4 space rings first. Yang Kai waited for a long time, but seeing no reaction from Yang Inflammation, he immediately proposed, reaching out and picking up the rings. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai gently nodded after a brief investigation. Unsurprisingly, These 4 space rings also contained saint crystals and rare ores, half of each type. Needless to say, there was a massive amount of saint crystals, but the rare ores were even rarer than those outside. After tossing the rings to Young Inflammation and inspecting them, Young Inflammation smiled happily. Great, with these things, I can refine a treasure I've been thinking about. What kind of treasure? Yang Kai was curious, wondering what kind of treasure would require so many things to be used. I won't tell you for now, but when the time comes, I may need to borrow your strength. Young Inflammation grinned and handed the rings back. Yang Kai glanced at her but didn't ask anything. After putting away the rings, he turned to the jade platform and asked the strange ore wrapped in a barrier, "Can you open this barrier?" "I can." Young Inflammation gently nodded, "But are you sure you want to open it?" "I don't know why, but I feel a dangerous aura coming from this thing." "You also feel the same?" Yang Kai was surprised. He thought he was just imagining things, but he didn't expect Yang Yen to react the same way. Immediately, his expression became dignified. Something that could make him feel danger was definitely extremely dangerous, but at the same time, it was also extremely valuable. Young Inflammation didn't say anything and instead stared intently at the head-sized stone in front of him, nodding after a while. "Open it. I believe that even if it is dangerous, we should be able to defend ourselves. It would be a pity to let such a thing go." Saying so, he took out his tools to break barriers and scattered them around. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately became vigilant, secretly circulating his Saint Chi, preparing to act at a moment's notice. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand and released the stone mongoose, sending it an order with his divine sense. The stone mongoose immediately rushed to the hill-like pile of saint crystals and ores, opened its mouth, and began swallowing them. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of magical structure the stone mongoose's body was, but the capacity of the stone mongoose's stomach was infinitely large. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed half a hill. Yang Kai had asked Young Inflammation before, and from her, Yang Kai learned that the stone mongoose had an innate ability to evolve by swallowing ores. Although it would spit out most of the ores it swallowed and refine them, it would still absorb some of them. The essence of these ores it absorbed would become its capital for growth. Whatever properties the ores had, the stone mongoose would be able to develop an ability after absorbing them. Coincidentally, the first batch of ores the stone mongoose swallowed after it was born were space spirit crystals. These ores contained space force, so the stone mongoose's stomach seemed to have formed a huge space, allowing it to swallow them infinitely. Otherwise, even if an ordinary stone mongoose had an innate ability to swallow ores, it wouldn't have been able to swallow as much as Yang Kai's. The stone mongoose swallowed the saint crystals and ores at an incredible speed, so Yang Kai immediately stopped paying attention to it and focused on Young Inflammation's movements. The barrier that enveloped this strange stone seemed to be quite complex, and even if Yang Yen took action personally, she would not be able to crack it in a short time. Yang Kai was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After investigating, he was surprised. Because in one of the secret caves the two of them had plundered before, there were 2 faint corpse auras hidden there. Although they were well hidden, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, they still gave themselves away and were discovered by him. But what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that these 2 corpse soldiers were only third-order Saint Kings, and they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, simply lurking in place, motionless. Yang Kai was so happy that he pretended not to notice anything, paying attention to their movements while keeping an eye on Young Inflammation's progress. For Yang Kai, as long as he could take away all the things here, he would have succeeded. When the time came, he could tear space and take Young Inflammation away. Even if he alerted the countless corpse soldiers here, he could still easily escape. If it was before, he wouldn't have dared to tear space casually with someone. After all, the space he tore was extremely unstable, and there was a high chance of accidents happening during the process. He could cope with it alone, but if he brought another person with him, he couldn't guarantee their safety. But now, his understanding and comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a certain level, so it wasn't a problem for him to take someone with him and travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant. With such confidence, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. The barrier covering the jade pedestal remained as strong as before even after Yang Yan's attack, but one could still see strange ripples flashing across its surface. As these ripples flickered, the barrier also began to fluctuate, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting, giving it a strange appearance. Moreover, unlike the previous barriers, Yang Inflammation's expression this time was particularly dignified, his face flushed red, and he seemed to be having a hard time. As time passed, the light barrier began to tremble, and Yang Kai knew at a glance that it was about to be cracked. At that moment, Yang Inflammation suddenly shouted, "Be careful." As soon as her voice fell, the barrier shattered, and at the same time, a pure fire aura that caused both Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation to pale rushed out from the strange ore. In an instant, the entire secret cave became unbearably hot as a fiery dragon rushed towards them. Yang Inflammation's face suddenly turned pale. Although she had a premonition of danger, she hadn't expected such a thing to happen after cracking the barrier. Before the fiery dragon had even reached her, she felt like she was about to be melted. The power of several defensive artifacts on her body had been summoned at the same time she felt danger, forming a protective barrier in front of her. These artifacts were all origin grade low rank and were tailor-made for her. In terms of defensive ability alone, they were no worse than ordinary origin grade high rank artifacts. But even so, the fire dragon still rushed in front of her with unstoppable momentum. As soon as the pure and rich fire attribute aura came into contact with her protective shields, all of them melted away. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the 2 earrings on Yang Yan's earlobes shattered and the bracelet on her wrist also shattered. At the same time, the artifact armor she was wearing dimmed and lost its luster. The 3 layers of protective barrier were unable to resist the fiery dragon's invasion. In front of this fiery dragon, these barriers were as fragile as paper, and even the artifacts themselves were destroyed. Chapter 1298. The moment the 3 defensive artifacts Yang Inflammation had tailor-made for her were destroyed, Yang Inflammation couldn't help calling out in alarm. At that moment, a big hand grabbed her shoulder and dragged her back while Yang Kai's figure appeared in front of her. Yang Kai's expression was more dignified than ever as he waved his hands and sent out 2 black fireballs to meet the fire dragon. Demonic flames were born from the heart and transformed into a cold-eam existence, but even so, when they came into contact with the fire dragon, they were annihilated, as if they were incinerated. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, a slight bird cry rang out from his body, and in the next moment, the artifact spirit flew out, spread its wings, and transformed into a several dozen meter long firebird. Opening its beak, it spat out a fiery red light, but this light was still unable to stop the fire dragon's advance. As soon as it came into contact with the fire dragon, the firebird's attack was completely destroyed. The fire dragon was like an unreasonable brute. No matter how Yang Kai tried to resist, it was able to easily tear apart his defenses. A human-like expression flashed across the firebird artifact spirit's eyes, revealing a hint of fear. Immediately after, a ruthless look appeared in its eyes as it spun around and shrank in size. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of flames and charged into the fire dragon's body. The fire dragon's roar and the cries of the artifact spirit filled the secret cave, creating a lively atmosphere. When the artifact spirit rushed into the fire dragon's body, it was finally able to slow its advance for a moment, but this was only for a moment before the artifact spirit let out a sad cry and suddenly rushed out of the fire dragon's body, disappearing into Yang Kai's body in a flash. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He had already refined both the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace and the Artifact Spirit, so he could naturally sense the current state of the Artifact Spirit. The Artifact Spirit of this Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace, which had been refined by the Earth Lung Fire Pond for tens of thousands of years, was actually severely injured. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? The fire attribute spiritual energy contained within the artifact spirit was already extremely rich and pure. What exactly was the fire dragon? How was it able to injure the artifact spirit so severely in a battle of the same attribute? However, although the artifact spirit was injured, the fire dragon seemed to have been greatly weakened. Not only was its color much dimmer, but its body had also shrunk significantly, but it still rushed towards Yang Kai, as if it would not give up until it burned him and Yang Inflammation to ashes. On the contrary, Yang Kai's expression calmed down as a mysterious wave of power flowed out from his body. Immediately after, he stretched out his two big hands and gripped the void fiercely, as if he had caught hold of two invisible doors. Then, gritting his teeth, he tore them apart. A bottomless void crack, seemingly capable of swallowing all things, suddenly appeared, and as Yang Kai tore at it with his hands, this void crack grew much larger in a single breath. As soon as the void crack formed, the fire dragon plunged into it. The void trembled and distorted as the torn void crack became extremely unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai let out a low roar as he pushed his space principles to forcibly stabilize the void crack, not allowing it to be destroyed immediately. 3 breaths later, the fire dragon shook its head and disappeared into the spatial rift. At the same time, the spatial rift suddenly cracked like a mirror and shattered into pieces. Standing in place, Yang Kai gasped for breath while Yang Inflammation, who had been dragged behind him, wore a look of fear. However, after suffering such a calamity, Yang Inflammation seemed to have thought of something as she stared at the strange stone, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she covered her mouth and muttered, "Sun's true essence?" Yang Kai's face twitched as if he had heard something incredible, his eyes bursting with light. Strangely enough, after the fire dragon was swallowed by the void crack, this piece of Sun's true essence, which Yang Yen called Sun's true essence, once again became ordinary and inconspicuous. Yang Kai couldn't feel the slightest burning heat from it, as if it was a stone that could be found everywhere on the side of the road. No one would care about it no matter where you threw it. However, there was no time to think about this at this moment. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had sneaked into this place, and although they were being followed by 2 corpse soldiers, the 2 corpse soldiers had no intention of stopping them. But now, with such a big commotion, it was likely that many sleeping corpse soldiers had been disturbed. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank as he found that, just as he had guessed, most of the corpse soldiers who had been sleeping in the depths of the forked tunnels had awakened, and corpse chi fluctuations, both strong and weak, were rapidly approaching. At the same time, an oppressive roar came from the depths of the underground. This roar was like the roar of a fierce beast, carrying a thick evil chi and hostility. When Yang Kai heard it, he felt his soul become unstable and the ruthlessness deep in his heart showed signs of being drawn out, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. When the corpse soldiers that were rushing over heard this roar, as if they had received some kind of order, they all let out low roars from the depths of their throats, echoing the roar from a distance. All of them were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their speed became even faster. In an instant, the entire underground cave was filled with wails and howls, causing one's scalp to tingle. The corpse soldiers that had been secretly following behind Yang Kai and Yang Yen had all revealed themselves at this moment, standing at the entrance of the secret cave, glaring at Yang Kai as they bared their fangs, a cold light flashing from the corners of their mouths. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation's heart sank and her face turned pale. However, the 2 corpse soldiers didn't seem to have any intention of attacking immediately. Instead, while staring at Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation, they were also secretly glancing at the piece of Sun's true essence, their eyes filled with dread. The moment the 2 corpse soldiers appeared, the originally ordinary Sun's true essence actually released a terrifying fire aura, but it didn't seem to want to leak out. It seemed that as long as the corpse soldiers didn't come close, it wouldn't show its power. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly stretched out his hand to grab the piece of Sun's true essence, wrapping it up with a massive amount of Saint Chi. Just as Yang Kai was about to put the Sun's true essence into his space ring, Yang Inflammation hurriedly shouted, "Don't." Yang Kai gawked and immediately realized that something was wrong. The Sun's true essence flashed and burned away the divine sense and Saint Chi that Yang Kai had attached to it. Yang Kai couldn't help taking 2 steps back as he stared at the sun's true essence in horror. He couldn't put the sun's true essence into his space ring. Seeing this, the 2 corpse soldiers standing at the entrance unscrupulously grinned, the female corpse soldiers shouting, daring to break into the corpse cave and even have ideas about the sun's true essence. When the master arrives, I'd like to see how you'll deal with this. The male corpse soldier also sneered, these 2 seem to be our companions. Sister Lan should be a little more polite, perhaps we'll all be sharing the same room in the future. The female corpse soldier coldly snorted, do we need to be polite with them? It will take at least 100 years for them to gain sentience and transform into corpse soldiers, and who knows if they'll succeed. If they don't, they'll only end up as food in our stomachs. The male corpse soldier pondered for a moment before nodding, and, if that's the case, there's no need to be polite with them. These 2 continued to exchange words, but Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them. Since the other party didn't dare to come in, there was no need for him to waste time killing them. On top of that, his actions just now had alarmed the corpse soldiers here, and listening to their conversation, it seemed that there were more corpse general level existences on the way here. The most important thing now was to find a way to take away this sun's true essence. Turning his eyes to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai saw that Yang Inflammation was also at a loss, causing his heart to sink. Yang Inflammation naturally knew how to transport the sun's true essence, but it was a time-consuming and energy-consuming method. Trying to take it away with a space ring was obviously unrealistic. Just as Yang Inflammation was pondering, the low roar he heard before seemed to be getting closer and closer. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky and enveloped the secret cave. Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai felt the tyrannical power of this pressure and his face changed greatly. The situation here was quite different from what he and Yang Inflammation had expected. Before, he and Yang Inflammation had estimated that even if there were corpse generals here, they would have only cultivated for 2,000 years. Inferring from the difficulty of their cultivation, they would only have a second-order origin returning realm cultivation or even lower. But now, a third-order origin returning realm corpse general had appeared, one that seemed to have reached the peak and was only 1 step away from becoming a corpse king. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? On second thought, it was likely that the existence of this corpse cave had accelerated the cultivation speed of this corpse general. Yang Kai knew that even if he used all of his means, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of such a master. On top of that, he also had to protect Yang Inflammation. Do I have no choice but to leave? Yang Kai stared at the sun's true essence with a look of unwillingness. This was one of the most valuable treasures he had ever seen so far. For him, it was even more important than the 9-branched jade crystal tree and second only to the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Because he still had a lot of profound Een sunflower water, if he could obtain this sun's true essence and use it to refine the profound Een sunflower water, the benefits he could obtain would be immeasurable. After refining the profound Een sunflower water in the earth lung fire pond last time, Yang Kai discovered that doing so could not only enhance his physical strength, but also the power of his demonic flame. At the same time, it could also increase his cultivation. Yang Kai could only pin his hopes on Yang Inflammation. If even Yang Inflammation couldn't come up with a solution, Yang Kai could only withdraw for the time being. Yang Kai believed that even if these corpse generals were incredibly strong, they wouldn't be able to obtain this sun's true essence, otherwise, it wouldn't have been left empty for so many years. Chapter 1299. Just as Yang Inflammation's expression was uncertain and seemed to be at a loss of what to do, the source of the murderous aura was getting closer and closer. It was now less than 1,000 meters away and Yang Kai could even hear the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Yang Kai sighed slightly, knowing that it would be too late if he didn't leave now. Although the sun's true essence was here and ordinary corpse soldiers didn't dare to approach, who knew what kind of means a corpse general that had cultivated for 2,000 years would have? Staying here would only bring him harm. But before Yang Kai could speak, Young Inflammation's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as if she had thought of something and hurriedly waved to the side, "Xiao xiao." The stone mongoose, who was devouring a mountain full of rare ores, heard this and rushed over without hesitation. At this moment, more than half of the mountain of ores had been devoured by the stone mongoose, leaving only a small portion behind. After the stone mongoose rushed over, Young Inflammation pointed to the sun's true essence in front of her and asked softly, "Can you swallow it?" On the stone puppet's seemingly wooden face, a trace of hesitation and fear flashed across its eyes as a dignified look appeared on its face. The stone mongoose was born with the innate divine technique of devouring all kinds of ores and absorbing their essence. This divine technique was innate and was extremely powerful. It could even swallow space spirit crystals effortlessly, but in the face of such a head-sized piece of sun's true essence, the stone mongoose hesitated. Obviously, even for it, this thing was extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Young Inflammation showed a helpless expression and didn't want to force it. After all, for Young Inflammation, although the sun's true essence was extremely precious, the stone mongoose was also irreplaceable. This little thing had cooperated with Young Inflammation many times to refine artifact refining materials, so Young Inflammation had developed a certain degree of attachment to it. She didn't use it as a tool, but as a living creature. But to Young Inflammation's surprise, after a moment of hesitation, the stone mongoose suddenly let out a low roar and its body glowed brightly. The surface of its body that was like an armor suddenly glowed, and mysterious existences like runes swam on its surface. The stone mongoose's aura underwent a huge change in an instant, giving off a feeling that it was impregnable, as if nothing in this world could destroy it. Yang Kai and Young Inflammation were both dumbfounded. They didn't expect the stone mongoose to have such an ability. Those rune-like things only appeared for a moment before disappearing. The originally extraordinary armor on the stone golem's body flickered with a bright light, looking even more powerful. A series of cracking sounds came from the stone mongoose's joints. Soon after, under the dumbfounded gazes of Yang Kai and Young Inflammation, the little stone mongoose's body suddenly grew a lot bigger, reaching a height of 10 meters before stopping. Then, it strode forward with a dignified look in its eyes, walked in front of the sun's true essence, and stretched out its big hand to grab the sun's true essence. A terrifying ray of fire flowed out from the sun's true essence, turning into a fire serpent that rushed toward the stone mongoose's big hand. The stone mongoose seemed to have a sinister smile on its face. It opened its big hand and grabbed the fire serpent. With a fierce squeeze, the fire serpent was easily crushed. Even so, Yang Kai saw that the stone mongoose's big hand seemed to have melted a little. This made his eyes twitch. Without the obstruction of the fire serpent, the stone mongoose directly grabbed the sun's true essence, opened its big mouth, and threw it in. In the next moment, the stone mongoose let out a muffled roar, as if it was enduring some unimaginable torture. The surface of its body glowed red, and the runes on its mighty armor appeared again. They exploded one by one, turning into a mysterious force that surged into its body, suppressing the terrifying fire power. After doing all this, the stone mongoose's body shrank again, and in an instant, it returned to its original size. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly put the stone mongoose into his black book space. Previously, he had seen how terrifying the sun's true essence was, so he didn't dare to casually put it into the black book space. But now that the stone mongoose had swallowed it, there was naturally no problem. Everything that happened here naturally didn't escape the eyes of the two corpse soldiers who were standing at the entrance and watching. Seeing that the two people who had rashly entered the corpse cave had a way to take away the sun's true essence, they could no longer remain calm. Letting out a roar, their figures flickered as they rushed over. 10 long black nails suddenly appeared on the 10 fingers of the female corpse soldier, and with disheveled hair, she grabbed at Yang Kai like a demon. The male corpse soldier opened his mouth and rolled out a thick corpse chi towards Yang Kai and Yang Yen. Yang Kai coldly snorted and sent out a golden thread towards the female corpse soldier. At the same time, he waved his hand and sent out a series of black blade-like attacks towards the male corpse soldier. Space Blade. The male corpse soldier had already learned about some of Yang Kai's methods from his companions, so when he saw them, he was naturally shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, the female corpse soldier's body was pierced by the golden blood thread and bound in place. Yang Kai shook his golden blood thread and a golden light filled the sky. This trivial golden blood thread seemed to transform into a sheet of gold that enveloped the female corpse soldier. Impossible. The female corpse soldier cried out in shock, as if she had seen something inconceivable. When the golden light disappeared, her corpse was scattered all over the ground, like a crystal cup that had been pushed to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. The male corpse soldier saw that his companion, whose strength wasn't any worse than his, had been killed in a single confrontation, and his green eyes flashed with fear. How could he dare to continue entangling with Yang Kai? Quickly retreating, the male corpse soldier was about to leave this secret cave. At the same time, a tall and mighty figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret cave. This man wore a blood-red robe, and although his figure was still somewhat thin, he looked no different from a living person. His face was full of flesh and blood, and his eyes were the same color as an ordinary person's, black and white. However, from his body, a tyrannical murderous aura and extremely rich corpse chi could be felt. As soon as this corpse soldier appeared, he set his eyes on Yang Kai, who was in the process of taking away the jade pedestal made of 10,000-year ice jade, and with a wave of his hand, the male corpse soldier, who had just managed to escape from Yang Kai's space blade, was instantly pulverized into dust and exploded. Yang Kai saw this scene and his eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Corpse General!" This was the powerful corpse general he had sensed just now. In just a short time, this corpse general had arrived here and killed one of his subordinates in an instant. It seemed he was extremely furious. When this corpse general saw that everything on the ice jade pedestal had disappeared and that there was no longer the aura of the sun's true essence here, how could he not understand what had just happened? Immediately, he let out a low roar. Yang Kai's figure flickered for no reason as he felt as if he was being torn apart. At the same time, his knowledge seeth suddenly began to churn, as if it was boiling. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, was in an even worse state. With a flash of light from her body, her small face paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having suffered serious injuries. "Leave the things behind," the corpse general shouted coldly as he strode towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not hesitate and once again sent out a dozen space blades while tearing open a void crack with both hands. Then, taking advantage of the corpse general's surprise to observe the space blades, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation and rushed into the void crack. It wasn't until this moment that the corpse general seemed to realize that something was wrong, and with a roar, a thick yellow corpse chi spread out from his body, transforming into a giant tentacle that shot towards the void crack. But it was too late. By the time the corpse chi tentacle hit the void crack, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had already disappeared. Although the corpse general's attack had shaken the stability of the void crack, it was still unable to prevent the two from escaping. Space Force. The corpse general was stunned for a moment before exploding with rage, letting out a roar as a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. If these two had not cultivated this strange space force, how could he have allowed them to escape with his current strength? As long as he had 3 breaths of time, he would have been able to turn these two into meat patties and leave everything behind. A moment later, a number of figures appeared in the secret cave, all of them looking around with gloomy expressions. Each of these figures exuded an aura not inferior to the first corpse general who had arrived. All of them were peak origin returning realm masters, and there were as many as 4 of them. There were also first or second order origin returning realm corpse generals on their way here, causing the entire corpse cave to boil with excitement. "Where's the sun's true essence?" One of the corpse general wearing blue robes glanced at the original location of the jade pedestal and couldn't help frowning. "It was taken away," the red-robed corpse general who was the first to arrive replied angrily. "What? The sun's true essence was taken away?" The other 2 corpse generals exclaimed in disbelief. Was this person an origin returning realm master? But I clearly sensed that one of them was just a second-order Saint King. He was indeed a second-order Saint King, but as for how he took away the sun's true essence, I don't know, the red-robed corpse general replied. You couldn't even stop a trivial second-order Saint King? Junior brother Long, have you been asleep for too long? The blue-robed corpse general looked at the former and sneered. The red-robed corpse general glanced at him faintly and said indifferently, the other party cultivated the Tao of space and seemed to be very proficient in it, directly tearing space to escape. Does Brother Amo think you have a chance to stop him? Space Force? Tearing space? Impossible. The other 3 corpse generals all cried out in alarm, their eyes overflowing with disbelief. There are still some remnant Space Force fluctuations here, whether it is true or not, all of you can determine for yourselves. The red-robed corpse general didn't seem to want to explain too much and fell silent. The other corpse generals heard this and released their divine senses one after another, but after a moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. They really did feel some remnant Space Force fluctuations, so it seemed that the red-robed corpse general wasn't lying. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.